Chapter 1273. All 12 great shamans joined the battle. They turned the huge demon spirit forest into 12 huge pools of blood. Thinking about it carefully, this was the first time since the return of the Umno Alliance had sent all 12 great shamans to the same battlefield. There was only one goal in this battle: to destroy the entire demon spirit forest. The Flood Witch's meaning was very simple. I have my own principles. I have my own principles. We agreed that as long as you don't act rashly and everyone is safe, I will guarantee that my promise is true and effective. In the past tens of thousands of years, no matter what, I restrained myself and didn't attack you because I promised before. No matter how serious the consequences are, as long as I promised, I will abide by it to the end. Even if I know that you will definitely attack us in our hinterland when the demon race returns, as long as you don't act rashly, the agreement will still be effective. But now, you are the one who first planned to deal with us and even put it into action. So sorry, I will destroy all of you. Show no mercy. When I made my promise to you, I will be as resolute and merciless as when I slaughter you. The demon race was determined to break the agreement and choose a side, so they must bear the karma of destruction. After a while, the first Umno Alliance's main force killed their way into the demon spirit forest. Then more and more Umno Alliance troops rushed in from all directions. Don't let anyone escape. This is a battle of annihilation. When the nest is destroyed, there will be no eggs left intact. Since we have started, don't leave anyone alive. The Fire Great Shaman ordered coldly. Yes. A super large-scale massacre had unfolded. Wan Minxing hid himself in the void and watched with tears streaming down his face. He was a person who cherished life. He was not happy to see the mass extinction of any race, especially the demonic crowd in the demonic spirit forest. He had put in a lot of effort for them to be able to reproduce to their current scale. However, since the demon race chose a side, they were only enemies. Even if Wan Minxing was merciful, he would not give it to his enemies. Zhu Yan, who was also hiding in the air, was trembling. It was too scary. I just came to inquire about some information. I have already finished my mission and was ready to go back to report. But when I came here, I found that there was no need to inquire about this information. What is there to inquire about when they are all dead? But this has nothing to do with me at all. I just came here and did nothing, and this place was attacked. Can you blame me for this? Who would believe that this is also because of my bad luck? Hundreds of thousands of readers are watching this. How can I blame Zhu Yan for this? But the problem was that when Zhu Yan came, they were wiped out. Why is the timing I choose always so close? Heaven's will is playing tricks on me. Heaven's will is playing tricks on me. Zhu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. Zhu Yan's glorious past, Zhu Yan's true. Every time it was a huge problem with the timing. It was always when someone was about to be unlucky or was about to be unlucky. He would go. Then, he carried the prepared black pot on his back with ease. Fate is so full of twists and turns. Zhu Yan sighed. With all 12 great shamans participating in the battle, together with more than 20 heavenly kings of the shaman clan leading an army, they were absolutely powerful. In the demon spirit forest, all the members of the demon race from top to bottom, from old to young, were killed without exception. Because there was only one order from the great shamans: leave no one alive. The meaning of not leaving anyone alive was very clear. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. The Umno Alliance's army plowed through the demon of forest several times. Not to mention the demons, even the demon beasts of the demon of forest, including the snakes and insects hidden underground, couldn't escape this calamity and died. The great shaman said to leave no one alive. Their target is the demon race. But what if the great shamans are in a bad mood and insist that this mouse is also alive? So everyone tried their best to exterminate the demon race. For a moment, smoke rose into the sky and flames covered the ground. By the time the Wizard Alliance's army retreated from the demon spirit forest, not only was there no place to breathe, even the flowers and trees had disappeared. All of them were buried in this place. Only the great shaman of the poisonous great shaman searched back and forth 3 times, as if he had a target, but found nothing. What are you doing? Great Shaman Dan Kong asked. There is still someone hiding here. There is a kind of poison somewhere, but it wasn't released by me. The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman said. As a poison master, the great shaman of the poisonous great shaman was very sensitive to this point. What do you mean? You mean someone made a move, fighting poison with poison, and saved some of the demon race? No, the other party's poison is also aimed at the demon race. It's not fighting poison with poison, but the two poisons collide and the power explodes. Then what are you looking for? That's clearly one of us. Help me send the demon race off. Is your brain always so simple? What do you think? If it's not one of us who made a move against our enemy, could it be the demon race? What you said is so reasonable that I have nothing to say. The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman expressed defeat. At this time, Zhu Yin had already run far away. He definitely couldn't find it. The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman searched everywhere but to no avail. He collected the poison that didn't belong to him and tasted it. He murmured, "Except for the smell, this poison is really good. Without 10,000 years of precipitation and essence, it can't reach this level. Collect the spoils of war. Turn it all in. Then return it according to the harvest of the army. The first place will return 30%, the second place will return 20%, and the last place will return 5%. The last place will lead the Heavenly King army to review." Zhu Yin went back in a daze. The process didn't matter. Although the demon race in the demonic spirit forest, the entire race, hundreds of millions of people, were all wiped out all of a sudden, which was shocking. It was nothing to Zhu Yin. After all, this guy was an ancient beast. Since the ancient times, too many races had been wiped out. However, this time, it seemed like the race that was wiped out as soon as it came into contact with the human world. Would this be the starting point of the legend of the beast of disaster? Please don't, please don't. Who's that guy with the sledgehammer? With one swing of the sledgehammer, millions of corpses fell. Such strength was rare even in the ancient times. It was almost on the level of the Wu people Zhu Wu, right? If that guy finds me, what will happen to me? Will it be possible for me to escape unscathed? If I didn't consume so much of my origin energy, I might not be able to defeat him, but I should have a chance to escape unscathed, right? As for now, I don't dare to think about it. Back in front of the Sun-Moon Pass, Zhu Yin naturally reported the situation as soon as possible. Jianghu and his wife were the only ones who knew Zhu Yan's identity. After hearing such shocking news, they looked at Zhu Yan strangely. Damn, so accurate? So domineering? How could Zhu Yan not know what they were thinking when he saw their expressions? He said miserably, "Uncles, what this? This really can't be blamed on me. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence." Jianghu comforted him. Of course, this can't be blamed on anyone but you, brother Zhu. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Don't take it to heart. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Zhu's father is so reasonable. He even removed the blame that has been placed on me. What a good man." Jianghu coughed and said, "Brother Zhu. I'm here. Can you not call me that?" "Yes, little Zhu." Jianghu was very accommodating in this regard. "Yes. Here's the thing. Our defense here is basically foolproof. It's a waste of high-end combat power for you to stay here. You're a wise man who has experienced countless battles in the Archean era." Jianghu said in a low voice, "Now the Dao League's defense line is relatively critical. It's tense." Zhu Yan blinked. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Illusion, this must be an illusion. "Don't you want to go over and help them?" "I'm thinking too much. With you in charge, they won't be defeated too quickly and we'll have enough time. Don't you think so? I believe that you definitely have the ability to turn the tide. Just your experience alone is already unmatched in this world." Jianghu praised him with great sincerity. "To put it bluntly, the person I trust the most now is you. At the same time, you're also the most powerful one. Do you think you can help me with this?" Zhu Yan's body suddenly became light as a feather, saying, "No problem at all. Just tell me, when do you plan to let me go over? The war is fierce and dangerous and the situation is deteriorating. Naturally, the sooner the better. But after you go over, you mustn't reveal your true identity. There are people from the Dao League over there, each of them. They have a lot of problems in this regard. If you reveal your identity, they'll most likely put the blame on you." Jianghu reminded like an old dog. I understand. Zhu Yan was pleased. Old Master Zhuo is so honest and considerate of me. His words really hit the nail on the head. How many times have I been the scapegoat all these years? But now, I truly understand. Everything was because I exposed my identity. If I didn't say that I was Zhu Yan, would anyone be able to put the blame on me? Right? It was my own luck to begin with. How could they blame me for it? What kind of world is this? I understand. I'll be more careful in the future." Zhu Yan said gratefully, "After so many years. Old Master Zhuo, you're the first person who's been so considerate of me. They say that there are many good people in the world, but I didn't meet you until today. This is fate." "You're welcome." Jianghu said calmly, "I'll introduce you to them now. I believe that with your help, the Dao League will have an unprecedented change." "Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. Don't put yourself in too much danger. You're going to help them, not die. Understood. Zhuochanglu took out his phone with a smile. Brother Lei, how's the defense arrangement going? Sigh, it's still not very optimistic. Haha, I knew it wouldn't be very optimistic on your side. I have a brother here whose cultivation base is at the peak of this world. He's almost at the peak of primordial chaos. You know that we have a lot of people on our side. It's already the best we can do to send a brother over to help you. What do you think? Is that enough? When Taoist Thunder heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. This was really a blessing from the heavens. A peak primordial chaos expert was coming over to help. That was great. We were just worried that we didn't have enough manpower. Thank you so much. Brother Zhui, you're so generous. Thank you so much. Taoist Thunder was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Brother Zhui, you're so righteous, so selfless. You're truly too moving. Taoist Thunder couldn't wait to ask, what's this brother's surname? When will he come over? My brother's surname is Zhu, and his name is Zhan. Zhu Zhan. Zhuochanglu looked at Zhu Yan, his eyes flashing. Zhu Yan nodded repeatedly. Yes, my name is Zhu Zhan. From now on I'm Zhu Zhan. If anyone dares to call me Zhu Yan again, I'll fight them. Zhu Yan, the beast of disaster, from now on, get out of my way. Brother Lei, when do you think it's appropriate for him to come over? Zhuochanglu asked. Of course, the sooner the better. Taoist Thunder said, can he come over today? It's best if he comes today. That way we can have more time. Good. Then I'll have him rush over this afternoon. When the time comes, he'll take my letter and go straight to you. That's great, that's great. By the way, let me tell you, Brother Lei, if my brother goes over to your side, don't let him be wronged. I definitely won't agree to that. How's that possible? We'll definitely get along very well. Aha, then I won't say much. Let's wait for the wedding banquet 8 days later. We'll talk about it when we meet. Let's make it clear in advance. If the Tao League's gifts are too low class, I won't accept them. Don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth, haha. Zhuochanglu said in a joking tone. That won't do. Taoist Thunder was full of joy at this moment, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. It was obvious that this Tao League leader was in a very good mood at this moment. Therefore, on the day Zhu Yan returned to the Sun Moon Pass, he tore open the space again and rushed over to the Tao League. Yu Xingqian, who was sitting on the side, was full of confusion. Why didn't such a great expert come to the Astral Souls continent? Zhuochangchang, you actually sent him to help the Tao Alliance. When did our relationship with the Tao League become so close? Seeing that Zhu Yan had gone far away, Yu Xingqian finally said in displeasure, what's going on? Why didn't I realize that we're rich enough to support the Tao League? Why did you send such a great expert over just like that? Cough. Zhuochanglu coughed. Brother Yu. Then he transmitted his voice. Brother Yu, that brother Zhu just now is Zhu Yan. Yu Xingqian was shocked. Zhu Yan? The beast of misfortune? Zhuochanglu nodded calmly and continued to transmit his voice. Since this guy reappeared in the mortal world, apart from staying by Xiao Duo's side, he only went to 2 realms. One of them was to visit the Wang family, and then the Wang family was wiped out by the heavenly tribulation. The other was the demonic forest. He just came here today and I asked him to go to the demon race to get some information. However, not long after he left, the entire demon race in the demonic forest was wiped out by the Umno Alliance. 12 grand shamans, most of the heavenly kings of the Umno Alliance, the elite army of the Wu people, and the 3 strongest forces of the Wu people wiped out the demonic forest in one day. Yu Xingqian gasped and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His face turned pale. So powerful? The beast of misfortune is so domineering. There's too much evidence in front of you. Do you dare to try? It's better to believe it than not. Then let's die together. Yes, you're right. It's better to let this demon go to the Tao League to help. We can't afford it. You did the right thing. Speaking of which, it's really quite dangerous. Zhu Yan was the beast of misfortune in the legends. Who would have thought that it would appear in front of them one day? Eating a meal in the Wang family was wiped out. Going to the demonic forest to get information, the entire demon race was wiped out. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? If the demonic beasts were to act up at the Sun Moon Pass, it was terrifying to think about. Zhu Yan was a great soldier. What was a great soldier? The demon race in the demonic forest had fully proved what a great soldier was. Who would dare to keep such a thing around? If that's the case, the demon race should have returned from the Tao League this time, Yu Xingqian said confidently. Everyone was puzzled by his words. Yudong Tian, Yun Zhonghu, Qin Sha, Sword Monarch, Saber Demon, and the others were all confused. Why do you say that? Why is the emperor so confident? Do you have some special source of information? Yu Xingqian said deeply, just now I suddenly had a feeling in my heart. I clearly felt that the demon race would return from the Tao League this time. It can't be wrong. Everyone was instantly impressed. It turned out that the emperor had reached such a high level. We didn't feel anything at all. Zuoxiao Duo collected everything as fast as he could and then rushed back to the space exterminating pagoda. Zuoxiaonian had rested in the space exterminating pagoda for more than a day, almost 2 days. Her physical body had basically recovered. But when she saw Zuoxiao Duo coming back, her face turned red. She hid in the bedroom and closed the door with a bang. She leaned against the door, her heart still beating fast. Whenever she thought of that night, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. That little dog is really... He doesn't know how to be considerate of me at all. That she was in a daze when she felt someone hugging her waist. She couldn't help but scream, "You! How did you get in?" Zuoxiao Duo pursed his lips. He thought to himself, this is my space exterminating pagoda, a treasure that is bound to my soul. And here I am a god. I can appear wherever I want. It's just passing through a door. What's there to be afraid of? But he didn't say it out loud. He said, I missed you so I came in. It works when one's heart is sincere. Zuoxiaonian's body went soft. She said, let go of me. Yes, yes. Zuoxiao Duo hugged her slender waist and sniffed her hair. He couldn't help but feel restless. He said, Nian Mao, I'll make a few dishes tonight. Let's drink a few cups? Drink a few cups. Drink. Zuoxiaonian was so embarrassed that she couldn't take it anymore. Get out of my sight. You sound so good. Zuoxiao Duo chuckled. There was an indescribable ripple on his face. Zuoxiaonian bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She turned around and wanted to attack, but her vital part was grabbed. She couldn't help but scream. That night, Zuoxiao Duo pestered her relentlessly. He tried to reason with her with his emotions. He also tried to persuade her with his pleas. Finally, the two of them once again drank 2 cups of wine that were as incompatible as fire and water. Since Zuoxiaonian had already recovered, Zuoxiao Duo no longer controlled himself. His head was in an orderly manner, and he advanced and retreated according to the rules. You don't understand. But all couples in the world are like this. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can check on the internet. Isn't all knowledge like this? Besides, no one else knows about this. You're so troublesome. I'll check for you. Look. It's written in a book, right? In ancient times, this kind of picture was only available in the palace. Why would I lie to you? You're so smart, I can't lie to you. Actually, it's easy to understand. It's just that I'm still very shy and can't let go. Actually, this is a very normal thing between couples. But everything has a beginning. What's wrong with this? It's okay. I can understand. We can also wait. Look, let's start with the simplest way. This. If I lie to you, I won't be able to get on your bed as punishment. Is that okay? Look, I've already made such a vicious oath. I'm definitely not lying to you. Okay then you. And so, the next morning Zuoxiaonian couldn't get up again. Li Chenglong and the others' excited voices came from outside. Zhuo, are you there? Zhuo, there's good news, great news. Zuoxiao Duo sighed. He put on his clothes and went out. He sealed the bedroom and walked out. He frowned and said, why are you all shouting? Look at all of you. You're all adults, but you don't even know how to be polite. Li Chenglong chuckled and gathered around. We've been in Epiphany for 2 or 3 days. We've reaped great rewards this time. There seems to be an outline of the path ahead. I asked around and it seems like everyone has reaped great rewards. What about you, Zhuo? Of course I've reaped great rewards too. In fact, I've reaped even more rewards than all of you. Zuoxiao Duo humphed. I'm already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and I'm about to compress my vital energy. What about all of you? How far have you progressed? Tao integration pinnacle stage? Pinnacle stage. Li Chenglong and the others were all dumbstruck. Oh, how could he be so fast? Didn't he break through later than all of us? How could this be? Li Chenglong and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The fastest among them was only at the initial stage. There was still a long way to go before they could reach the intermediate stage. It was said that they still needed 7 or 8 more times to gain enlightenment, as well as a deeper understanding of their cultivation base. After that, they would need to pass a few more trials before they could reach the intermediate stage. But how did Zhuo progress so quickly? Chapter 1274. Boss, how did you cultivate? How did you progress so fast? Tell us and let's see if we can copy it. Everyone was surprised and envious. Diligence? That's diligence. Wuxia Duo rolled his eyes and said, when you were shouting, I was cultivating. When you were sleeping, I was still cultivating. When you were playing, I was still cultivating. When you were dating, I was still cultivating. Plus, my aptitude is better than yours. He said resentfully, look at you guys. I gave you such good conditions but you guys are still so lazy. Now that the truth was in front of them, Wuxia Duo immediately scolded everyone until they lowered their heads and were speechless. Even if they felt that something was not right, Wuxiao's strength and progress were right in front of them. He was indeed more hardworking than them. Otherwise, how could he improve so fast? What a shame. Too much shame that although they had worked so hard that they were about to vomit blood. But it was an indisputable fact that their progress was not fast enough. Hurry up and go back to cultivate. The war is about to start. Look at all of you slacking off like sheep. Wuxia Duo waved his hand and said, go, go, go. Everyone bared their teeth and left. Let's work harder. I don't believe that we can't catch up. Everyone was determined. Wuxia Duo chased everyone away and returned to the room again. He smiled and said, Miss Cat, come back to sleep. The bed is so comfortable. With such a pleasant way to cultivate, who would be so stupid to get dirty? Oh, you're asleep? It's okay if you're asleep as long as I'm not asleep. For a period of time, Wuxia Duo began to pester Wuxiaonian in the name of cultivating. He was extremely diligent in his cultivation. Of course, it was the practice of dual cultivation. Basically, he had to cultivate every day many times a day. Wuxia Duo would cultivate anytime and anywhere that it was very hard, very diligent, but never tiring. Wuxia Duo was sweating profusely as he practiced, but he still felt gratified. He felt that he had made great progress, and could not help but become more and more excited. His enthusiasm for practicing martial arts grew higher and higher. However, under Wuxiaonian's strong protest, Wuxia Duo finally changed it to 3 times a day after getting a bunch of promises. Wuxiaonian had no choice but to compromise. If she continued to cultivate like this, her cultivation would definitely improve, but the problem was, she was afraid that she would not be able to get out of bed day by day. That kind of exhaustion, that kind of extreme exhaustion, was simply like a nightmare. Every morning for the past few days, his legs were trembling. How was he supposed to train like this? Cultivation was not only about the cultivation of one's body and true essence, but also the martial arts techniques of one's hands and body. In his current state he could barely hold a sword. Therefore the rules had to be changed and they had to be restrained. After changing the rules, Wuxiaonian could finally get out of bed every morning. Every afternoon she could also practice swordsmanship, various techniques, and so on. Another more obvious benefit was that when she got out of bed and cultivated every day, she had a new feeling and experience. She had made great progress. As for Wuxia Duo, he was in high spirits because of the good news. His cultivation had always shown a trend of leaps and bounds. Moreover, he personally felt that he was already an adult. Therefore, sometimes he began to deliberately show that he was steady in his actions. For example, he often put his hands behind his back with a light smile on his face, and looked mature, steady, elegant, and at ease. The above were all personal images that Father Zhou had painted based on his own image. However, every time Li Chenglong and the others saw this, they would feel a chill in their hearts. After all, Zhou Xiaoduo's image was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Now that Zhou deliberately created this image, it made them panic and fear in their hearts that they even suspected that Zhuo's cultivation had progressed too fast, so much so that he had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he make such a scene? After all, when this state appeared on Father Zhou, it was graceful and elegant. However, when it was on Zhou Xiaoduo, it was like trying to paint a tiger but ended up looking like a dog. They really could not bear to look at it. How could they not be frightened? When Zhou Xiaonian finally got rid of someone and came out to resume her cultivation, everyone gathered together to learn from each other. This time, Li Chenglong and the others felt that they were hit harder. They found that it had only been a year and a half since they last saw each other, the flow of time in the space exterminating tower. But Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian's cultivation had improved to a level that no one could catch up to. Originally they could still see their backs and were confident that they could catch up with them. However, now they could only see a trail of dust behind them. Even the smoke and dust behind them could not be seen. How can they be so fast and so exaggerated? Are there really no hidden dangers at this rate of improvement? Li Chenglong and the others were immediately anxious. Then they cultivated even harder. Even with their cultivation level of mid-stage Dao integration stage, they could cultivate until they fell asleep. This kind of training was simply heaven-defying. Then, they gradually found that Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan were clearly not as hardworking as they claimed. Every time they came out, they would cultivate and cultivate. Most of the time, they would get used to improving their moves and techniques and sharpening their techniques. Many times, the two of them would even hold hands and take a stroll or talk in the forest filled with spirit plants and spirit seedlings. They were clearly living a very comfortable life. As the saying went, there are hundreds of flowers in spring and the moon in autumn. There are cool winds in summer and snow in winter. Their days were sweet and happy. But why was the gap between them getting bigger and bigger day by day? What kind of logic was this? Everyone was simply puzzled. This was too unfair. 8 days passed like this. In the morning, Zhuxiao Duo went out and saw a message from Wu Yuding on his phone. Come. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go. Zhuxiao Duo felt a surge of happiness and cheered from the bottom of his heart. Zhuxiaoyan blushed. She sat up with difficulty and put on her clothes. She stood up and walked 2 steps. However, she felt that her legs were weak. Don't do anything for the next 2 days. Zhuxiaoyan said very sternly. Okay. Let's hurry. We'll talk about the rest when we reach the Sun-Moon Pass. In the afternoon of this day, the 15 of them rode the wind and soared into the sky with great momentum. They soared into the 9 heavens and the wind and clouds surged in the vast sky. It was as if there were giant dragons and the wind and clouds were meeting. They swayed along the rolling clouds all the way to the south. Principal Yi, teacher when Hidden Dragon High School were going. In the sky, with Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan taking the lead, the others split into 2 wings. Like a huge sharp arrow they cut through the sky and rushed to the south. On this day the sky above Fenghai was filled with colorful clouds. It was magnificent. The shadows of 15 people appeared in the sky one by one to bid farewell to the Hidden Dragon High School. Below, countless people could clearly see it. It was a magnificent sight. This was also the origin of the myths and legends that were passed down through the ages. The legend was first written in this day. This scene was coincidentally seen by a famous painter. He was inspired. When he went back, he recorded this scene in a painting and it would be passed down through the ages. 7 to the left, 8 to the right, 8 to the south, magnificent and unparalleled in the cold sky. Who in the world can be a match for them? 15 sovereigns are young. It was titled, 15 Sovereigns Battle Map. This painting became the #1 treasure painting in the whole continent. It was bought by Yi Changqing at a high price and hidden in the Hidden Dragon High School. It was the treasure of the Hidden Dragon High School. In the future, if one wanted to take a look, they would have to pay a hefty fee. Cultivators below the sky realm had no right to see it. Yes, students of the Hidden Dragon High School only needed to pay a certain amount of credits to see the legend. Because of this, countless geniuses gathered at the Hidden Dragon High School. They only wanted to catch a glimpse of the big picture and see the legend. Let's not talk about this later. In the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood on the roof and waved their hands. Their eyes were full of blessings and reluctance. There was a strong sense of melancholy and also extreme gratification. Hidden Dragon High School, 1st grade Class 1. All the students looked at their former classmates in the sky. Everyone's face was solemn and their hearts were silent. Meng Zhongjun looked at Zhen Piapiao's graceful figure in the sky. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless beauty was like ice and snow. He couldn't help but sigh softly. There was an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. Not long ago they could still stand side by side. But now he could only look up to her. Hao Han was beside him and said lightly, in the end she still sneaked in. I don't know what price she paid. Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt an indescribable anger and loss. He snorted heavily and didn't even look at Hao Han. He picked up his long spear and left the school to gain experience. What he didn't know was that when Li Chenglong planned to build a small team led by Zhuxiao Duo, Meng Zhongjun was the first choice. Because of this, he was even placed in front of Gao Qiao, Zhen Piapiao, and Pai Yibao by Li Chenglong. Because Meng Zhongjun possessed a very strong leadership ability. Moreover, his aptitude was also one of the best. He had a bright future. But fate made fools of people. Or perhaps it was a man-made disaster. It was because Hao Han kept stirring up trouble by his side that messed up Meng Zhongjun's state of mind. This candidate who should have been at the front of the team couldn't even enter the team in the end. At this point, the gap between the two of them was like heaven and earth, and it was impossible for them to reach the same level. With Meng Zhangjuan's current cultivation and strength, even if 10,000 of him were to join forces, he would no longer be a match for Zhen Piapiao, who was the weakest in the team. It had to be said that. This was a very, very regretful thing. Sometimes, making the right friends could really bring you straight to the clouds. But if you made the wrong friends, even if you were in the clouds, you could be pulled down and fall into the dust. You would be trapped in a pile of mud and waste your time with him. One who stays with ink will be stained, and one who stays with pigs will stink. The sun and the moon closed. The wind blew fiercely. Countless large flags fluttered in the wind. From time to time they would be blown into a straight line. The north wind whistled and the clouds surged. At this moment, countless wedding venues had already been prepared. Countless banquets had also been prepared and were only waiting for the moment to start. This wasn't a day or two of preparation, but several days of careful preparation. Countless red cloth and colored silk also wandered in the wind in the air. It was a joyous atmosphere. At this moment, many high-level cultivators had already rushed over from all directions to congratulate them. For today, the Wu people and the human race had been fighting for many years. From today onwards, the flags and drums would cease. All the follow-up matters would wait until after the wedding. Everything in the continent had to make way for this wedding. The number one genius of the Astral Souls continent, the son of the Sky Inspector Minister and the adopted daughter of the Sky Inspector Minister, were getting married today. On such a big day where everyone was celebrating, who would be so blind as to come out and cause trouble? Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, and the others were busy welcoming and greeting the guests. At this moment, countless great figures that only existed in legends were arriving one after another. Relying on the rallying power of the Sky Surveyor throne, all the top experts of the three continents were gathered together for this wedding. Not a single person was allowed to slip through the net. Even Chan Sheng, who was aloof from worldly affairs, came from afar and rushed over with the West Sea shaman. At some point in time, the Sun and Moon Pass had been overgrown with grasshopper plants. The greenery extended all the way to the horizon. Small flowers swayed in the wind. They were like smiling faces blooming, adding a touch of brilliance to this grand event. This unprecedented grand event attracted the attention of all the top forces in the world. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, they would feel that it was unfair and would be angry because of it. Even if it's the marriage of the minister's son, it shouldn't be so grand. TSK, the second generation is awesome. The entire continent is celebrating this wedding. Wow. I can only cheer 666. Reincarnation is really a skill. Wow. I admit that I'm jealous. A wedding, so many people are involved. 3 continents are giving gifts at the same time. TSK, the minister is really good at making money. I still remember the legend of the minister, the 1 meter higher sky. Could it be that it's not a lie? That it had to be said that wherever the sun shone, no matter what era, what dynasty, or what crisis it was, there would always be countless lemon spirits and countless contrarians jumping up and down. There were also countless people who had no sense of shame. Because of their negative emotions, they were jealous, they were causing trouble, and they were saying things just to stir up other people's negative emotions. However, there was no exception. None of these jealous people were qualified to attend the wedding ceremony. Because people with bad intentions would never be able to reach the top and set foot on the peak. This was also the fairest place in any era or dynasty. Unlike these jealous people, everyone who came or those who had some brains would naturally understand. This time it was not just a wedding. The wedding was just a prelude. The most important thing was the meaning of this gathering. Combined with the announcements from the 3 continents, the news of the imminent return of the devil race had already been made clear. At this time, it was necessary to have such a grand gathering. To announce to the 3 continents that we have enough experts and we have enough strength. No matter what kind of enemy comes, we can deal with them and eliminate their threat. The people don't need to panic and don't need to be frightened. The rear of the 3 continents would remain stable and peaceful. This was not to show off, but it was necessary. Because there were always some people in this world who couldn't feel safe as long as they couldn't see them. These people were not a minority. Once they felt insecure, they might do other things. If I'm not good, then I want others to accompany me. After the war, everyone would feel that holding such a wedding for Zhuoxiao Duo was a well-deserved and wise decision. It had far-reaching significance and was far from enough. But at this moment, no one had such an understanding. However, if one were to look at the current scene, it would seem that everyone had come to attend the wedding. There were a total of 99 accountants, each occupying a large table, each occupying a seat, and each of them was accompanied by more than a dozen assistants to collect the gifts. Except for the gifts of the heavenly king level and above, which were presented at the wedding site, everyone else would be led to the seats arranged by the ushers after handing in the gifts. This seat could be said to be a carrot and a pit. As long as you sat down, your divine sense would be connected to the seat, and then a gift would appear in front of you. In these few days, as long as you sat in this seat, you wouldn't have to worry about anything, whether it was eating, drinking, playing, or doing whatever you wanted. Even if you stood up and went out for a walk, no one would be able to sit in your seat. In this way, the possibility of the troublemakers not being able to find you was avoided to the greatest extent. And that gift in return was even more valuable than the gifts that many people had given, the kind that was much more valuable. As for the grievances between them, those things, no one even mentioned anything like, "Can't take revenge today, can't do that." These words must not be spoken. Who would dare to cause trouble at the wedding of the minister's son? Do you still want to be well? Even if a person who could hold half a caddy of alcohol drank 10 caddies, he would definitely not be so drunk that he would lose his mind. Countless people flew here and there, and after they landed, countless vegetables, star beast meat, and demonic beast meat fell down like small mountains. Then they were immediately dragged away and digested without a trace. Wine jars that were as big as mountains fell from the sky one by one. They were then collected and cleaned up in an instant. All the cooks of the 4 armies were gathered together, forming a camp that was comparable to 1,000,000 soldiers. And the sky above this camp was raining non-stop. Rain of wine, rain of meat, rain of vegetables. Heavy rain. Heavy rain. Heavy rain. Super heavy rain. At this time, the people who had already sat down saw the strange scene of rain pouring down, and many people's mouths almost split open. Fuck, this is really an eye-opener. How many ingredients and resources are needed to supply this? Just in these 2 minutes, no less than 100,000 tons of wine have fallen. Not to mention the meat and vegetables. I think there's 1,000,000 tons of meat. Oh my god. How many people are needed to receive this? I think your brain doesn't know how to think. What kind of place is this? This is the Sun Moon Pass. Disregarding everything else, the 4 armies are still here even though the front lines have stopped fighting. How much consumption is needed just for them alone? I have nothing to say. In this situation, I only have one sentence to say. Apart from this sentence, even with my knowledge of the past and present, I really can't think of any other words to describe this. What sentence? This sentence is awesome. Too awesome. Fuck you. Who doesn't know how to describe a dog like you? Jianghu and Wu Yuding stood side by side in the middle of the sky above the Sun Moon Pass. If one's cultivation was not at the Tao integration stage or above, it would be very difficult to discover their presence. However, as long as one's cultivation was at the Tao integration stage or above, they would be able to sense the presence of the couple, who were like the only stars in the night sky. Naturally, they would immediately fly over to greet them. Minister, congratulations, congratulations. Same to you. Thank you very much. This is just a small gift to show my respect. This is too extravagant. Let's register. The people who had already taken their seats looked on in horror as the mythical figures flew to an empty place with a respectful expression. They bowed, smiled apologetically, and exchanged greetings. Then they landed with a face full of glory and satisfaction. After registering their gifts, they were led down to find their seats. The minister must be there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people going over to greet him. I see. Of course this should be the case. Everyone instantly understood. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. Even the minister can't see him. Sigh. Will see him in a while. When the wedding day comes, the minister will definitely appear. Besides, the minister has no choice. If everyone sees him and goes up to shake his hand one by one, the minister probably won't be able to lift his sword today. That's billions of people. That's true. If billions or even tens of billions of people go up to shake his hand, no matter how high the minister's cultivation is, he will probably be shaved bald. You really dare to say that? It's so noisy. The minister probably didn't hear it. It's a big day. If he heard, he won't argue with you. The north wind blew. In the sky there seemed to be a sharp arrow flying through the air. One of the 4 great generals, Nanjing Qian, flew up. He was wearing a golden helmet and golden armor. He suddenly enlarged in the sky. The golden light was dazzling. He was 10,000 feet tall, like a god descending to the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "The bridegroom is here. The bride is here. Everyone get ready." Boom boom boom. Cannon salutes began to sound from all directions. Instantly the sky shook. Countless cannon salutes rang through the sky. The sky was dyed black. It was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. First, he created an artificial night sky. Then, colorful fireworks shot up into the sky. In the sky, they bloomed brightly. In broad daylight, he created the beautiful effect of fireworks under the boundless night sky. Everyone exclaimed in satisfaction and exclaimed in amazement. Just this move alone was quite thoughtful, high-end, and classy. Chapter 1275. The rumbling sounds were endless. High in the sky, the firecrackers sounded like hundreds of flowers blooming together. They were beautiful, dazzling, and lasting for a long time. Everyone raised their heads to watch such a grand scene. His eyes were filled with infatuation and envy. She was simply too beautiful. Even though everyone present was a lord of a place, a hero of a force, or a first-class master in this world, they couldn't help but be moved. After a long while, the sound of fireworks finally came to an end, leaving only darkness in the sky. At this moment, the sky in the north was suddenly torn open and sunlight shone in. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan arrived at this time and crashed into it. The strange phenomenon in the sky just now was caused by a group of powerful figures using a small trick to seal the space. As a result, Zhuxiaoduo and the others didn't know what was going on. By the time they arrived, they had just finished their work and tore open an opening, allowing the groom and bride-to-be to enter and officially make their entrance. As for Li Chenglong and the others, they were led away from the other direction. And in this way, it gave everyone the feeling that this man and woman, the bride and groom, were like angels, bringing light, brilliance, light, and even hope. In addition to their outstanding appearances, the man was so handsome and confident, and the woman was so beautiful. Just as the sky suddenly opened, and the light of dawn shone on the world again, that everyone had the same feeling. They saw immortals. There was also that full lovey-dovey meal that was enough to fill anyone's stomach. In the sky, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan flew in hand without knowing what was going on. Zhuxiaoduo said something, and Zhuxiaoyan had a gentle and bright smile on her face. This smile caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. It was so pure and beautiful. Nan Jingqian wanted to play a prank on them. At this moment, he suddenly yelled, "Is the bride beautiful?" Her voice undoubtedly stirred the hearts of countless people below. Many of them subconsciously shouted, "Beautiful." Many people, many high-level practitioners, formed a sound wave that soared to the sky. It actually rolled up the bride and groom, who were still in a daze, and threw them out into the sky. Ha 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 ha. The countless old prostitutes below were elated when they saw this scene. They slapped their thighs and laughed loudly. How could Zhuxiaoduo not know that they had been set up? However, on such a joyous occasion, such a harmless little joke was not a big deal. They slowly floated down according to the original momentum, their expressions calm, without the slightest hint of panic. The two of them flew leisurely and finally landed in front of Zhuxianglu. Zhuxiaoduo was tall and slender, with one hand supporting Zhuxiaoyan and the other hand behind his back. He looked extremely handsome and dashing. Countless old fellows roared with laughter again. They were all old foxes. How could they not see that this kid was deliberately acting cool? Oh, nephew Gu's acting cool is 10 out of 10. I gave him 9. 9, but the final 0. 1 was deducted because he was too pretentious. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Going too far is as bad as falling short. He's really good at acting cool. Ho ho ho. Acting cool so skillfully. It's really a family tradition. The father is a hero, the son is a good man. There's a successor. Ha 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 ha. The jeering just now was led by someone and everyone participated in it. However, those who dared to make such an unscrupulous joke now had to be like Zhuxianglu's old brothers. Only those who were loyal subordinates had the guts and qualifications to do so. Even a joke had to have the qualifications to do so. Not everyone could joke as they pleased in public. And those who could make such an unscrupulous joke about their son in front of the sky inspecting minister must have a high status in the 3 continents. Otherwise, their guilty conscience would be too heavy to bear. Zhuxianglu scolded them with a smile. "You shameless old men. Even though it's our child's big day, you can't change your bad habit of being rude. I'm telling you, if you don't give enough gifts, I won't let you off. I'll pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." Zhuxianglu scolded them with a smile. "You're a bunch of shameless old men." The group of old fellows laughed mischievously. "Boss, don't worry. This time I've sold my bone marrow so that nephew Gu can regain some face." Another person scolded, "How much is your bone marrow worth? Do you think I don't know that you robbed the Wild Blade General a few days ago?" I wasn't robbing. I just mentioned it and Xiaoru and Mengru gave me a space ring. It was disrespectful of me to refuse, but I deserved it. Deserved it my ass. If you hadn't been holding on to their weak points for thousands of years, would they have given it to you willingly? Suddenly, someone interrupted with a pale face. What nonsense are you talking about? We don't have any weak points. Don't make us look innocent. It was the Wild Blade General, Tai Mengru. Ioyo. Bye-bye face, you think you're innocent? Dan Xiaoru. He shouted, quickly come out and explain. Where did our Wild Blade General's innocence go to? The white-haired heavenly immortal, Dan Xiaoru, appeared and said angrily, shut your damn beak, you 10,000-year-old bachelor, senior single dog. What are you showing off for? So much dog food today can't fill your empty stomachs. This sentence of 10,000-year-old bachelor, senior single dog was a fatal blow. The faces of the few old generals twitched as they looked at Dan Xiaoru fiercely. Dan Xiaoru was not afraid. She pointed her finger at them one by one. Single dog. Single dog. Single dog. And the three of you. Single dog. Single dog. You actually have the face to mock us husband and wife. Where do you single dogs get your courage? Do you believe that the dog food will burst your stomachs? The group of old fellows retreated in defeat. In an instant they were defeated like a collapsing mountain. They were completely defeated. Xiaoduo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Luckily he didn't laugh out loud. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to escape with a pig's cry. How valiant! And at this moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged. He couldn't help but blurt out, Little Rabbit Lan? Back then, at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts competition, the little rabbit Lan who killed the adopted daughter of the king of the Central Plains, Xiao Junyi, was this person? Xiaoduo was sure that he didn't recognize the wrong person. There was no doubt that it was this person. Dan Xiaoru was stunned when she heard this. Her pretty face twisted. Just now when she came out she didn't control the change in her voice. The main thing was that she didn't pay attention. She didn't expect that the minister's memory was so good. They had only met once and they didn't even talk face to face, but he remembered it so clearly. Oh big nephew, you have a good memory, Dan Xiaoru said with a smile. She admitted it directly and naturally. Xiaoduo was stunned. Really? Then he turned to look at the frenzied blade general Tai Mengru. His face twisted. Then you are Tai Xiaonyo? Tai Mengru laughed at first. Then she was a little embarrassed. She said with resentment, the heavenly king of the right has a good name. You Dong Tian are looking up at the sky. I won't go over. Damn it, each of you is shameless enough to call me big brother and big nephew. What should I do? I've been high and mighty all my life and I plan to continue in the future. But now that this little guy is married, I'm actually one generation lower than you? What right do you have to call uncles a big brother? Each of you is clearly much younger than me. This is so fucking depressing. Thinking of that person because his disciple was also uncle's daughter, he was actually one generation younger than him. This was even more depressing. Fuck, I've been fighting with my seniority recently. But he didn't want to provoke those old bitches. How could these old bitches let him go? They all thought that this might be their only chance to take advantage of the heavenly king of the right. How could they let it go? They were all people who had been through life and death for thousands of times. Why would they be afraid of the heavenly king of the right's revenge? If they didn't use the benefits, it would be expired. So, the group of old bitches pointed at the heavenly king of the right and said to Xiaoduo, big nephew, that's your brother Xiaoyu. Hurry up and say hello. Yu Dongtian's face darkened on the spot. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. At this moment he was infinitely envious of Yun Zhonghu and his wife. Originally, Yu Dongtian was the one who arranged the seats inside, was responsible for monitoring the scene, and was in charge of regulating the situation. But Yu Dongtian found it troublesome, so he habitually threw the responsibility to Yun Zhonghu. Now Yun Zhonghu was working diligently on the other side, while he was casually joining in the fun. He actually forgot that there was a fatal problem of seniority here. Now it was completely awkward. Xiaoduo didn't understand what was going on. He stepped forward with a smile and said, hello brother Xiaoyu. Hello heavenly king of the right. First he called him brother Xiaoyu. Naturally it was a family tradition to show that the two families were close. Then he called him heavenly king of the right. It was to show his respect for the outstanding contributions and achievements of the heavenly king of the right over the years. Yes. Hello Xiaoduo. Yu Dongtian responded cordially. Then he saw a group of old bitches standing in a row with their chests puffed out and their bellies puffed out. They all grinned happily and said, Big nephew, you only saw your brother Xiaoyu. There are so many uncles here but you didn't come over to greet us. After you're done being intimate with your brother, it's our turn. Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and said, all of you just wait. So be it. Who cares about a junior like you? Everyone didn't care. How many times have we been thrown the responsibility by Heavenly King of the Right over the years? It's rare for us to mess with you. Do you think we won't be merciful? But even though everyone was joking around, they still had a sense of propriety. For example, they only joked about Zhuxiao Duo and didn't joke about Zhuxiaonian. Everyone's sense of propriety could be seen from this. Jokes about the bride, no matter how close they were, should not be made casually. In the face of the Heavenly King of the Right, who was furious but didn't dare to do anything, the group of old bitches all grinned. It felt so good that you also have a day like this. Chapter 1276. The group of people laughed and joked for a long time before Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaonian left with Wu Yuding. Zhuqianglu stayed in the same place, chatting with a group of old friends. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Let's go and see your wedding dresses. Wu Yuding smiled and pulled Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaonian into the house. Zhuxiaonian blushed and lowered her head as she quickly followed, not saying a word for a long time. Damn kitty. Wu Yuding said with a smile, you two have improved very quickly. It seems that the effect of the dual cultivation is very good. Zhuxiaonian became more and more ashamed. She plunged into Wu Yuding's arms, twisted her waist and stomped her feet. Mom? You set me up. How did I set you up? Wu Yuding stared at her. The effect of the wine. You should have told me earlier. That night I drank a lot. Zhuxiaonian's muffled voice came from her arms. It's so embarrassing. Wu Yuding pretended to be surprised and said, how could it be? Didn't Xiao Duo tell you the effect of the wine? I told him again and again to tell you that the wine is good, but you can't drink it casually. Zhuxiaonian raised her head in disbelief, then turned around and looked at Zhuxiao Duo with murderous eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, dog. Zhuxiao Duo was stunned. Mom, you really are my biological mother. Even if it's not all your fault, can't you look at the time, place and occasion? So you can't blame me for this. It's someone's fault. Wu Yuding went all the way. She directly removed all the blame from herself and put all the blame on her son. Zhuxiaonian naturally believed her. She became more and more murderous and targeted. Zhuxiao Duo was speechless. He was tongue-tied. He was always eloquent but he was speechless for a long time. What happened to being his biological mother? How could she betray him so heartlessly? Damn, just you wait. Zhuxiaonian said angrily. Zhuxiao Duo sighed and said helplessly, it's our wedding night. I'll listen to you. I'll drink with you as long as you want. Zhuxiaonian blushed. In your dreams. It's not in my dreams. If you don't believe me you can ask our mother. Between husband and wife, that. Right? Everything can be done. Everything must be done. Seeing Zhuxiaonian's blushing face, Zhuxiao Duo immediately turned into his self-righteous mode. Wu Yuding was defeated. She really did not expect her son to be so thick-skinned. He had clearly been forced into a corner, but in the blink of an eye he had regrouped. There was even a large army pressing down on the border and he was aggressive. This hereditary ability was really strong. She was young and didn't know anything back then. Zhuqianglu seemed to have said the same thing. When she understood those things later, decades had passed. Now, Zhuxiao Duo was simply self-taught. He was like a textbook example. He directly said what his father said back then without blinking. He didn't even blush or pant. It was extraordinarily natural. Zhuxiaonian blushed and asked Wu Yuding for advice. Mom, is that so? Wu Yuding coughed. At this critical moment, she naturally had to side with her own son. Daughter, since you've already fallen into the pit, just stay in the pit. Xiao Duo is right. Between husband and wife, the pleasure of the boudoir, eating and drinking, everything is normal between men and women. There's really no need to be shy when two couples are together. There's still many years to go. There's really no need to be shy. The sooner you get used to it, the more comfortable you'll be. There are no outsiders. Wu Yuding said solemnly. Zhuxiaonian. I see. I thought Doggy did it on purpose. Don't worry. It's normal for couples to get along. Your father and I used to be like this in the past. As long as you two get along well, isn't it better than anything else? Wu Yuding explained softly. She was using her and father's experience as an example. Zhuxiaonian blushed and lowered her head. Her heart was at ease. She thought to herself, so Doggy's strange requests are normal for couples. Then, In the future. Zhuo smiled wretchedly. Am I right? I didn't lie to you, did I? It's normal for couples to have sex in the boudoir. How can it be so crooked? Zhuo snorted and rolled her eyes. Her pretty face turned even redder, which made her even more beautiful. After that, Zhuo went to try on the clothes. Zhuo followed Wu Yuding to try on the wedding dress. Then they began to take all kinds of photos and other complicated things. Finally, Wu Yuding had prepared everything in advance. There was no need to be in a hurry. In the afternoon, the 7 Swords of the Dao Alliance led many high-ranking members of the Dao Alliance to arrive. Not long after they arrived, the flood which led her brothers and arrived with great momentum. With the arrival of the 2 groups of people, the sun and the moon came to an end. The soldiers' boisterous laughter fell straight to the bottom line. They were the real top fighters, the people at the peak of the world. Countless soldiers looked at the 12 great shamans of the Alliance in the sky. Their gazes were unprecedentedly complicated. It was a kind of hatred and reverence for the strong. And respect. Respect from the bottom of their hearts. In the hearts of every cultivator, there was a common idea, or it could be said that it was a very pure idea. It didn't matter if they were friends or foes. Those who didn't submit to the strong were guilty. If someone was stronger than you, there was something about them that was better than you. This was indisputable. You had to submit to them. Even if you still had to fight to the death when you met them in the future, even if you still had to sacrifice your life in the hands of the strong, you could hate them but you couldn't submit to them. That was because their current cultivation base was their current dream. Their future path might be a road sign that they would never be able to reach. There was a burst of mist in the air, and the figures of the powerful cultivators all disappeared. Only then did sounds return. However, it was obvious that everyone was speaking in hushed voices. The Dao integration stage and above cultivators of the Alliance, the Heavenly King stage cultivators, and the generals of the various armies all landed. They went to find their old rivals to curse and drink. Not long after, the entire Sun-Moon Pass once again resounded with the sound of people cursing at each other. Speaking of which, the banquet arrangements were very interesting. It could even be said that they were quite ingenious. Under Zhuo insistence, every table had the same configuration: 4 people from the Astral Souls, 4 powerful cultivators from the Alliance, and 2 cultivators from the Dao Alliance. The atmosphere at every table was extremely lively. The powerful cultivators of the Wu people were also treated differently when they went to register and present their gifts. The accountants didn't even look up. That's it. They have the nerve to attend a banquet with such a meager gift? So shabby. Aren't all the people of the Wu people extremely muscular? Even their brains are full of muscles. What do they know about etiquette? A gift is enough. What else can they do? They pinched their noses and accepted the gifts with disdain. After registering, they waved their hands and shooed away like ducks. Wait over there to be led to the banquet. The people of the Wu people were all so angry that their intestines swelled. In order to not lose face in front of their old rivals, which one of the things they brought out this time wasn't good. Some of the things they brought were even peerless heaven-grade treasures of heaven and earth. In the end, they were still looked down upon. And they couldn't do anything about it. This trip was so fucking frustrating. When they arrived at their seats, they immediately discovered that the people sitting at the same table as them were the ones who had the greatest grudge against them. Wouldn't that make things even more lively that they cursed each other's 18 generations of ancestors as they drank? All kinds of vulgarities and slang came out one after another. It was even more lively than the haggling of aunties in the morning market. In the main hall, Zhuo, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Dao League's 7 Swords, the 12 Shamans and Chan Sheng, the top powerhouses of the 3 continents were all gathered in one place. There were 3 chairs at the head of the table. Zhuo sat in the middle and gestured for Yu Xingqian to sit on his right. As for the seat on his left, while everyone was wondering who would sit there, Zhuo smiled and waved his hand. Big guy, why aren't you sitting down yet? What are you waiting for? The flood which coughed and strode over. She sat upright with a solemn expression on her face. Dao League, Alliance, Astral Souls, What kind of seating arrangement was this? If it was based on strength, the flood which would undoubtedly be seated, but Dao League's Daoist Thunder should also have a chair. If it was based on status, Daoist Thunder should replace Emperor Zhai Xing. After all, their strengths were on par and Daoist Thunder's status was higher. What was the reason that the flood which could sit at the head of the table while Daoist Thunder didn't? While everyone was puzzled, they heard, Inferno Shaman, ha ha ha. Dan Kong, hee hee. Ice Hell Shaman, ha ha, are you all stupid? You didn't expect our boss to sit at the head of the table, did you? Let me tell you, your eyeballs are going to pop out later. Do some eye exercises in advance and remember to protect your eyeballs. Don't let them pop out. The other Grand Magi looked even weirder. Poisonous Shaman snorted. What's so weird about that? It's just that. He mumbled but didn't say anything. After all, it was just a guess without any evidence. He just guessed that Wuxiao's nightmare hammer had something to do with their boss. Then, when the other shamans looked at him again with suspicion, they found something even weirder. They came together, but they didn't notice that Flood's boss was dressed neatly today. He even shaved his beard. His hair, which was always messy, was combed neatly. It made him look even more radiant. Furthermore, not only was his body clean, but he was also wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes. His expression seemed to be much gentler than before. The other shamans were all shocked. This was their boss? The Deep Ice Witch shook her head and praised him from the bottom of her heart. Boss looks so handsome today. I haven't seen him dressed like a human for a long time. Tut tut, he is well dressed, which makes people's eyes light up. I immediately think of the words a beast in human clothes. Chapter 1277. The Flood Witch smiled faintly in her seat. She looked at the Deep Ice Witch with her sharp eyes. An invisible momentum directly came out of her body and grabbed the Deep Ice Witch's throat. It tightened. The Deep Ice Witch, who was trembling, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Then his face turned purple and swollen. He couldn't say a word and couldn't move his body. He could only look at the Great Flood Witch with a pitiful and imploring look in his eyes. Flood Great Witch's face was calm as he exchanged greetings with Jianghu. Crack. 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 The Deep Ice Witch's neck was broken 3 times. Then when his eyes were rolling, he finally let go. A breath brushed past and his neck returned to its original state. A voice as soft as a mosquito came to the Deep Ice Witch's ears. Go on. The Deep Ice Witch finally took a breath and said loudly, Boss is wise and powerful. He unified Jianghu and is my lifelong idol. He is so handsome today. Ah, my boss has always been so handsome. As he said, he looked at the Flood Witch with flattering eyes. The Flood Witch's face didn't change. The Deep Ice Witch smiled embarrassedly and turned to the Raging Fire Witch. You really like to be flattered. The Great Witch of Fire quickly covered his mouth and his face turned green. Shut up. Stop talking. On the other side, Thunder Taoist twitched the corner of his mouth and said confusedly, You are. He was completely confused. The Flood Witch was regarded as a guest by Zhuo Changchang, which was understandable. But why did the Flood Witch sit in the master's seat? According to the ranking, her position was even more important than Xingqian's. What did this mean? But Zhuo Changlu didn't explain and arranged the order of the guests. Next it was Chan Sheng's turn. This is His Excellency Chan Sheng. Senior, you have come from afar and I am deeply grateful for your hospitality. Please sit down. Then it was the Thunder Dao and the other 6 swords of the Dao League. After that, he didn't arrange a guest seat for the Umno Alliance's Great Magi. Instead, he sat down together with Yudong Tian, Qingfian Saber Demon, and the others. All the great shamans? Aren't we guests? Why are you treating us so casually? Today's matter is really confusing. Brother Hong, old you will be in charge of the ceremony later. I believe you won't mind, right? Zhuo Changlu said leisurely with an amiable face. The Flood Witch nodded. Very good. There will be a toast session later. Do you need to prepare? It's already been prepared. Well, that little guy still doesn't know. Zhuo Changlu laughed. The Flood Witch smiled and said, Let's see how that little thing's cultivation is going. Everyone, with the exception of a very small number of people, was confused at this moment. Especially after hearing this conversation, they felt even more confused. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all? That's not right. I understand every sentence and every word clearly, but I just don't understand. Why do these words that I can understand and hear so clearly make me so confused? Lei Bao pulled the Ice Nether Witch. Brother, tell us about it? The Ice Nether Witch smiled. Actually, this is very simple, very simple. The other great shamans pricked up their ears at the same time. How simple? How simple? The Ice Nether Witch smiled proudly. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Everyone had an impulse to beat someone up at the same time. The Ice Nether Witch said happily, Wait until the wedding, you'll know everything. Be patient, it'll be soon. Oh. All the great shamans. Don't stop me today. I'm going to beat him to death. I'm going to die with him. The golden-scaled great shaman struggled hard and rushed toward the ice nether witch, but he was held by the raging fire great shaman. Calm down, be quiet, save face, save face. The great shaman Dan Kong was persuading the others. The flood witch wanted to stop him, but he was too embarrassed to do so. After all, he had hidden this from his brothers for a long time. But he had to explain something, so he coughed and said, "In fact, it's not a strange thing. Don't worry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. In fact, it's just a coincidence. Because of fate. Cough cough. We'll talk about the details tomorrow." In the end, he was too embarrassed to say it. Zhuchanglu laughed. "It's best to talk about it tomorrow, haha." All the great shamans' faces were swollen. "What's going on? Tell us that. Why do I feel that you and Zhuchangchang are a family, and we old brothers have collectively become outsiders?" The raging fire great shaman coughed, stood up and said, "Well, today is such a joyous event. As elders, haha, we came from afar and we're also very happy. I've prepared a gift. I hope boss brother Zhuo will accept it." As he spoke, he wiped the ring on his hand. With a whoosh, the temperature around him rose sharply by at least thousands of degrees. The flood which had covered the sudden heat with her mind. Only then did everyone see what the raging fire great shaman took out. 10 souls of fiery star. 10 roots of primordial fire true spirit. Fire and water don't mix, 1,000 jars. 3 souls of fire. The raging fire great shaman smiled reservedly. "It's just a small gift, please accept it." The flood witch nodded and said with relief, "Not bad, not bad." On the other side, Zhuanglu didn't hesitate at all. He immediately put it away and smiled amiably. "Brother Hua, since you're already here, why are you spending so much money? In a while, I'll definitely ask little Duo and his wife to toast Uncle Lai Hua a few more cups of wine." The raging fire great shaman smiled and his eyes narrowed. "This is what I should do, what I should do." On the other side, the eyes of the golden-scaled Wind Emperor, Lei Bao, Boundless West Sea and other great shamans popped out collectively. They really almost popped out of their eyes. Especially the West Sea great shaman who only had a big fish in the ring prepared as a gift. He was even more confused on the spot. Fuck fuck fuck. This gift from the raging fire great shaman directly caught the other 8 great shamans off guard. This was too expensive, too crazy. Raging fire, this bastard, directly gave out all his treasures. The Wind Emperor great shaman breathed quickly. What's going on? Something's wrong, something's wrong. Who doesn't know something's wrong? What the hell is this Uncle Raging Fire? The boundless great shaman scratched his head. When did this bastard Raging Fire have such a good relationship with Zhuchangzhang? He actually let his son call him Uncle Raging Fire? Fuck this. It's so scary. The Flood Witch, who was sitting high on the seat of honor, felt that her face was shining at this moment. She smiled and praised, "Raging Fire is really thoughtful. Thank you." Now the other great shamans were even more confused. Raging Fire gave Zhuchangzhang's son a wedding gift. "Boss, what are you thanking him for? What are you happy about? Thank you? What kind of favor do you owe? Has this fucking world been twisted? Are we all dreaming? Well, Zhuchangzhang's son is getting married and we, the 12 great shamans, come together. This thing itself is already very mysterious." Then the ice-deep shaman stepped forward and gave the gift. 10 heavenly ice jade pearls, 10 ice soul bodies, 10 ancient profound ice souls, 10,000 cubic meters of ancient profound ice, 10 ice nightmare lotuses, 5 kilograms of ice lotus roots, 1 heavenly ice spirit pearl necklace. The boundless great shaman, the West Sea great shaman and the others all dropped their jaws to the ground. It's over, we're really in a dream. Otherwise the ice-deep shaman wouldn't be so excessive. How is this a gift? He is simply emptying his own fortune to support the enemy. This is a gift for Zhuchangzhang's son. Isn't that supporting the enemy? What the fuck? Today has really turned my worldview upside down. Especially the last sentence. Boss, please take a look. Brother Zhuo, please accept it. The Flood Witch nodded and praised, "Today the ice-deep shaman is good. Finally he has done something." Zhuchanglu suddenly put away a lot of treasures. Later, I must ask Xiao Duo to toast his uncle ice-deep shaman. Etiquette can't be ignored. Etiquette can't be ignored. The ice-deep witch's face suddenly relaxed and he laughed out loud. "It's just a small gift, not worth mentioning. I heard that Brother Shihai caught a fish as a gift. That fish was caught by his own hands. Not to mention the weight of the gift, just this kind of thought." Hearing this, the West Sea great shaman wanted to block this guy's mouth with feces. "If I take out that damn fish, I'll lose all my face today. That fish. is not as good as 1/1,000,000th of any of these things you took out. There is really nothing else except the thought. But the point is that I didn't mean it. I just wanted to make up the number. This guy is really bad. According to today's development, the Flood boss will definitely be unhappy. Sure enough, the Flood Witch raised her head and looked over with Jianghu and others. The Flood Witch's eyes were very dangerous. The West Sea Great Shaman's legs began to soften. What's going on? Jianghu said, haha, it's understandable that you guys don't know the whole story. Sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away, it's the thought that counts. Brother Hong, you don't need to care about the details. The big fish caught by Brother West Sea must be excellent. I'll stew it for Brother Hong later. Brother Hong, you can feel the sincerity of your brother? The Flood Witch's face suddenly darkened, and she looked at the West Sea Great Shaman with murderous eyes. If you really take out a fish for me, believe it or not, I will take out the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer on the spot and put justice before family. The West Sea Great Shaman's face turned pale. Boss. The Flood Witch said with a black face, Zhuo Duo is my godson. He was my godson who once took care of me. I really can't hide it. I can't wait for the wedding, otherwise these guys will really make a fool of me. I've brought my brothers here to attend my godson's wedding, and I'm really counting on you to give me face. If these guys take out a fish as a congratulatory gift in front of the public. The Flood Witch felt that she would definitely be written into the history books. Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Godson. Fuck your uncle. Chapter 1278. Great Witch Flood's sudden words were simply earth-shattering, earth-shattering, earth-shattering. The 7 swords of the Tao League, the remaining 12 great shamans, and many of the higher-ups of the astral souls were dumbfounded. What the fuck? Did I hear wrongly? The son of the Sky Patrol Minister was the Flood Witch's godson? The West Sea Great Shaman and the others felt as if thunder had exploded in their heads. All of them felt dizzy and their bodies swayed. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were wide open. All of them were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. How could they be cheated like this? They thought that they were just here to watch the fun and start the meeting to discuss the matter. In the end, who would have thought that this was not only Zhuang's family business but also their own family business? Flood was the godson of their boss, so they were naturally his uncles. What else could they say? If they were attending their own nephew's wedding and all of them acted like stingy people, that he was going to be humiliated for the rest of his life. Not to mention that Lai Huoxianming and the others were so generous. If Zhuo Duo called Lai Huoxianming uncle during the wedding and treated them with no regard, wouldn't they be laughed at by Lai Huoxianming and the others for the rest of their lives? No, this was not right. How could this be? The situation was clear now. Zhuo Duo was their boss's godson. This was the truth. The 8 grand shamans were all dumbfounded, and they were all flabbergasted. At this moment Jianghu said, Brother Hong, please don't mind them. There are no outsiders here. You must calm down. On the day of the wedding you still have to sit and drink your wife's tea. It's not good for your body to be angry because of some useless things. Great Flood Shaman snorted and said, this bunch of people who don't give me any face, especially dragging me down on the important matters of my life. My godson is getting married and they only want to give him a fish. If the gift is light but the thought is heavy, there must be some thought. But they are clearly perfunctory. The West Sea Great Shaman who bore the brunt felt that he had no place to put his hands and feet. He lowered his head and said, Boss, this is not known. He looked at the Ice Great Shaman Lai Huoxianming, and Dan Kong Great Shaman with murderous eyes. These 3 sons must have known about it long ago since they didn't have any eyes. It's fine if you know it, but to hide it so tightly, it's obvious that you are harboring evil intentions. This time I'm really dead. The Ice Deep Witch helplessly spread out her hands. What's with your eyes? Boss has already told me, Huoxianming and the Great Shaman. Speaking, where are your gifts? Everyone's, what are you guys dawdling do? Take it out. Brother Shihai, where is the fish that you caught yourself? Your sister. The West Sea Great Shaman glared at him and wished he could swallow the Ice Great Shaman. But at the next moment, the West Sea Great Shaman's face suddenly changed. Suddenly he was full of cold sweat and came out from his forehead. The West Sea Great Shaman covered his stomach with one hand and said in pain, Boss. I don't know why. I suddenly have a stomachache. I have to go out. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash without waiting for a reply. At the next moment, everyone heard the sound of tearing space. Obviously, the West Sea Great Shaman left in a hurry. As for why he left in such a hurry, everyone knew that he must have gone to find gifts. With this precedent, the others naturally followed suit. All kinds of problems suddenly appeared on their bodies, including the poisonous great shaman who had been prepared before. Leibao great shaman. Ouch. Headache. Pain. Whoosh, he disappeared. Wind Emperor great shaman. Ah. Neck hurts. Whoosh. Zhu Meng great shaman. Why do my eyes suddenly hurt? Whoosh. Jin Lin great shaman. Ouch, I suddenly remembered that I need to go to the toilet. Boundless great shaman. I also have a stomachache. Other great shamans. It's so uncomfortable. The 8 senior magi showed all kinds of pain methods, then disappeared one after another. The flood which was so angry that her face turned purple. Shame on me. Zhuchanglu laughed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. How can such a small thing be worth being angry? The others also muttered in their hearts. The 8 great shamans went out to get gifts, and this time they went out to remind their subordinates. Those who didn't give gifts should quickly change them to more expensive ones, and those who had already given gifts should increase the price. They were destined to make a fool of themselves, and now it was time to remedy it. It was okay for the middle-level people who came with everyone to be embarrassed, but those heavenly kings couldn't be embarrassed too. Everyone could see this, but the others. Of course, the Astral Souls continent didn't have to think about this, because everyone was well prepared. But the 7 Swords of the Tao League was a little embarrassed. Their gifts seemed to be a little insufficient, and it seemed that they needed to be upgraded. No matter what, it couldn't be much less than those great shamans, right? If it was just a little gap, everyone would admit it, but if they were crushed, it wouldn't look good. So everyone began to think about it, and at the same time they were very lucky. Fortunately, they didn't take it out in a hurry. Now that there was an extra opportunity, they naturally had to cherish it. Even the Toad Saint Great Cultivator, who had been treated as an honored guest and had already taken his seat, was thinking about what he should do. He originally wanted to give some gifts casually, but now that it didn't seem to work. I've lived for 2 lifetimes, and I've never seen a wedding where a biological father and a godfather were in such a hurry to ask for gifts. After the wedding, don't leave. Zhuchanglu said to the Flood Witch and Taoist Thunder. Now I have an idea about the return of the devil race. I'm thinking about whether it's possible to launch a sneak attack before the devil race returns and before the continents get close and merge. If the attack succeeds, it'll be of great help to the future battles and greatly reduce the pressure later. The Flood Witch, Taoist Thunder, and the others' eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this, and they were even a little excited. When the continents returned, there would definitely be some experts from the devil race's continent who would do their best to protect the continents they occupied. It was impossible for them to rush up recklessly. If they forcefully collided, the 2 continents would perish together. But there was no support here. What support would there be if they were ambushed after receiving the news? So everything could only be done by the devil race themselves. At that time, the many experts of the devil race who supported the continents until they merged, or at least until the end of this matter, were no different from being crippled. They were exhausted, and had less than 1/10 of their strength left. This was a foreseeable fact. At this time, if they could launch a sneak attack and wipe out all the experts who had overdrawn their strength. Even if they couldn't wipe out half of the devil race, they could wipe out almost 1/3 of the devil race's strength. That would be a great achievement. It would also have an immeasurable effect on the final result, which was enough to tilt the balance of victory and defeat. The Flood Witch suddenly sat up straight, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Can you do it? Everything depends on human effort. Why can't we? Zhuchanglu said in a low voice. You know, although the return of the devil race's continent is inevitable, the 2 continents will only meet for a moment. The key is that at that moment, it will be accompanied by an earthquake, which will be a great disaster for the devil race's continent. It will also be a disaster for us and the 3 continents. Taoist Thunder's expression suddenly became fervent. Thinking of the legend of demon ancestor Rahu, everyone said that they would try their best to respond, but in their hearts they were all afraid. Yes, they were afraid. Whether it was fear, dread, or shock, there were all kinds of feelings. If they were to really fight, no one would be a match for the demon ancestor in a one-on-one battle. This was something that everyone present was well aware of in their hearts. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to fight against the demon ancestor. That was the fiercest man whose fierceness shocked the world. With the #1 killing treasure in the world in his hand, he was invincible. Ambush was the best way to fight the enemy that they could think of. Especially at the delicate moment when the continents were merging, even the demon ancestor wouldn't be able to fight with all his strength, right? I can only say that this is an opportunity that can't be missed, and it won't come again. No matter how big or small the chances, we have to try our best. After all, our 3 continents and the devil race's continent are on opposite sides. Even if there is only a slight possibility, we have to try our best, Jianghu said vaguely. But because of this vagueness, everyone paid more attention to it. Because no one could be sure which direction the devil race would return from. Jianghu could have some clues and set up a strategy to deal with it. This was an extremely great thing, and it didn't matter even if it was wrong. And you? The flood which turned her head and looked at Lei Changtian, saying, "You need to change your nickname." Lei Changtian straightened his neck and said, "Why should I? Is he the only one who can be called the demon ancestor? Can't I?" His question was heard by everyone. To Lei Changtian's surprise, everyone nodded gently. They acknowledged the content of this rhetorical question. Yes, except for him, no one else can be called the demon ancestor. Before the demon ancestor returns, it doesn't matter what you are called. But after the demon ancestor returns, your name will violate his taboo. You will be the first target he will target when he returns to the astral souls. The flood which said slowly, "When that time comes, no matter whether the others can make it in time or not, you will be the first to die. There is absolutely no luck to speak of." Lei Changtian was unconvinced and wanted to say something. But Jianghu waved his hand and said in an unquestionable and irrefutable tone, "You can't be called the demon ancestor anymore. Change your name to Mo Air." Chapter 1279. Lei Changtian was stunned. "I changed my name just like that? Demon too? What kind of bullshit name is that?" Lei Changtian exploded. "I'd rather die than obey." "Then what do you want to be called?" "Anyway, demon ancestors demon sect won't do," Jianghu said. "Then I don't care, give me another name." Demon sword is done. Taoist Thunder smoothed things over and casually came up with a name. The skinny sword demon was unhappy. "Senior Thunder, what do you want me to do with this name you gave me?" "You're sword demon, he's demon sword. One is a slayer and the other is a slayer. The difference is like heaven and earth. What's wrong with that?" Jianghu was the one who replied. "Stop blabbering, it's settled." Lei Zhangqian's face was full of displeasure. The blade demon also had a look of displeasure on his face. But neither of them dared to speak because Jianghu had spoken. Taoist Thunder snorted, feeling a little displeased. Why did he ask the demon ancestor to change Lei Changqian's name? Actually, there was a reason for this. The demon ancestor had returned, and he definitely needed to establish his power, especially after the 3 continents joined forces to attack the demon continent. Looking at the higher-ups of the 3 continents, he could possibly look for targets to establish his power. If Lei Changtian still had the demon ancestor nickname, he would be the first natural target. The demon ancestor would never allow anyone to have the same name as him. He would definitely kill him at all costs. Just as the flood which said there was no luck. But after Lei Changtian changed his name, the demon ancestor didn't have such an obvious natural target. He would definitely choose one of them. And it was uncertain who this person would be. It could be him or it could be someone else. In other words, Lei Zhangtian's 10,000% chance of attracting damage had been reduced to 1% that he was on the same level as the others. He was even safer than the others. "I even changed my name for your return. This is already weak. What else do you want?" So Lei Changtian might become the safest person when the demon ancestor established his power. But relatively speaking, while he was safe, others weren't. Therefore, Taoist Thunder felt a little unhappy. He kept feeling that Lei Changtian was safe, and this target would fall on him and the other Tao League members. There was no basis for this feeling, but it was as if a steel knife was about to be placed on his neck. Why was that? Seeing that Lei Changtian was still unhappy, Jianghu comforted him. "Don't think that we're afraid of him. This is respect for our seniors even if they're our enemies. Understand?" Lei Changtian sighed. Naturally, it was easy to understand. But what's the point of saying that you're not afraid of him? No matter what, no matter how they tried to flatter themselves, they were truly afraid of the other party. How aggrieved. July 7th. Zhuxiaonian and Zhuxiaodua's wedding had officially begun. There was a sea of people, colorful flags fluttering in the wind, and fresh flowers filling the air. This wedding of the century really shocked the whole world, and it became a true classic of the century. The son of the minister was getting married, and the higher-ups of the 3 continents were all present. No one was absent and no one was left out. When the bride and groom entered, the whole world was in an uproar. So handsome, so beautiful. The bridesmaids of the bride were Gao Qiaoer, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yenner, and Dugu Yenner. All of them were graceful and beautiful. As for Xiang Bing and Zhan Xuejuan, they didn't make the cut because they were too tall. The bride's side was fine, but it was another visual feast. After all, although the four women weren't as beautiful as Zhu Xiaoyan, they were still first-class beauties. But the groom's side only gave people the feeling that they were even more outstanding. The groom also had four groomsmen, including Li Chenglong, Pai Yibao, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming. Well, in comparison to the smaller groups, these few were the ugliest in terms of appearance. The only one who could be considered handsome, Long Yuxing, didn't make the cut because of his looks. Compared to these groomsmen who weren't as tall as Zhu Xiaoduo and weren't as handsome as Zhu Xiaoduo, Zhu Xiaoduo's image was simply the most handsome man in the world. His handsomeness broke through the sky. He stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens, outstanding. A further example would be 4 pieces of dirty sand set off a shining diamond. And that diamond was surrounded by light bulbs. How could it not be magnificent and dazzling? The groom is so handsome. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. But he's already become someone else's groom. Why? Phoenix City. Hu Ruoyun, Qin Fangyang, and the rest sat in front of the big screen watching the live broadcast. In front of them was the food and wine that Zhuo Changlu had specially sent over. His face was full of satisfaction. In order to hide Qin Fangyang's identity from being exposed, the people from Phoenix City's No. 2 high school who were supposed to be there personally didn't attend the wedding. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't do anything about it. It was his idea to let Qin Fangyang go back to be the principal, so Phoenix City's No. 2 high school could only temporarily fade away in people's hearts. If this appeared in the live broadcast, how could Qin Fangyang hide it? Hu Ruoyun's stomach was already bulging. The fetus was already 6 months old. At this moment, her face was full of motherly gentleness. Looking at Zhu Xiaoduo's wedding, her face was glowing. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming's faces are much darker. They're not as fair as our Xiaoduo's. These kids don't pay attention to the occasion. Why didn't they dress up properly? Hu Ruoyun said, that's good too. Darker skin makes Xiaoduo look even better. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and chuckled. You only have eyes for Zhu Xiaoduo. Why don't you take a closer look? Look at how the 4 of them are forcing themselves to smile. You can't guess that their faces aren't that dark. They're obviously being coerced by that little bitch Zhu Xiaoduo. Li Changjiang nodded his head repeatedly. Teacher Qin's eyes are as sharp as torches. But I don't dare to say this. Especially in front of my wife. Sure enough, Hu Ruoyun said angrily, Xiaoduo has been honest since he was young. How could he do such a thing? Don't think that just because you usurped our Jiao Lao Li's position as principal, you can talk nonsense. Do you believe that I can make Xiaoduo dismiss you with a phone call? Let's see if you're more important in his heart or if I'm more important. Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang lowered their heads. They stopped talking. Fine, you're in the right because you're pregnant. Even if you're not in the right, you can say whatever you want. We can't win against you. But how could you go against your conscience and say, Zhu Xiaoduo has been honest since he was young, without batting an eyelid? What they didn't know was that Hu Ruoyun didn't go against her conscience at all. She had always thought so in her heart. Obedient, hardworking, pitiful, cute, honest, righteous, sunny, tenacious. This was the Zhu Xiaoduo in Hu Ruoyun's heart. On the other hand, among the women in the world, Zhu Xiaoduo was the closest. Naturally, his mother Wu Yuding was the first, followed by his wife, Zhu Xiaoyan, and then Hu Ruoyun. Even the old principal, He Yuanyue, and Grandma Sure had to take a step back. How could she be ordinary? Li Chenglong and the others are diligent in cultivation. They must have gotten tanned. If it weren't for the hardships, they wouldn't have the cultivation and strength they have today. Therefore they are naturally tanned. They are indeed not as good-looking as Xiaoduo, but they definitely weren't forced by Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun said firmly as if what she said was the truth. At the wedding venue, Li Chenglong and the other groomsmen's hearts were filled with sorrow. Today is your wedding. We naturally know that you want to be in the limelight. We all agree. We didn't intend to steal your limelight, but you smeared a layer of black on our faces. What's going on? Also, it's fine that we're not as tall as you, but what's with you telling us to lower our bodies by 2 centimeters? Although I'm not the most handsome, I'm usually called a handsome guy when I go out. Now you've adjusted the ratio of our facial features slightly and made us ugly. What do you say about that? It was just a slight adjustment so that everyone would be able to recognize that it was us. However, it just had to be a little bit uglier, causing us to lose a lot of face value. We know that this is a live broadcast. You Zhuo want to save face, but do you think we don't? However, these protests were all rejected. There was absolutely no room for argument. Today is my wedding. It's a once-in-a-lifetime big day. Brothers, please bear with it for me and be my best man. Let me be in the limelight. It's not worth it. When you guys get married, I'll be your best man too. I'll give you enough face. These were Zhou Xiaoduo's original words. It was because of that last promise that everyone had excitedly agreed to it. Because of this, Long Yuxing and Xiang Chong, who weren't chosen as best men, were unhappy. In the end, who would have thought that this bastard would do such a thing? In order to make himself look like a beautiful jade pearl, he actually did such a thing. Not only did he darken his skin and make his height shorter, even the clothes of the four people were smeared with a faint layer of dark powder. Zhou Xiaoduo fully activated his cultivation, causing the holy light to explode. Not only that, he even sprinkled soft powder and brightening agent. It was as if a peerless gem had been pulled out from a pile of dark and swarthy briquettes. There's no one else who can do such a thing. The four best men whispered to each other as they walked forward. Shameless to the extreme. How can someone be so despicable? Using your brothers like this. You're crazy. Well, when I get married in the future, I'll ask you guys to be my best men too. I'll let you guys set me off, Li Chenglong said. Get lost. I've done this kind of thing too many times in my life. It's enough. I'll take whoever I want in the future. Li Changming said. Are you not going to get married? Aren't you going to find a best man when you get married? Let me tell you, you better know your place. If you don't want to, we can find someone else. But when you get married, I guarantee that you won't be able to find a single person. Do you believe me or not? I was wrong. Li Changming cowered. This was an extremely terrifying threat. So be it, it's just one time. Once is ugly 7 or 8 times. I'll get used to it. It's not that I won't be able to find a best man. However, if I were to find 4 Dao integration stage or even stronger groomsmen, I'll really be unable to find another one. Well, everyone had clearly forgotten that Zhou Xiaoduo had agreed to be their best man. With this bastard's personality, not only would he not make himself look ugly, but he would also deliberately make himself look more handsome. He would definitely outshine the other groomsmen and even the groomsmen. All of this was foreseeable. Thus, Li Chenglong and the others had a tragic future. They still had a long way to go. Chapter 1280. After the bride and groom bowed to heaven and earth, they bowed to their parents. However, after the newlyweds bowed to their parents, they had to bow to an additional elder. The flood which sat upright, and the bride and groom bowed to their godfather. Not only was the whole world stunned by this scene, but even the bride and groom who were involved in it were also stunned. As they bowed, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding explained in their ears. Do you still remember that blind man from Phoenix City? That's the flood guy. This guy is indeed your godfather. He's the real deal. Otherwise, where do you think your hammering skills came from? So powerful? That's your godfather's 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. It's unique in this world and unparalleled in the world. At this point, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian came to a realization. No wonder his hammering skills were so powerful. No wonder the ending when he went to the Umno Alliance last time was so strange. No wonder. The flood, which was also very generous. This time he gave out a total of 6 gifts and each one was different. They were all unprecedentedly generous. They were filled with fantastical items and peerless items. As for the top grade, and top grade items, they were all inferior. How could they be taken out? A gift for his godson. A gift for his goddaughter. A gift for his godson. A gift for his daughter-in-law. A gift for his daughter. A gift for his son-in-law. When the 6 cent gifts were given out, the entire place fell silent. The 7 swords of the Dao League were about to curse collectively. I've never seen such a shameless person. You fucking gave 6 gifts at once. What do you want us to do? And the quality of those gifts is so high. Where do you want us to find them? Even if we can find them, we can't bear to give them away. Among the 12 great shamans, they were all idiots. Especially the great Inferno shaman and the great Ice Abyss shaman who had already given gifts. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing. Otherwise you would be the boss. Boss, you're really good. For a moment, they were in an extremely sorry state. They had already given away their gifts, but no one else had. And now it was being broadcasted live all over the world. You're not giving gifts? Who would know that you were done? His brother-in-law and brother-in-law stared at each other in disarray. In the end, the Ice Deep, which was thick-skinned. He quietly approached Zhuo Changlu and transmitted his voice to him, constantly saying good words. Give me that gift, I'll give it to you again. Where's your shame? Are you shameless? Zhuo Changlu rejected him directly. do I have to go back and give the gift again? You're one of the 12 great shamans? The icy deep witch grimaced. You've received so many gifts that your hands are sore. Of course you can make sarcastic remarks. But I've given so many gifts that I've run out of money. What's wrong with coming back and giving them again? Who told you to do that? I didn't ask you to send me anything. You don't have to. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Zhuchanglu was extremely unyielding. The ice hell witch almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, the gift was definitely not taken back and it was impossible for them to take it back. According to Zhuchanglu's words, there was no such thing in the world. What could the ice deep witch and the raging fire witch do? They could only take out a lot of gifts again as if their hearts were bleeding. His brother-in-law and brother-in-law looked at each other. They both felt that they had acted like fools this time. They didn't succeed in tricking others, but in the end they fell into a trap and couldn't get out. The treasures that they had taken out at the beginning were all carefully prepared treasures. The remaining treasures would definitely not be of low quality. In this way just the gift alone had caused the two of them to, not to mention hurting their bones, but also greatly damaging their vitality. However, it wasn't good. At least it wasn't good in the eyes of the other few senior magi. Because of them, if the other senior magi's gifts weren't as good as theirs, they would be greatly degraded. Therefore the great shamans took turns to give gifts. Their boldness and explosiveness directly shocked the whole world. All kinds of rare treasures, all kinds of precious spiritual items, competed with each other and emerged endlessly. Then it was the turn of the Tao League's 7 Swords gift, which was also extremely precious. On the contrary, the gifts given by the higher-ups of the astral souls were slightly inferior. At most, it was the icing on the cake and it was rare to say that it was amazing. The great shamans and the 7 Swords were vaguely competing with each other. Well, although the great shamans really didn't want to compete with the 7 Swords, it was already like this. It was no longer up to them whether to compete or not. They had lost all their money and they couldn't lose their face, right? Therefore, after this wedding, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian, the newly married couple, immediately became the richest couple in the 3 continents. And it was the kind that was indisputable. After the couple bowed to each other, they were sent to the bridal chamber, and the ceremony was completed. After that, they changed out of the wedding dress, came out to toast and thank each other and so on. Here they didn't follow the old traditions. Some things were necessary to take the opportunity to do. While toasting and thanking each other, Zhou Xiaoduo kept spreading the Tianji orders. In fact, Zhou Xiaoduo had been spreading the Tianji orders. By the time he came out to toast, he had already spread more than 100 million Tianji orders. However, with more than 100 million Tianji orders, it was far from the point where everyone at the meeting had won. How many guests did you think came to this wedding today? Today, in addition to Zhou Xiaonian and Zhou Xiaoduo's big day, it was also the highlight of Mu Yanyan's life. As the bride's master, she stood behind the flood which to accept the kowtow and toast of the newlyweds. This honor, even in the eyes of the 11 great shamans, except for the flood which, were full of envy. Mu Yanyan also went all out. In order to give a gift, she even made an exception and agreed to Heavenly King Yu's request for a meal. In the middle, she tactfully mentioned that she didn't know what gift to give. After all, Mu Yanyan knew that the gift she could give was not at all on this occasion. If she couldn't give a suitable gift, she would lose face, and this would make Zhou Xiaonian's wedding a blemish or even a stain. This was a mistake that must be avoided and must not be made. Hearing this, Heavenly King Yu's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not for the gift. Even if Yu Dongtian helped to prepare the gift, it would cost a lot. This was just a small matter. Moreover, it was necessary to spend money for the woman he liked. It should be an honor. Instead, it was because Yu Dongtian felt that he was 1 generation younger than the girl he was trying to chase. The girl he wanted to pursue to be his wife, should he call her aunt? This realization almost made Yu Dongtian collapse. But of course Yu Dongtian still chose the best gift to give to Mu Yanyan. After the two separated, Yu Dongtian thought silently for a long time and murmured to himself, "It's just master and disciple. It's okay, just master and disciple." Then, Yu Dongtian went to the cemetery of heroes in a daze. Sitting in front of the grave of his beloved wife, Nian Fenghua, and looking at her smiling eyes, Yu Dongtian asked again and again in his heart, "Is it you? Is it you? Is it? Is it really you? Is it you?" Zhou Xiaoduo toasted one after another. Taking Zhou Xiaonian with him, they drank sweetly and generously. Then they went to the cemetery of heroes to toast the heroes. Grandma Shi, Principal Cheng. Zhou Xiaoduo said in his heart, "We are married. This is the wedding wine that you can't forget. Sister Nian and I are here to toast you. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. Yi Changqing and the others had brought back the wine and dishes from the Sun Moon Pass. They sat in front of the graves of Grandma Sher and the others. Although the smell of wine was everywhere, it was silent for a long time. A strong sense of sadness overflowed in everyone's hearts. This is Xiao Duo's wedding wine. Once upon a time you all wanted to drink it. After a long while Yi Changqing finally spoke. Then he poured the wine on the ground. Drink slowly. We're here to drink with you today. Yi Changqing said slowly, Little Duo sent a lot. I still have 100 jars. I'll keep them. When the day comes when we meet in the other world, we'll really drink them together. Xiang Kuangren and Wen Xingtian raised their glasses at the same time. Cheers. Bless them. Happy wedding. On the tombstone, Yu Jiaran and Shi Yunfeng were leaning against each other with smiles. Qing Gaing smiled faintly. As the wind blew, the fragrance of the wine overflowed. It seemed that the person opposite them had already raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then he praised, good wine. To the newlyweds. The million soldiers who had come to the cemetery moved at the same time. They poured countless barrels of wine into every tombstone in the cemetery. The fragrance of the wine soared into the sky and filled the horizon. Thank you for creating today's living environment for us to be able to get married happily. Please don't worry. I will continue to protect what you have all been protecting so that peace and stability will last. I may not be as selfless as you, nor can I be as pure as you, but I will use my own way to do my best to protect peace. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian prayed together. Then they stood up. Under the gaze of millions of martyrs, the two raised their glasses and drained it in one gulp. Behind them, Zhuo Changlu, Yu Xingqian, the left and right heavenly kings Lei Changtian, and the others they all raised their glasses and drained it in one gulp. Brothers, let's drink a cup of my son's wedding wine. Zhuo Changlu said softly, the final battle will begin the day after tomorrow. Bless us. I look forward to the day when we meet again. Perhaps it will be here or in heaven and earth. On the day of the wedding, singing and dancing were celebrated. The 3 continents were all sunny and cloudless. The rich fragrance of the wine filled the 3 continents. At night, Zhuo Changlu had already calculated all the gifts. He walked side by side with the flood witch. Then he called Zhuo Xiaoduo over and said, I've made arrangements for these things for you. Okay. I've left behind items related to the yin and yang, cold and heat attributes. Only you and Xiaonian can use them. Your current focus is still to improve your strength for the future battle. Okay. As for the other cultivation consumables, you don't have enough. Everyone in the team should use them together. The focus is also to improve your strength and cultivation in the shortest time possible. It's too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, with so many top-grade resources, we may not be able to use them all even if we cultivate for another 100 years. Not to mention. Listen to me. Don't say anything else. Yes. As for the other things which are not so important, I will distribute them to the 4 armies as benefits. It's my pleasure. As for the spiritual roots and spiritual treasures, you can choose the valuable ones and plant them all in the space of your Tower of Annihilation. I underestimated your space before. It turns out that it's a good place to grow spiritual roots and spiritual seedlings. Zhuo Changlu said, there's another thing I need to make clear to you. Before the battle is completely over, I want 4/5 of the fruits borne by these spiritual treasures. Consider it as the reward for the jade powder of astral souls that the whole continent has provided for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Oh, of course you have the final say. Then plant them right away, Zhuo Changlu said in a low voice. It had to be said that because of certain hints, they had received a lot of spiritual treasures with spiritual roots and spiritual treasures with spiritual roots and spiritual roots. There were all kinds of spiritual roots and there were no less than millions of them. There were also as many as 70,000 kinds of spiritual roots. If Zhuo Xiaoduo's space had not been upgraded a little recently, they would not have been able to plant them. Even if they did, they would not have enough spiritual qi to nourish them. Even so, they planted all the spiritual roots and spiritual seedlings that they had obtained. They directly planted several mountains densely. Then, a fresh aura that was full of life gradually spread out, making the space of the Tower of Annihilation even more lively. The family of 4 and the flood which were busy in the Tower of Annihilation for a long time before they finished. Do you know why I hinted that I wanted these? Zhuo Changlu asked. I have a rough idea. Well, tell me about it. The war is coming. I'm afraid that the people of the 3 continents will inevitably be plunged into misery and suffering. If these things are not taken and used, it will be fine if they are destroyed by the war. If they fall into the hands of the demon clan and the demon clan, it will cause greater losses. Sending them to Xiaoduo space is not only for them to use, but also to increase their cultivation. It is also a hidden place to store materials in case of emergency. Brother Hong, you know me well. Zhuochanglu sighed, it's all right. You and Yin should take a rest. There will be a round of toasts in the evening. There will be a lot of mundane things in these 2 days. Your mother and I will try our best to help you. Have a good rest and cultivate. He said solemnly, I am afraid that these peaceful days will only be left in these 2 days and 1 night. Zhuochanglu pursed his lips. There are many things that I should tell you clearly now. Zhuochanglu said faintly, if one day, things can no longer be done. In that case, all of you should take these things that you've obtained from the wedding and everyone else who's not enough. Find a secret place to hide and continue to cultivate in the space exterminating pagoda until you've cultivated to the peak of the grand heavenly realm. Only then can you come out and avenge the 3 continents. You will be the only backup we have left. So, we will use this wedding to plunder all the high-grade materials in the world. This is the escape route of mankind. Zhuochanglu said faintly. That. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan were shocked for the first time. They did not expect Zhuochanglu to be so pessimistic about the future of the continent. Instantly, he understood that the real purpose of collecting all the top cultivation resources and treasures of heaven and earth from the 3 continents was actually here. The 12 great wizards and the higher-ups of the astral souls were obviously aware of this. Otherwise, why would the great wizards and the higher-ups of the astral souls give away all their belongings at the last moment and secretly mix in a lot of extra things? For example, everyone's secret cultivation manuals, cultivation methods, experiences, and insights. As for why the Dao League did not do this, it was probably because the Dao League had its own backup plan and did not rely on Zhuoxiaoduo. The flood which sighed softly. Godfather, do you have any other instructions? When Zhuoxiaoduo called out the word Godfather, he still felt that it was unreal and absurd. The flood which stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She looked around at the scenery inside the Tower of Annihilation and said softly, if we have to fight to the death, then we will fight to the death. Don't mourn for us. That's where we are destined to go. When that happens, the Wu people will leave a few seeds to continue the bloodline of the Wu people. The number will not exceed 30, and they will all be sent to you. At that time, I hope you can take care of them for my sake. With the Flood Witch's status and cultivation, Zhuoxiaoduo was even more shocked when she said these words. He was even more shocked than when Zhuochanglu said those ominous words. He felt as if there was a thunderclap in his head, his mouth was dry, and his heart was about to split open. After all, the great witch Hong Shui was recognized as the first person in the world, and Zhuochanglu was just a successor. After all, he was inferior. But in the future battle, if even the great witch Hong Shui did not have the confidence to survive, then the cultivators in this world, who dared to say that they could safely survive this catastrophe. But this is just a hypothesis. The Flood Witch smiled and said, the Wu people, the human race of astral souls, and the Dao League. The 3 continents may cooperate sincerely. Maybe we won't reach that stage, but there's always a possibility. As she said this, she took out a pile of space rings and said, I know your space needs a large amount of jade powder of astral souls to form the foundation. Here are all the jade powder of astral souls collected by the Umno Alliance during this period. After that, I'm afraid you won't have time to collect them. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. What the hell? The jade powder of astral souls of the entire Umno Alliance was collected? It was so old. It was probably more than all the powder he had put in the Tower of Annihilation since he got it. Since it's the foundation of the space, it doesn't matter. Before the day after tomorrow, ask your grandfather to take you to collect the jade powder of astral souls of the 3 continents one last time. Zhuochanglu said lightly, once we start fighting with the demon race, we won't have time to care about these things. Yes, I understand. As soon as Zhuochanglu left the Tower of Annihilation, he went to find Taoist Thunder. Brother Thunder, I have something to ask. What is it? Where did you arrange for the great cultivator Zhu Zhan to go after he arrived on your side? Zhuochanglu asked. Brother Zhu Zhan is indeed very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that his vitality was severely damaged, I would have worshipped him. Taoist Thunder's eyes were filled with gratification. Therefore, I also did as you said and asked for his personal opinion. I arranged for him to be in the most suitable environment and temperature for him to display his abilities, the Storm Seaside, the Plague Ocean Realm. Storm Seaside? Plague Ocean Realm. He muttered to himself in the middle of the long left road. Yes. Understood. Zhuchanglu couldn't help but think. The Storm Sea was boundless. Why was it called the Storm Sea? Naturally, it was because this side of the sea was the Dao League's continent. At the border of the Dao League's continent was the Wind and Cloud clan, and on the other side of the two clans was the White Mountain. It was the place where Zhuxiaoduo went last time. It was also the place where the Dao League's continent and the Astral Souls' continent bordered. Further out from here was the Umno Alliance's continent. In other words, the Storm Sea was diagonally opposite the Umno Alliance's continent. Speaking of the Storm Sea, its cross-section alone was a terrifying 350,000 kilometers. It was a natural moat. Did you arrange for him to go to the Storm Sea? Plague Ocean Realm. Zhuchanglu said, can you tell me more about the specific location? It's hard to say. The specific location is controlled by him. Taoist Thunder said, for a great cultivator like him, he has his own considerations. He uses his own aura to guide and choose the place that is most beneficial for him to fight or cultivate. Since brothers would trust me so much, why would I restrict him? Yes, I understand. Zhuchanglu said faintly, in other words, he has already chosen the location, or he is at the location that he has chosen. Yes. So as long as we find him, we will know his current location. Of course. Brother Zhua, are you so happy because of your children's wedding that you have become silly? Taoist Thunder was a little puzzled. They were all top-notch mighty figures of the present age. Was it so difficult to understand what they were saying? You can't understand such a simple sentence? I have already explained it many times, okay? Could it be that you, the heaven-inspecting minister, have already become senile? I understand. Zhuchanglu nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he immediately called Zhu Yan and asked for his current location. He repeatedly confirmed that Zhu Yan's location would make him feel exceptionally comfortable, and would be more beneficial for improving his strength and fighting. Thus, Zhuchanglu had an idea in his heart. Zhu Yan kept answering questions on the other side while feeling confused. What's wrong? Why are you asking me where I am again and again? Didn't you send me here? Is there a problem? Why do I feel that something is not right? On the other side, Zhuchanglu, who had confirmed the situation, immediately called for a meeting with all the higher-ups on his side. All the higher-ups here were referring to the higher-ups of the three continents. The Astral Souls continent had fewer people. The four great generals, each of them had only a dozen top-notch generals whose cultivation was not weaker than the great generals. Then there were the left and right heavenly kings Wu Taijiang, Bai Yinduo, and so on. Other than that, there were Lei Changtian, Yu Xingqian, Qin Sha, Saber Demon, Sword King, Zhuchanglu and his wife, and a few old fellows who had been away for a long time. All in all, there were no more than 100 top-notch combatants. On the Umno Alliance's side, the 12 great shamans led their heavenly kings, great generals and great generals. There were more than 500 top-notch combatants. The Dao League also had more than 200 top-notch combatants. This was the true summit meeting, the gathering of the century. Everyone was quietly having a meeting in an independent space. The scope of the meeting this time was much wider because there were many things that needed to be conveyed directly. Direct orders. Not even the slightest possibility of a mistake was allowed. This is a gamble. Chapter 1281. This is a gamble. Zhuchanglu went straight to the point and said, it's a huge gamble for the well-being of the three continents. It's extremely risky, but we have to take this gamble. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on until the return of the demon race. We'll be destroyed by the demon race first. Therefore, we have to take this risk. I ask everyone not to have any objections to any of my decisions. Zhuchanglu's eyes flashed like lightning. Understood. Everyone agreed to it. What I'm going to deploy next is how we're going to intercept the demon race when they return. Zhuchanglu's words aroused everyone's great interest. Two balls of light burst out in everyone's eyes. Intercept the demon race. Was this day finally about to arrive? Intercept the demon race? Where? Taoist Lei was very excited. The answer to this question was enough to make everyone feel very excited, but also very puzzled. There was only one chance for such a sneak attack. It could be said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could be said that it was unparalleled throughout history, because such an opportunity could only come once, and the interval was very short. At most, it would be less than a minute. If they could seize this 1 minute, it would be enough to cause great damage to the demon race, and reduce the upper limit of their military strength. Once they succeeded, the chances of the 3 continents would greatly increase. In other words, this opportunity was a turning point in the life and death of the 3 continents. Great Shaman Dan Kong looked at the huge projection of the 3 continents that was hung on the wall. His eyes were dignified. Left Minister, this intercept is very important. It may be a good opportunity, but it may not be a crisis. Great Shaman Dan Kong said, according to your strategy, all of our high-end military strength must be gathered in one place, and wait for the opportunity to intercept. But if the demon race doesn't return from the predetermined location, and comes back from another direction, then the defensive line in other places will be extremely weak. Once the demon race's military strength enters, the 3 continents will be defeated even faster. We still have to be cautious. Jianghu said in a deep voice, I understand this point. That's why I said that this is a gamble. And the stakes are the fates of the 3 continents. Jianghu's words silenced the crowd. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a heartbeat. The flood which said indifferently, if we don't intercept and wait for the demon continent to merge with the 3 continents, then launch an attack, will the result make any difference? If we do it, as long as we do it right, we can reduce the losses. At the very least, tens of millions of people won't die immediately. If we don't do it, the people will be in a terrible situation. There will be no turning back. Since fate has already reached the point where I have to gamble, and I might lose regardless of whether I gamble or not, why not choose to gamble? At least there's still a chance of survival if I gamble. Why not gamble? The flood which sat upright on the chair, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Everyone suddenly understood. The current situation was obvious. Even if the 3 continents sincerely cooperated, they might not be a match for the returning demon race. Moreover, there was an even more tyrannical demon race behind them. Since they were going to lose no matter what, why not take a gamble? Even if he lost the bet, so what? In any case, the consequences couldn't get any worse. Next is the deployment, Jianghu said. Taoist Thunder interrupted. You haven't said the specific location. I understand that intercepting is imperative, but the accuracy of the target's location is also the most important thing. Regarding this, we have the right to know. Taoist Thunder was the other top person in the continent besides the flood witch and Jianghu. What he asked was also the key question, and it was also the question that everyone present was most concerned about. Jianghu pondered for a moment and said, after the fine divination of heavenly secrets, the heaven and earth rotation technique, and the all heavens aura observation, we can already determine a general location. Determine a general location? What is the specific location? Everyone was a little confused. Fine divination of heavenly secrets? The heaven and earth rotation technique? The all heavens aura observation? After hearing these 3 lofty titles, all the higher-ups were immediately dumbfounded. Everyone didn't understand and felt that it was awesome. They didn't know what these were at all. But they were all tough characters who could take risks and let go easily. They knew that now was not the time to be confused about whether they understood or not. The key point was, where was this place? It didn't matter what method they used to discover it. Jianghu pointed and said seriously, our conclusion is, there is an 80% chance that the demon clan will return from this location to merge with the continent. A white light shot out from his finger and accurately shone on a certain spot on the map. Then Bai Yunduo took out a red pen and drew a circle around this place. In the center of the red circle were 3 big words. Plague Sea. Plague Coast? The flood which frowned. This place was a little far from the Umno Alliance, but it was very close to the Tao League's continent. This was because it was at the edge of the Tao League's continent. That's right, it's the Plague Sea. Jianghu nodded affirmatively. The faces of the 7 swords of the Tao League turned pale immediately. The faces of the Tao League experts behind them also changed and became extremely ugly. Why is it the Plague Sea? Why is it here? Taoist Master Yun suddenly stood up and stared at the 3 words in disbelief. There was one thing he didn't say. Why did they land from the Tao League? Why didn't they land from the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls? If the Demon Clan landed from the Plague Sea, the first place they would attack would be the Tao League's continent. Only by smashing through the Tao League would they reach the Astral Souls continent. Then they could spread out and expand their battle lines. They would have to reach the edge of the Astral Souls continent before they could really reach the Umno Alliance's continent. If this was really the case, the Tao League continent would be the first victim of this catastrophe. Why is it the Plague Sea? You'll have to ask the Demon Clan about that. Jianghu coughed and said, but the location we've observed is here. We've already confirmed it over and over again. No one has any reason to lie about this. The 7 swords of the Tao League stared blankly and sat down, each of their faces pale. They naturally understood the reason behind this. The 3 continents would inevitably be attacked by the return of the demon race. This was a matter that was set in stone. The 3 continents that were attacked first and later would still be attacked. There was no doubt about this. But now that things had come to a head, their own continent was the first to be attacked. It was only natural that they would be unwilling to accept this. Jianghu paused and said, "Of course there are always errors in any divination. Even if we've confirmed it over and over again, there's still a possibility of error. There's less than a 10% chance of error. Then you might as well say no. If there was more than a 90% chance of success, it was basically set in stone." Taoist Master Lei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was the number 1 in the Tao League. His state of mind was still relatively strong. After confirming the situation, he knew that it was useless to complain, so he had to quickly think of a solution. But what should he do? There was no point in arguing about the reason now. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhu Zhan, who Wuxianglu had sent, seemed to be stationed nearby. Could it be that Wuxianglu already knew about this place, so Zhu Zhan specially chose this place as his base? At this thought, Taoist Master Lei couldn't help but look at Wuxianglu with gratitude. Zhu Zhan was a peak cultivator in this world. In order to confirm the situation, he was sent over by Wuxianglu in case of an emergency. He would be blocking the bullet hole. The first target of the demon clan's return would be Zhu Zhan, and no one else. That this was a huge favor. However, Taoist Master Lei immediately thought of another matter. His body suddenly trembled and his face turned pale. His lips trembled and he almost fainted. "We'll set off tonight and rush over there," Wuxianglu said. "Those below the Heavenly King realm, immediately gather the troops and move over there. Those below the Skysore realm. There's no need to join in the fun. This time the fun won't be good. Those below the Skysore realm will be led by a general. From now on they'll be scattered in various strongholds. Make sure they're connected from head to tail and cooperate with each other. Make use of the heroic soul checkpoints we've set up in various places to prepare for a head-on clash with small groups of demons. We'll do our best to resist the enemy outside the nation's gates." Yes. The Wu people's troops will be split up and merged into the Astral Soul's army. Accept unified command. Yes. In this critical moment of the continent's survival, let go of all previous grievances. Anyone who violates this will be executed without hesitation. Yes. Make the arrangements immediately. Complete the integration of the army before noon tomorrow. Before tomorrow afternoon, we have to complete the departure. Yes. In times of crisis we have to use severe punishment. There's no other punishment, only 3 words. Anyone who violates this military order. Wuxianglu's eyes were like sharp arrows as they swept across everyone's faces. He said indifferently, "Kill without mercy." Yes. The Tao League's army will still be arranged by the Tao League's higher-ups. At that time, when the Tao League fights against the demons in the interior, we'll prioritize reducing losses. If we really can't hold on, we'll retreat to the Astral Soul's army. Everyone will fight against the demons together. But I think that should be a matter of some time later. Wuxianglu said. Taoist Thunder answered seriously, "Yes. Fengyan, go out and pass down the order." Yes. Wait. The Flood which raised her eyebrows and asked word by word, "Did the Tao League build a heroic soul checkpoint on the Plague Coast? Is it the heroic soul checkpoint?" This sudden question made the Tao League's 7 swords fall silent. The 7 of them looked at each other, then looked at the Heavenly Kings behind them. Behind them, the higher-ups of the Tao League were all pale. They didn't dare to make eye contact with them and looked away. The Tao League's 7 swords. Apart from Taoist Thunder, the other 6 people's faces were as white as paper. As for Taoist Thunder, his insides had already been destroyed long ago. Wuxianglu's body shook violently, and his eyes turned into disbelief. Then he suddenly turned to look at Taoist Thunder. His gaze was like lightning, and there was an intense pressure that was about to explode. His voice was hoarse. "That territory you guys, didn't build a heroic soul checkpoint? Let's ask for a monthly vote." My diarrhea stopped and I didn't stop updating. Then I feel that it's better if I didn't mention this. That way you guys would only scold me for being lazy. After that, you'll mock me to death. Let's ask for a monthly vote. Chapter 1282. Taoist Thunder was almost too ashamed to show his face. The other locations have all been built. That place is remote and has a huge ocean as a natural barrier. Hearing this extremely powerless explanation, everyone was speechless. They were dumbstruck. Facing everyone's scornful and angry gazes, Taoist Thunder was almost too ashamed to show his face. The other locations have all been built. That place is remote and has a huge ocean as a natural barrier. Hearing this extremely powerless explanation, everyone was speechless. They were dumbstruck. The Inferno which jumped up, his scalp turning numb. What does the Tao League mean by this? Why are all the other locations built? Why isn't it built at the place where the demons will come from? The Inferno Witch's red hair stood on end, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. The 7 old Taoists and the heavenly kings of the Tao League all lowered their heads in shame and didn't say a word. Jianghu felt the ground under his feet go soft, as if he was stepping into a bottomless abyss. Staring at Taoist Thunder, the invincible heaven-inspecting minister said in a hoarse voice, "Why isn't the hero's soul pass built on that side?" At this moment, Jianghu even suspected that his so-called scheme was simply the manifestation of the established cause and effect. The place that Zhuyan chose to go to was merely the starting point of the greatest disaster. Even if Zhuyan didn't go to that place would become the inevitable return point of the devil tribe. It was never a simple truth that 100 miles dike could collapse because of an ant's nest. Jianghu didn't wait for a reply and immediately turned to Yudong Tian. The Astral Souls continent, now. Add the hero's soul pass to the side of the Tao League continent. On top of the original foundation it would be doubled. Hurry. Go. Yudong Tian, whose face was ashen, did not say anything and immediately ran away. At this moment the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Then Jianghu looked at Taoist Thunder and asked, "Why? We really don't have enough manpower. We've chosen the borders of the Umno Alliance, extending it in the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass as well as the north. We've built quite a number of heroic soul passes. The Sea of Plagues itself is like a natural moat. So, sigh." At this moment, the 7 swords of the Tao League, who had already understood the situation, were already filled with regret. Stunned for a moment, Jianghu suddenly burst out in anger and cursed, "Bastard! Those lines of defense you set up are to guard against the demons? They're clearly guarding against us astral souls and the Umno Alliance. You are guarding against your comrades. There's no way to guard against enemies." Jianghu's face turned green. He roared angrily, "What do you mean by natural moat? When the demons returned from the entire continent, their first choice was to land in the open ocean. Did they really have to find a corner to crash into? Even if they don't care about our continent, they should be worried about the demon continent itself, right? Are the heads of the 7 of you filled with shit?" Jianghu rained curses down on them. He was so angry that his breathing quickened. Everyone in the Tao League bowed their heads and took the scolding. The 7 swords of the Tao League were old, but this was the first time they had been pointed at and scolded so harshly. But now they could only listen. They had nothing to say, because they were really in the wrong. No wonder they were scolded. They were even thinking about it. They couldn't blame the Tianji Goblin of the Astral Souls for calculating the location of the Plague Sea. Wasn't it the Plague Sea? It was so open, so vast, and so good a place to land. No matter how much you scold them now, even if you scold them to death or scold them, can you change reality? The flood which said calmly and mockingly, "I've never expected the Tao League to do anything. You might as well start talking about how to intercept." This sentence was like the loudest slap to the faces of the old Taoists. For a moment, their faces were as red as pig's blood, glistening with vermilion red. His original sage-like appearance had long since vanished without a trace. Jianghu took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. But his blade-like gaze was still fixed on the Tao League people. "You know what responsibility the Tao League has to take for this intercept, and what position you have to take, right?" Taoist Thunder said shamefully, "Don't worry. Since we made such a big mistake, we will do our best to make up for it." Yu Xingqian snorted and said angrily, "You want to make up for it? You definitely want to make up for it. If the demons return as scheduled, they will be directly placed in the hinterland of the 3 continents. But why do you want to make up for it in the first place? It's because the Tao League is the first to bear the brunt of it. Otherwise, people like you who have always been wise to protect yourselves will not continue to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Now that things have come to this, if the demons break into the hinterland, not to mention that you haven't built the Brave Soul Pass, even if you did, it will be in the opposite direction. Do you think no one can imagine that?" Everyone became more and more speechless. Emperor Zhaixing didn't hide his sarcasm, but his words were powerful and meaningful. This accusation was terrible, but it hit the nail on the head. The direction of a pass and the direction of the defense would be very different from the direction of the hinterland. The Tao League had abandoned the Plague Sea, resulting in the current awkward situation. As long as the demons broke in, they would be facing the hinterland of the three continents directly. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to give up their sharp spears and use their sturdy shields to block. In other words, there was only defense, no offense. It was extremely passive. Even if the demons lost, they would use the Brave Soul Pass built by the Tao League to strengthen their own defense. Everyone present was a hero who had fought for a lifetime. Who wouldn't have thought of this? If not for Zhuochanglu's sudden idea of intercepting the demons who hadn't arrived yet and noticed this place, if the demons were allowed to successfully land, this battle would be equivalent to being passive before the battle even started. The three continents, which were already at a disadvantage, wanted to turn the situation around. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens. What a fucked up situation. Taoist Thunder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had ordered the construction of the heroic soul pass time and time again. He had practically chased after his subordinates to build it. However, such a huge mistake had still occurred when the construction had finally arrived. They had neglected the entire coastline. Only now did they know that this coastline was actually the demon's route. This was the Tao League's death, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the Tao League. At this moment, everyone from the 7 swords of the Tao League was so depressed that they wanted to die. When they thought about the consequences, they felt even more hopeless. Zhuochanglu, the Flood Witch, and the others were furious that the demons used the Plague Sea as a starting point to enter the three continents. After overturning the Tao League, which bore the brunt of it, they used this as a foundation to further threaten and harm the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. But to the 7 swords of the Tao League, this result was 1,000,000 times more serious than the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. Because if the demons wanted to attack the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, they would first have to step over the huge corpse of the Tao League. This was simply too much. Zhuochanglu also cursed endlessly in his heart. No matter how astute and wise he was, he never expected that the Tao League would be completely unguarded over there. What was a pig teammate? This was it. Then Zhuochanglu spat on the ground. Why did he call them a pig teammate? It was blasphemy to compare the brains of the Tao League to pig brains. Pig brains tasted pretty good. Zhuochanglu had an impulse. If he had known earlier, he would have thrown Zhu Yan to the Umno Alliance. At least the Umno Alliance was already impregnable in all directions. Even if he had left Zhu Yan to the Astral Souls, he could have reduced the losses of the three continents by too much. He could have taken down a lot of the demon's strength, but now that the Tao League's doors were wide open, opening the door for thieves. What the fuck? Could it be that Zhu Yan's heavenly luck is really that strong? It automatically finds the weak points. Is this a man-made disaster or a natural disaster? Is it cause or effect? Fuck, this is really fucking bad enough. Zhuochanglu sighed again and again in his heart. He did not know if he regretted his past or if he was glad that he had made such a decision that day. It gave the originally desperate situation a glimmer of hope. Forget it, let's talk about tactics. The golden-scaled great shaman said sullenly, I feel powerless even if I criticize and scold them now. Things are already like this, we can only do our best to remedy the situation. What else can we do? Just as boss said, even if you scold them to death, can you change this established fact? Sigh. Almost everyone sighed. The 200 or so Tao League members were so ashamed that they almost wanted to dig a hole and hide in it collectively. Zhuochanglu was deeply disappointed. He glanced at them and said, the golden-scaled great shaman is right. Next, I will arrange the tactics. During my speech, I don't want to hear any voices of doubt or restraint. If there are any objections, wait until I'm done. Everyone raised their heads. Masters of the three continents above the heavenly realm immediately assembled the troops and rushed to the scene. Arrange the troops according to the situation at the scene at that time and form a comprehensive ambush formation. Something must be said clearly. The best time for an ambush is the moment when the two continents merge. At that moment, when the two continents merge, the shock produced will cause anyone, any cultivator or any expert in this world to lose their footing. At that moment, it will definitely be the moment when the world is turned upside down. Whether it's the eyes or the spiritual sense, it will be difficult to perform as well as usual. But after that moment, the ambush will be meaningless and it will be difficult to perform its intended function. Because only at that moment, the masters of the demon clan will be using all their strength to protect the continent where they live. It will be the moment when the demon clan's continent is at its most empty. At that moment, there will definitely be another wave of reserves coming over. The so-called ambush will only evolve into a head-on confrontation, and there will be no more substantive meaning. And at that time, the secrets of heaven will be completely mixed up. It will be difficult for anyone to predict the future. The power of the spiritual sense will also be out of control, and the heavenly Tao on both sides will also be muddle-headed. So it will be the best time. Based on this understanding, we must identify the position in advance. When the time comes, whether we see it or not, we must direct our strongest attack towards the position that we have identified in advance and directly smash it. Chapter 1283. Jianghu said in a deep voice, "We need to make the strongest attack in the greatest chaos, so as to impact and even destroy the demon continent. I expect there to be 4 waves of attack. The first wave is the first second of the collision. At this moment, the demon masters will definitely attack with all their strength. It seems to be the moment when the defense is the strongest, but it may also be the moment when the opponent suffers the strongest backlash from the impact of the continent. Therefore, we need to attack with all our strength at that time, and after the attack, everyone will immediately recover. Then, about 3 seconds after the collision, we will launch the second wave of attack. Then the third wave. Before the 5th second, the third wave must be launched and launched." Jianghu said, "In summary, without any preparation time, the 3 waves of attack will all be concentrated in one place. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cause the greatest damage." The flood which frowned and said, "What about the 4th wave of attack? After the first 3 waves of attack, if the attack is appropriate, I believe that the demon's defense force will have suffered heavy casualties. However, most of the high-level demons will not die, or their souls will not dissipate even if their bodies die. At this time, we need the 4th wave of attack to form the focus of the attack. For the 4th wave of attack, we need to prepare a group of special forces. When they rush in, they will directly use the self-detonation attack. They will use the method of mutual destruction to eliminate most of the demon forces that have been attacked to the greatest extent. And the number of people in this wave of self-sacrificing fighting force must not be small." Jianghu said in a heavy voice, "Use the extreme method of mutual destruction to take away all the enemies that have been crippled. Leave the 4th wave to us, the Tao League." Taoist Thunder raised his head, his eyes red, and said, "We will do it. We can't let you do all the work. Our Tao League has made such a big mistake. Then we will try our best to make up for it." Jianghu, the flood which Lei Changtian, Wu Yuding, and other great wizards. At this moment, they all looked at the people of the Tao League with eyes full of suspicion. The meaning was very clear, very direct, and very pure. "How could you guys miss out on such a big matter? Can you guys handle it?" We weren't surprised, but we were really suspicious. Such undisguised doubtful gazes caused the members of the Tao Alliance to feel even more ashamed of themselves. Now the Tao League had really been lowered to the ground. "If we can't even do something like this, the 7 of us don't plan to live anymore," said Priest Thunder resolutely. His eyes were even blood-red. "We have made such a huge mistake. We are full of sins. If we ask you to sacrifice your people at this moment, we might as well kill ourselves. If that's the case, we really don't have the face to continue living." The other Tao League experts shouted at the same time. Their chests felt like they were about to explode. This feeling of being looked down upon was really too sullen. No matter what, he had to prove himself with his achievements. "We, the Tao League, are not cowards. The Tao League mainland will be protected by the higher-ups of the Tao League." "That's fine too," Jianghu said. "The Tao League will be the main force in the 4th wave of attack. However, Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance will still organize a group of suicidal people to prepare. This is a foolproof plan. If you guys can't do it, there will be others to fill in. I hope our people can make it in time." This was the safest way. Priest Thunder was not allowed to interfere. Gritting his teeth, Priest Thunder said, "Minister, may I ask how many people are needed to complete this suicide mission?" Jianghu sighed and said, "This can only be decided when we arrive at the scene. However, if we estimate now, no matter how small it is, it can't be less than 5,000 people." All the higher-ups looked solemn and sighed softly. How could the contact area between the 2 mainlands be small? The entire coastline, which seemed like a lot of 5,000 people, could probably only bomb a small area. However, this kind of sacrifice could not be too much. If all the experts rushed up and self-destructed, it would naturally cause more damage to the enemy. However, what about the future battles? What should they do? It was even more impossible for them to blow up the entire demon race. Therefore, this wave could only destroy the elites that the demons used to protect the mainland. Then the mainland itself would be shaken. It would be enough to destroy all the demons that could be destroyed in the mainland. Although the Tao League, Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance would be hurt at the same time, it would definitely be worse for the wandering demons in the starry sky. Because the demons had no roots in the mainland. Then, no matter what, the three mainlands had been united for tens of thousands of years. They had a foundation that was 3-to-1. As long as this wave was executed properly, it was foreseeable that it would be a great success. 5,000. The eyes of Priest Thunder and the other priests flashed. They looked at each other, then looked at the experts of the Tao League under them. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, 5,000 is not enough. We will organize 20,000 suicidal people here. Zhuchanglu said mildly, everyone can say pretty words, but the results of the battle will be confirmed in the future. We will talk about the exact number of people who will participate in this battle after you have organized. The four heavenly kings of the Tao League and Priest Fire left in a flash, returning to make arrangements. Organize the troops immediately and prepare to rush to the Plague Sea. Zhuchanglu gave the order directly. Okay. That afternoon, all the high-level forces left Sun Moon Pass, and the scene became much emptier. Now, the main focus of the battle was the Plague Sea, and they had become allies with the Umno Alliance. Naturally, the battle at Sun Moon Pass was over. As for whether it would start again in the future, it was probably impossible at the moment. Even if there was an internal strife, it would probably be a long time in the future. After all, even if the three parties worked together to successfully shake off the demons and even exterminate them, there were still stronger demons after the demon mainland. Zhuchanglu and the others were pressed for time. But before everyone left, they all went to the Cemetery of Heroes to light an incense stick. They stood quietly in the Cemetery of Heroes for a while. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Countless soldiers silently looked at the tombstones of their brothers and carefully plucked the weeds on the tombstones. Perhaps this was the last farewell in this life and also the last time I came to see you. Salute. Turn around. Never look back. The various large armies that stayed behind were recuperating and recovering as much as possible, making their combat strength the most complete. Nanjingchen was left behind on the Astral Souls side, and two heavenly kings were left behind on the Umno Alliance side. They were in charge of the integration of the armies of the two continents. Everything was carried out in an orderly, stable and orderly manner. Apart from the lowest ranks who felt that the current orders were incomprehensible and incredulous, those who could become the leaders of the armies all knew what to do. Orders were quickly passed down and carried out. The groom, Zhuchanglu, brought the wedding wine to send them off. It was considered the completion of the toast, as the final process of this wedding of the century. Of course, he also had a secret mission, a personal mission. He wanted to check on the fortunes of those who were about to go to war, and whether there were any obstacles in their fates. Would the future still be safe? Zhuchanglu spent the afternoon as if it were a year. In front of him were countless heroic faces that did not fear death and were smiling. But as far as his eyes could see, at least one out of every three people would never come back. These people were just talking and laughing with him just now. Zhuchanglu followed beside him, listening to his son's continuous transmission. The father and son were clearly full of smiles and joy, but they did not know that their hearts were bleeding. In such a large-scale war, it was impossible to change the fate of everyone. If it was a commanding position, a more eye-catching position, there might be a possibility that there would be a response. Because the divine consciousness connection between them would be stronger. After making preparations in advance and paying a certain price, it was possible to change a death calamity. But now, in the entire expedition team, there were thousands of such deaths, but there was no way to deal with it. After seeing less than 1/5, Zhuchanglu collapsed and gave up. Instead, he asked Zhuchanglu to look at the upper echelons from the position of the marshal of the four sides. The upper echelons did not suffer great losses. Zhuchanglu transmitted his voice. Uncle Shimin and Uncle Beigong have accumulated too much killing over the years. In this decisive battle of the century, heaven's will is muddle-headed and suddenly erupted. It is because of their own luck that they are seriously injured. Grandfather will also be seriously injured. The others are fine, but Senior Saber Demon is in danger of dying. Zhuchanglu's expression froze. Saber Demon? He's in danger of dying? Yes. Is it reversible? Irreversible. Zhuochanglu sighed. Zhuo Xiaoduo transmitted his voice. It was Uncle Sword King who was in danger. Uncle Saber Demon went to rescue him, but he had no choice but to perish together with the demons. That this is a series of karma evolutions. I don't know if I can prevent this disaster from happening if I can keep an eye on Uncle Sword Sovereign, but this bit of karma, to the people at the peak of this world, is something that can't be reversed once it erupts. Zhuochanglu nodded and said, I understand. He pondered for a moment and said, last time, you said that your senior brother was in danger of dying. Then in this battle. Zhuochanglu had been thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's assertion that Bai Yun Duo was likely to be alone. Now he asked, not this battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with certainty, senior brother's calamity should be in a year. In a year? Zhuochanglu was shocked. Xiaoduo, do you mean? The demons will return in a year at the latest? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Yun Zhonghu in the distance and said softly, that's more or less what I mean. Dad, judging from the current flow of fate when the demons return, I'm afraid that not many people on our side will survive. I don't dare to say that it will be like this, but... Zhuochanglu took a deep breath and his face darkened. In fact, the return of the demons this time is a great crisis, but the crisis may be a turning point. It may also give us a chance to defy the heavens and change our fate. This battle of the century will add a lot of experience to many people. Actual combat experience has always been the most direct way for us cultivators to improve our cultivation and strength and change the trajectory of our fate. If the Astral Souls continent can devour the fate of the demon continent in this battle, and devour enough of it, it's not impossible to defy the heavens and change our fate. Or rather, if our fate is strong, our fate will naturally change. Even if it's fixed, it can be influenced and deviated by variables. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuochanglu nodded silently. As Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at his father's face. Suddenly he discovered that his father's face, which was completely fine just a moment ago, was now covered with a dark cloud. It was a sign of great calamity. Such a huge change gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a huge fright. As he thought about it, he suddenly understood. When he tested fate, especially after his last evolution because he had the Tianji order as a medium, it didn't harm him at all. However, if he revealed it to someone, that person would suffer a certain degree of fate backlash. If it was just one person's fate, it wouldn't be a big deal. With Zhuochanglu's high status and power, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he had just told his father about the fortunes of too many people, as well as many future scenarios. This was tantamount to courting death or sending his father to his death. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to slap his own mouth countless times. Zhuochanglu was about to ask again, but he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of fear. He kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. Zhuochanglu immediately understood. He frowned and said, there's a backlash? Yes. Zhuochanglu laughed and patted his head. He didn't ask any more. Dad, remember to wear the heaven-mending stone I gave you in front of your chest at all times. Don't let it leave your body. Zhuo Xiaoduo reminded him seriously. Okay. Zhuochanglu agreed. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with his team. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly sent a message to Wu Yuding. Mom, I was careless. I unintentionally revealed too much of the Tianji order to my dad, causing his own fate to backfire. I'm afraid it will be blocked. After this, you must not leave his side. You can use your own fate to help him avoid disaster. Don't let him know about this. Remember. Wu Yuding was shocked when she heard this. This matter concerns Zhuochanglu's safety. She didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately remembered it and engraved it in her heart. Brothers, Zhuochanglu shouted, let's go. With a loud bang, countless sounds shook the sky. Go, go, go. Let's go kill the devil bastards. Ah. Roar. Amidst strange roars, the large group of people and horses rose from the ground in an orderly manner and rushed into the sky. Then, one after another, they disappeared into the sky. Their formation was so neat. Almost no one looked back and no one said a word of farewell. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly saw that each of them had taken a handful of soil from the Sun Moon Pass and put it in their arms before this. This was the place where he had fought, the land that he had desperately protected. Clang, clang, clang. In the void, the sound of a zither sounded. It was unknown who took the lead. At the Sun Moon Pass, a dignified song suddenly sounded. Blood fell from the sky. The day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home and you said that your back was the country. The day you came back, blood fell from the sky. The quiet smile in the photo is your youth frozen in time. You protected everyone, but you abandoned me. You protected your home, you protected your country. But you won't protect me anymore. The fourth volume, Gratitude and Hatred Must Be Resolved Quickly, Only Peace in This Life. Later, I will write the summary at the end of the volume. Take a break and then open the final volume of this book. Even if I laugh in the sky, the monarch is still a young man. Chapter 1284. That he watched as the army gradually moved further and further away. Tears fell from their eyes like rain. It was not until a long time after the army left that countless men dared to cry out, "You must come back! You must come back!" They did not dare to say these words when the army left. They were afraid that it would affect the morale of the army, and that their comrades would feel sad. But at this moment they did not need to endure it anymore. After a full 10 minutes, the group of burly men wept like a river. In the camp, the general's summoning drum sounded. It was time to gather here too. Countless soldiers either stuffed a handful of dirt into their bosom, or stuffed a jar of wine into their bosom, or stuffed a few pieces of meat into their bosom, or grabbed a small stone and placed it in their bosom. The Sun-Moon Pass was about to be abandoned. At the very least, they would not be returning to this place where they had fought for tens of thousands of years. They might not be able to return for the rest of their lives. The iron-blooded heroes who had fought fiercely in the Sun-Moon Pass would be spilling their blood all over the mainland that they were trying to protect. Countless people waved goodbye to Zhuxiaoduo. They laughed loudly. "Big nephew. See you later. Live well. Cultivate well. Live happily. Haha, to be able to make the minister's son call me uncle, to be able to attend the minister's son's wedding. It's worth it. Let's go and see how our luck is. I don't know if I can return to guard this place in this lifetime, haha. Look at your sour face. Won't your bones be buried somewhere for the rest of your life? Did you not consider where to be buried before coming to the Sun-Moon Pass? To be able to live until now, you have already earned so much. You are not satisfied. Hurry up, you will be beaten up if you don't go. What are you waiting for? After so many years of life and death, you still can't see through it? Ah, that's true. Children, live well and be happy. Enjoy this world of mortals, haha. This world is not beautiful at all, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's go, let's go. A group of unshaven old men walked into the barracks in groups of 3 to 5, their arms around each other's shoulders and their bodies reeking of alcohol. Along the way they talked and laughed loudly, scolded each other loudly, joked with each other, and wished each other well. For a moment, Zhuxiaoduo felt his blood boiling. He couldn't help but soar into the air and say loudly, "Thank you, uncles, for coming to congratulate me today. Everyone, don't be anxious. Today we'll go our separate ways and fight our way to the ends of the world. In the future we'll gather together and look forward to our future. After this little nephew and his wife give birth to a boy and a girl, I will definitely invite all of you to drink a cup of wedding wine and continue our previous relationship." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang and countless jars of strong wine exploded in the air. The fragrance of the wine soared into the sky and lingered for a long time. Zhuxiaoduo laughed heartily. "Today I swear on this wine. It's a deal. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I won't let you down." His voice traveled thousands of miles as he shouted, "When that day comes, the one who doesn't come is a puppy." All the soldiers were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. "Good. It's a deal. I won't leave until I see you. I'll drink this cup of wedding wine for sure. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I'll see you again. The one who doesn't come is a puppy. Ah. Big nephew, you're very generous. You're very generous. Haha, what a big nephew. When that day comes, I won't leave until I see you." Roar. In the midst of the noise, Zhuxiaoyan, who was wearing a plain wedding dress, floated up and stood beside Zhuxiaoduo. Her cheeks were red, but she was natural and graceful. She bowed respectfully. "If uncles don't come on that day, we'll inevitably regret it. When the time comes, we'll definitely remember your presence. If uncles don't come, the wine won't be served. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I won't let you down. See you again." Zhuxiaoyan's cheeks were as red as the sunset, but they were even more magnificent and peerless. She smiled gently and said, "We don't know how to raise children. At that time, we'll have to trouble uncles to help us take care of our children. Ah. Niece-in-law sure wants to. I won't leave until I see you. See you again. After a long and hearty laughter, everyone raised their hands to say goodbye. Under the setting sun, strong figures with red eyes and bold smiles entered their respective camps and began to organize the troops. The UMNO Alliance's troops had already begun to converge. The officers from both sides began to organize and integrate. Both sides worked together sincerely without any barriers. In less than an hour, the first 10,000-man troop had already risen into the air. Amidst the heroic sound of the bugle horn, they lined up neatly and broke through the air. As time went on, the troops left the Sun-Moon Pass one after another. In the air, only the heroic voices could be heard. Take care. Brothers, take care. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet when the time comes. I won't forget. The minister's son and daughter are really pleasing to look at. These two children are so good. Jealous? Jealous? Haha, when the war is over, find a wife and give birth to a child for you. Give birth to as many children as you want. By then, other people will be jealous of you. Ah, I'll take your blessings. Take care, big brother. Take care. Until midnight, the troops were still setting off. At present, the number of troops that had set off had already exceeded 50 million. However, there were still about 3/5 of the total number that had not set off yet. Now, there were more than a dozen troops rising into the air every minute and speeding far into the sky. Nan Jingqian handed out the flags to each troop one by one. His originally deep voice was already hoarse. However, his movements were still meticulous. His figure was straight and his gaze was firm. Salute. Hand out the flags. Take care. Take care, Marshal Nan. This repeated over and over again. There seemed to be no end to it. Nan Jingqian had been trying his best to remember everyone's faces. In contrast, the troop leaders who received the flags from Nan Jingqian also stared deeply at Marshal Nan. Finally, there were less than 100 troops left. At this time, Nan Jingqian could barely lift his arm. As the world's top cultivator, Nan Jingqian was actually so tired that his arm could not hold up because of a simple action of handing out the flags. The troops in front of him were members of the Southern Army. They were all familiar faces to Nan Jingqian. Someone took a step forward, giggling. Marshal Nan, you're saying that the world is unpredictable. Previously, we fought with the UMNO Alliance for so many years. Now we're actually comrades fighting side by side. This experience is really mysterious. Marshal Nan, were you previously training your troops to fight against the demons? Fight against the demons? Nan Jingqian laughed with red eyes. At the beginning it wasn't. It was really a fight to the death between the two races. However, in the middle it was. How is it? We've lied to you for so many years. Do you hate us? Hate? Of course not. Everyone roared with laughter. If we hadn't fought for so many years, I'm afraid that I would have died of old age. How could I have reached the returning profound realm? What's there to hate? Even those brothers who died in battle. Their only regret is that they couldn't spill their blood on the battlefield against the demons. It's normal for them to feel a little wronged. Isn't it their sacrifice that promoted your growth? Nan Jingqian said. When you see them in the future, don't forget to laugh at them. They fell before they reached their final goal. Their share of killing the demons was completed by you guys. This is a big favor. How can you not repay it? Ha! That's right. When that day comes, I will chase after them every day. Such a big favor is not something that can be settled with a meal or two. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. The troops soared into the sky. In a flash, the group of men in the air, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. Marshal Nan, don't worry. We don't hate, we don't have any grievances. If there's a next life, we'll fight again. Nan Jingqian's tears fell with a whoosh. The group of idiots in the air shouted at the cemetery of heroes. Damn it, you've been lying here for so many years. Have you slept well? From now on, line up and wait to welcome us. We're the ones who helped you. You owe us such a big favor. Are you going to renege on it? Ha 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 ha. The orderly troops disappeared into the clouds, turning into sharp arrows that split the night sky and disappeared into the distance. That heroic laughter seemed to have never stopped. What should we do? Li Chenglong and the others watched the troops disappear. They didn't have any tasks assigned to them at all. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although they didn't have the experience of participating in battles, their cultivation and strength were enough to be of use. How could they not consider them at all? We'll act randomly. My dad said that he won't interfere with any of our movements, Zhuo Duo said. Then let's go too, Li Chenglong said. Of course we have to go, Zhuo Duo said, but you guys enter the Tower of Annihilation first and continue to cultivate and improve. I'll be outside with the Tower of Annihilation. I hope that during the journey you guys can make further progress. Okay. No one was pretentious. At a time like this, improving one's strength was the most important thing. As soon as they entered the Tower of Annihilation, they were stunned by what they saw. Damn it, how did it change so much? They couldn't be blamed for being amazed. The changes in the Tower of Annihilation were too great. The overall size was at least 5 times larger than when they went out. What was more terrifying was that the vitality inside was even stronger. Countless mountain ranges rose into the sky. Mountains, rivers, and lakes were everywhere. They were majestic and could be seen everywhere. How was this still a space? It was clearly already a small world. What's more, even after everyone had entered, this space was still continuously expanding. This was obviously Xiaolong's effort to expand the outer edge of the Tower of Annihilation. Chapter 1285. The reason why the Tower of Annihilation could cause such a situation was not only because of the combined efforts of 2 continents to collect the Astral Soul's jade powder. This time, Grand Shaman Dan Kong, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, gave Zhuoxiaoduo all the space soil he had accumulated throughout his life, as well as all the space treasures he had on hand. In fact, it was not only Grand Shaman Dan Kong. Other than him, there were others who had space treasures on hand. Now, many of these space treasures were all concentrated in the Tower of Annihilation. This caused the Tower of Annihilation to change so much. The internal space on the original basis had increased by more than 100 times. And Xiaolong obviously had not put so many treasures to use. Now, Xiaolong could be said to have continued to work day and night without rest, constantly integrating huge amounts of Astral Soul's jade powder, constantly using space treasures to integrate those fate dragons. An unprecedented amount of heaven and earth fate dragons were all moved into this space. What Li Chenglong and the others did not realize was that, in fact, including when they first came in, this space had been in a slow but continuous expansion. The spirit chi was also constantly increasing. Whether it was the width or the height, every aspect was constantly increasing. In other words, the current Tower of Annihilation was infinitely close to a small world. If there was something that it lacked compared to a small world, it was the sun, the moon, and the stars. After all, the current Zhuoxiaoduo had not had the opportunity to come into contact with these. At least as far as he was concerned, he was far from qualified to know how to obtain the sun, the moon, and the stars. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Li Chenglong scolded. Now, even a second of delay is a sin. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, they immediately began to cultivate. Li Chenglong was right. This was a gathering of the resources of 3 continents to help everyone cultivate. Under such an urgent situation, under such pressure, it was really a sin to delay for even a second. Cultivate. Use the fastest speed to reach the peak of the Tao integration stage, then try to compress to the extreme and break through to the primordial chaos. Otherwise, it will be useless in the end. Everyone took a deep breath and immediately began to cultivate. Outside the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuoxiaoyan in a light red dress and Zhuoxiaoduo hurried on their way. Xiaoduo, what's the flow of time inside the tower now? Zhuoxiaoyan asked curiously. Zhuoxiaoduo communicated with Xiaolong for a while and then replied, now 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year and 2 months inside the Tower of Emptiness. And this is because Xiaolong hasn't had enough time to fully digest all the treasures. If he fully digests this batch of treasures, he predicts that 1 day outside is equivalent to 3 years inside the tower. 1 day equals 3 years. Zhuoxiaoyan was shocked by the news and her face turned red. He thought to himself, if that was the case, wouldn't it mean that she was pregnant in the Tower of Annihilation? It had only been a day outside and everything had been completed inside? What's more, the child was already 2 years old and could run around. Looking at Zhuoxiaoyan's face, Zhuoxiaoduo laughed and raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Why are you so obsessed with the 7 emotions? Zhuoxiaoyan was shocked and said hurriedly, nonsense, I'm not thinking about anything. I know even if you don't say it. You must be thinking about having a child. I'm not. You are thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I am. Zhuoxiaoyan was angry and yelled, doggy. I'm not thinking about it. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his head and said, I'm your husband now. You have to change the way you call me Nyen Nyen cat. Zhuoxiaoyan snorted and hurried on, ignoring Zhuoxiaoduo. Since they got married or the breakthrough in their relationship, Zhuxiaoyan rarely called Zhuxiaoduo doggy. She also thought that she should show some respect to her husband. Of course, this was except when she was angry. However, when she was with Zhuxiaoduo she was really angry. More often than not Zhuxiaoduo tore space and hurried on. With their current cultivation and strength, they soon arrived at the original site of White Mountain City, a place they had not seen for a long time. They stepped on the mountain peak again and looked at the heroic soul passes on the snowy peak of White Mountain. They did not know when it was built. The aura was strong and the stars were connected. The distance between every two passes was drawn by the aura of 1,000 miles, which was enough to lock down the area within 1,000 miles. They were like two warriors holding swords, fearless and looking at everything within 1,000 miles in front of them. There were more than 70 of these heroic soul passes that spanned 35,000 li above the White Mountains. Countless heroic souls were silently protecting the continent behind them. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan were filled with respect when they saw this, and they bowed deeply to show their respect. This silent solemnity made the two of them feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. This was because they clearly knew how these heroic soul passes came about. They were heroes who had reached the end of their lives, that they gave up the chance to enter the Tao and start anew, gave up everything they had, and gave up all traces of their existence in this world. They willingly turned into immortal passes. Every heroic soul pass required the sacrifice of at least dozens of immortal heroic souls to be built. They rushed all the way here. With their current cultivation they could no longer tear space apart. They even felt an unprecedented sense of sluggishness when they flew. This was the special characteristic of the heroic soul passes. They could not fly within 1,000 miles. The two of them did not hesitate and used their swift movement techniques to pass through White Mountain. In the sky, heavy snowflakes that could be seen all year round in White Mountain continued to fall. The two of them were silent as they moved forward at high speed. The more they were in the heroic soul passes, the clearer they could feel that there were already countless warriors guarding them. Behind them, from all directions, there were still countless warriors rushing over. They traveled tens of thousands of miles without any hesitation. They rushed into this snowstorm and charged into this land of death. They were waiting for the moment when their blood ran dry. This was because the demons had returned and broken through the Tao League's blockade. If they wanted to enter the continent of astral souls, they would have to attack from here. This 40,000 miles of White Mountain was the first line of defense in the continent of astral souls. The fighting here would be 100 times, 1,000 times more brutal than the Sun Moon Pass. The pure White Mountain would soon be dyed red with blood. This was inevitable. This was because the Tao League would definitely not be able to stop the demons. Even if they went all out with the Tao League's past performance, their actual combat strength was mediocre. It was already an outstanding performance if they did not collapse upon contact. The two of them leaped down and continued to run. It was only when they were about 1,500 miles away that they felt the effect of the no-fly zone disappear. A buffer of 1,500 miles. The effect of the no-fly zone is better than expected. It's worthy of the sacrifice of so many heroic souls. Zhuxiaoduo sighed softly. The two of them crossed the stormy plains and entered the Tao League's territory. They saw that the members of the Tao League were busy building earthquake-proof houses. There were people running and shouting constantly. It was obvious that they were very anxious and urgent. But now Zhuxiaoduo looked up at the sky and realized that it was already dawn. After today, after another day and night, the demons would come. There was no time to do all these now. These actions were not considered mending the pen after the sheep were lost. What was the use of just building earthquake-proof houses? To put it bluntly, even if the current anti-earthquake measures were able to preserve the lives of the people here, once the demons invaded the continent, the civilians of the Tao Alliance who had barely managed to survive would still end up as food for the demons. They ran all the way and kept tearing space apart. During the process of passing through the vast Tao League's territory of more than 40,000 miles, Zhuxiaoduo ordered Xiaolong to steal more than 10 Tao League's dragon veins and many treasures hidden underground when he was resting. Anyway, this land is about to be destroyed by a catastrophe. I might as well take it and make use of it. It's not a waste. Zhuxiaoduo felt at ease about this. It was embarrassing to take advantage of someone else's precarious situation. After another long run, the two of them finally arrived at the Plague Coast. When they arrived, they could already sense the mighty aura of Zhuchanglu and the others who were thousands of miles away. Zhuxiaoduo carefully concealed his aura so that his parents would not notice his arrival. Then he plunged into the Void Extermination Tower. Just like Li Chenglong and the others, he began to cultivate diligently day and night. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. There were still 45 hours before the demons returned. That was less than 2 full days' time. However, for Zhuoxiaoduo it was 2 years and 4 months' time. During this period of time, Zhuoxiaoduo's goal was to reach the peak of primordial chaos stage. He was now at the peak of Tao integration stage and had already suppressed his true essence 4 times. He did not lack enlightenment, state of mind, or anything else. The only thing he lacked was the accumulation of true essence. Many people did not understand the accumulation of true essence. They thought that if it was purely about accumulating true essence, wouldn't it be enough to continuously cultivate and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth according to the amount of spiritual power and the capacity of the Dantian? However, in reality, the essence of cultivation was far from that. Regardless of whether it was the spiritual essence in the treasures of heaven and earth or the spiritual essence in the astral soul's jade, it was a so-called popular spiritual essence. If one had to point out the difference in spiritual energy, it would only be the difference in purity. However, there were still many twists and turns to absorb spiritual essence into the body and transform it into the cultivator's own strength. Cultivators guided the external spiritual energy to pass through their own meridians over and over again. The purpose was to make a part of the spiritual energy assimilate with the power in their body, and then gather it into their dantian. Then, it would circulate through the body with the spiritual energy for a few cycles. Only then would it be considered to have completed the assimilation of this part of the spiritual energy and truly become a part of their own power. This also caused too much spiritual energy to be wasted in the process, and this reflected the difference between high and low aptitudes of cultivators from the most direct point of view. Some people's meridians were born with an affinity for spiritual essence. If a piece of astral soul's jade contained 1,000 strands of spiritual essence, he could absorb more than 100 strands of it. However, those people did not have high aptitudes, ordinary meridians, and insufficient talent. Out of 1,000 strands of spiritual essence, he might only be able to use a few dozen strands, a dozen strands, or even just a few strands. After absorbing this portion of spiritual essence, after a period of running in and using, before it truly became a part of the cultivator's strength, there would be a considerable amount of consumption. Of course, after the refining process was completed, the spiritual essence would be completely transformed into a part of the cultivator's cultivation. It would be like a part of the body, just like physical strength. After it was used up, it could be recovered through breathing. However, there was still a prerequisite, and that was, the cultivator's origin could not be harmed. What did it mean to harm the origin? Using a term that was easier for us ordinary people to understand, it would be damaging one's vitality. For example, if one underwent a major operation, fell seriously ill, and so on. No matter how much the body recovered, it would be difficult to return to the perfect state before the injury. This state was called damaging one's vitality. It was the same for cultivators. Once their vitality was damaged, unless they encountered a huge opportunity, it would be difficult for them to recover. Compared to ordinary people recovering their vitality, the simplest way was, unless they ate an elixir to regain their youthful vigor, once a cultivator lost his or her vitality, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make up for it. Therefore, it did not mean that. If you were given a mountain full of rare heavenly treasures and astral soul's jade and absorbed them all, you would be able to reach the level of a starry sky saint. This was impossible. Because some people could turn resources into their own attack power, but some people could only turn them into shit. Many people were struggling with this problem. I didn't understand it myself, so I studied hard for a long time and came up with a theory that I just happened to write here. I don't know if it's right or not, but in my book, let's assume it's right for now. Well, I lost a lot of water. I'll make up for it when I have the chance. Chapter 1286. Zhuoxiao's training was not just hard work, it was crazy, extremely crazy. Now that he was married, he practiced every day, all the time. Zhuoxiaoyan was dragged by him to practice a few times until she almost fainted. It was undeniable that Zhuoxiao's passion for cultivation was extremely high. The feeling of becoming a powerhouse was also very urgent. If it was possible, if Zhuoxiaoyan did not need to rest, Zhuoxiaoduo would probably practice hard for 24 hours non-stop. This kind of passion for cultivation was unprecedented. If Zhuoxiaoduo went out and said that he practiced 24 hours a day and let everyone know, they would be ashamed of their inferiority. Look at how hardworking he was. Then look at herself. There was no way to look at it. Of course, the premise was that he did not reveal how he practiced. Zhuoxiaoyan was very distressed because of Zhuoxiaoduo's diligence. She even had the idea of finding another cultivation partner for little doggy because of this, but she really could not bear it. Every day she practiced until she was exhausted. Her butt was already swollen now, would it get worse in the future? Fortunately, just as this idea rose, it was extinguished by Zhuxianyan. This was a dangerous idea that absolutely could not be touched. Even if she fainted on the bed every day, she could not find another cultivation partner for this guy. That would be looking for trouble. Although his cultivation level was increasing rapidly, little doggy's various cultivation positions were also changing rapidly, one after another. No, it should be said that there were many new patterns in a day. Sometimes Zhuxianyan felt strange. Could it be that other couples could also come up with so many tricks? Obviously there were some things that could not be done with a low cultivation level. It was impossible to do. This. What was going on? Also, this puppy really knew too much. This, Zhuxianyan recalled that since that cough at the beginning of cultivation, Zhuxiaoduo had come up with at least 200 kinds of tricks, right? Now it was even more than that. Every day he had to tirelessly research, torment, and rack his brains to do things that even if there were no conditions, he had to create the conditions to practice. He complained about not becoming addicted to drugs, so he was tormented for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking. In the end, it was Zhuxianyan who begged him to drink some wine. Drinking some wine could at least numb her for a while and relieve her negative state. However, Zhuxiaoduo dragged him along and gulped it down at an average rate of 1 jar every 2 days. As a result, he became even more diligent in his cultivation. His cultivation base really did improve by leaps and bounds. He was already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but his cultivation base continued to soar at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Zhuxianyan was now meditating every day, compressing her true yuan, and then cough, drinking wine, practicing martial arts, and being dragged to practice hard. He didn't have much conscious time every day, and he had to use it all to compress his true essence. Such a life was not only boring but also miserable. Before this, Zhuxianyan had never imagined that she would have to continuously compress her true yuan 36 times while being at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and that she would have to lie in bed. Cough, that's not right. It should be due to a special training method. Every time she thought of this, Zhuxianyan couldn't help but have the urge to fight the inferno witch to the death. This guy actually gave her 1,000 jars of wine that were incompatible with fire and water. What was even more terrifying was that he also gave her the brewing method along with the wine. Not only did he give her the recipe, but he also gave her enough materials to brew 100,000 jars. This also led to Zhuxiaoduo spending all his free time researching how to brew wine and refine it. After that, he would diligently practice his martial arts. This life was simply unbearable. As the days passed, Zhuxianyan even had a feeling that in the long run she might have to lie in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven. This was too terrifying. What would people say about her in the future? Zhuxianyan, lying in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven? No, it was too shameful. If others asked her, "Sister Nyin, how did your cultivation progress so fast? We didn't see you practicing martial arts." How should she answer? Should she say that in fact it was all because of her the thing? Just as Zhuxianyan was letting her imagination run wild, she saw Zhuxiaoduo rush in excitedly. The exuberant look on his face made Zhuxianyan feel even more terrified. "Nyen cat, I thought of a way to make us better." Zhuxianyan's face turned pale. What way? "We can adopt this posture. This way the spiritual energy can circulate faster, and the cultivation will be more efficient." Zhuxiaoduo said excitedly, "With the help of the incompatible wine, we can almost double the efficiency of cultivation. In this way we can." Zhuxianyan's beautiful face turned pale and she begged, "Xiaoduo, can we rest for a day? My thigh hurts." Now is the critical moment of war. "Xiao, you don't have to feel pain or discomfort. Just bear with it. We need to make progress now. We must practice diligently. Fist never leaves the hand, song never leaves the mouth. As a cultivator we never shrink from a battle. Cultivate my sword, fight to the 9th heaven, sprinkle my blood and press forward. We must redouble our efforts. The world is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. We have great responsibilities. How can we be greedy for pleasure and only care about our own safety?" Zhuxiaoduo said seriously, "Only when we improve our cultivation can we help Dad, Mom, Dad and Grandpa. Only then can we save the world and help the world pass through the catastrophe. Save the people from the fire and water and save the world from its collapse." Zhuxianyan was about to cry. What you said makes sense and I admire you for being able to say it so grandly. But I've already suffered too much. Let me massage your shoulders. Zhou Xiaoduo began to fawn on her. Let me massage your thighs. You'll definitely feel better. Let me massage your waist. I guarantee that you'll feel good both physically and mentally. If you really can't do it, I'll help you. Zhou Xiaoyan screamed in panic, don't move. But it was too late. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that Zhou Xiaoyan had recovered under his care, so he began to practice. After a long time, practicing was too tiring. Zhou Xiaoyan was sweating profusely on Zhou Xiaoduo's body. She murmured, I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. Zhou Xiaoduo was still not satisfied. He said slowly, Nian Mao, there's something I forgot to tell you. When I went out just now, I used the earth vein in the space to make a hot spring with the heart of the scorching sun. I've already brought the hot spring water from the ground to our yard. Now that I think it's inappropriate, I decided to bring it to our bedroom. As long as the floor is uncovered, a huge hot spring will immediately appear. We're so tired after practicing, so we can take a bath to relieve our fatigue and activate our blood vessels. After you're done, you can use the Moon Sutra to write a letter. Everything will be done conveniently, and there won't be any other effects. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke as if it was true, full of enthusiasm. This way, no matter how tired you are, you'll be relieved. You won't have to complain about being tired every day. How about that? I'm being considerate. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured, but I just want to sleep. I don't want to think about anything else. It's okay. You sleep. I'll naturally take you to the hot spring. As Zhou Xiaoduo spoke, he waved his left hand. The floor of the bedroom rose at once. Indeed, there was steam below and a clear hot spring was revealed. Zhou Xiaoduo carried Zhou Xiaoyan, who was exhausted from practicing. He gently floated up and quietly landed in the hot spring. This newly formed hot spring had the hidden power of space. It didn't look big, but when Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan really entered it, they felt as if they had fallen into a big lake that the two of them only occupied less than 1% of the space. There was a poem that went, in the cold spring under the bed, the hot spring water was smooth and creamy. Xiaoduo was weak and powerless when he was helped up, when he received a new favor. This famous line that had been passed down for thousands of years was written at this moment, this place, this feeling, this scene. In such a good environment, how could they face the world if they didn't practice? So, after taking a bath in the hot spring, Zhou Xiaoyan directly fainted. Her only thought was that she was several times more tired than before taking a bath in the hot spring. After practicing, Zhou Xiaoduo was still holding Zhou Xiaoyan, paying close attention to the changes in the temperature of the hot spring. At this moment, when they were practicing, both of them didn't control the overflow of their spiritual power. Zhou Xiaoduo's yang attribute power was constantly emitted, and Zhou Xiaoyan's cold moon qi was automatically emitted. Two forces, one cold and one hot, poured into the hot spring at the same time. A few feet to the left of the two of them, there was a mysterious scene of ice and boiling in the next moment. It's still not in place. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were full of regret. It should be like what the fire witch said. There is no change in the temperature of the water, which is the real convergence of yin and yang, ice and fire. Although there are signs of this now, there is still a long way to go to that point. There is still a long way to go. I still need to continue to work hard and work tirelessly. I should work hard and never stop. For the sake of the world, I should practice harder. Holding Zhou Xiaoyan's soft body, Zhou Xiaoduo made a long-term plan to work harder in the future. After the two of them prepared to practice for this period of time, Zhou Xiaoduo distributed the spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs that could increase cultivation to Li Chenglong and the others equally. In addition to the new cultivation resources, Zhou Xiaoduo also received a large number of IOUs. The cultivation bases of Li Chenglong and the others were also rapidly increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Among them, Li Chenglong, who originally had the highest cultivation and was also making the fastest progress, had already reached the pinnacle of the Dao integration pinnacle stage and was beginning to suppress his true essence cultivation. Although they had signed a large number of IOUs. But what was that? No one cared at all. It was just a few pieces of paper and a few words. How big of a deal was that? It was not worth mentioning at all. Besides, signing IOUs to Zhou had long become a habit. If they owed him, then so be it. They did not know if there would be a day when they would be able to clear their debts. Everyone was very open-minded about this and didn't even have a knot in their hearts. It seemed like Zhou Xiaoduo was the only one who took it seriously and talked about it all year round. Every time the others were about to do it, they would write an IOU skillfully and then put their fingerprints on it like flowing water. Finally they would say with a nonchalant look, "Take it." Then they would all be able to do it. What was the value of such an IOU? What was there to it? Zhuo recorded the process of everyone writing IOUs with his mobile phone. He also recorded the IOUs very clearly. After he finished writing, he also collected the IOUs very carefully. He kept the IOUs very carefully in a sparkling and translucent jade box. This kind of jade box was said to be able to stay in the world for hundreds of millions of years. The items inside could also be preserved for the same amount of time. Therefore, this kind of jade box itself was an unworldly dream item. However, it was used to store IOUs. Li Chenglong beat his chest and stamped his feet when he saw this. He repeatedly complained that Zhuo was recklessly wasting God's gift. However, Zhuo stubbornly insisted on doing so. "Young lads, do you think IOUs are so easy to sign? I'm telling you, oh no, I'm definitely not telling you. I'm going to keep these IOUs until the end of time. You think that I'm wasting things by using a jade box? I don't think it's safe enough. My estimate is that even if the universe is destroyed, these IOUs must not be destroyed." On this side, they were practicing hard in the Tower of Annihilation. They were working tirelessly as if they were fighting for their lives. On the other side, the various armies were constantly gathering. Then, Zhuo began to make arrangements personally. Where would this army be? Where would that army be? As the Tao League did not arrange for the heroic soul pass, there was no restricted airspace. There was no way to attack or defend a fortress at all. This indirectly increased the difficulty of the battle. For this reason, other than the flood which, the other 11 of the 12 great shamans were constantly cursing. Their complaints and curses pierced through the sky. "You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Why can't you do it? You can't leave anything behind. How many years have they been behaving like this? Don't insult beasts. Beasts are very powerful. It's fine if they only harm themselves. Why do they have to implicate others?" Under the leadership of the 7 elders, the Tao League's people did not say a word. They lowered their heads and worked hard. Each of them swore in their hearts that even if they had to give it their all in this battle, they had to make it look good. To be looked down upon like this was a disgrace for life. Are the self-destructing demon slayers ready? Taoist Thunder's face was frosty. Ready? How many are prepared? 22,000 people. Is there anyone who is unwilling? No. Are you sure? I'm sure. Don't worry, elders. This time, our Tao League will definitely not be a burden. No matter what, we can't be looked down upon in the future. This time, the fate of the Tao Alliance lies in this very moment. The patriarchs are nowhere to be found. And I won't talk about how to deal with the aftermath. In any case, let's all do our best in this battle. Don't feel guilty about it. Yes. Remember, when the time comes, listen to the minister's orders. Do not overtly obey. Yes. Time passed slowly. Zhuo had divided the 350,000 experts into 3 groups. He had arranged all of them to stay in the void. None of them had been placed on the ground. The reason for this arrangement was that when the 2 continents collided, the ambushes on the ground would not be able to launch an attack. This was something that no expert or powerhouse could avoid. Time passed little by little. There was still 1 day and 3 hours left in the countdown. All the preparations had been done. Then it was time to check and confirm. The Poisonous Witch and Zhu Yan stood side by side. Their task was the most important in this battle. They needed to make the poison fog that they had arranged explode and spread out within a radius of 10,000 miles as soon as the Demon Clan's continent arrived. For this reason, the 2 of them were constantly busy hiding all kinds of poisons and various detonation points in the void. They tried their best to arrange as many as they could, and tried their best to cause as much damage as possible. The Flood Witch and Zhuo were invisible in the void. "Brother Zhuo, what should we do after the first wave of attacks? Retreat or?" The Flood Witch admitted. "Of course, my lethality is stronger than Zhuo when it comes to individual combat. But I'm still far behind him in terms of on-the-spot command. Therefore, this time, the Great Flood Shaman had placed himself in the position of being commanded. I'll attack wherever you point. I'll listen to you. Brother Hong, I'm thinking. After the first wave of attacks, the demon ancestor will certainly be furious and personally take action. So we'd better act separately. One of us will use the highest battle power to kill and form a target. We'll take the opportunity to lure the demon ancestor away, and let him chase after us. The other person will lead the rest of the high-level experts. We don't need too many, just a dozen. The most powerful experts. When the demon ancestor chases after us, we'll tear through space and directly kill our way into the demon clan's territory. We'll do our best to kill for 2 minutes. Zhuqianglu said in a deep voice. The Flood Witch was puzzled. Why only 2 minutes? 2 minutes is already the limit. Those who sneak in and fight are always fighting in a foreign place, so they only have the advantage of surprise attacks. You don't know if there are other superclass experts in the demon clan's territory. Maintaining the limit of 2 minutes and maintaining the strength to escape is already a great challenge. Besides, even if we're slow to react, the other experts of the demon clan will quickly surround us and form an encirclement. If we don't take this time, I'm afraid we'll be intercepted and killed in the demon clan's territory, Zhuqianglu said. Well, in this case, who will lure the demon ancestor away? The Flood Witch said, the one who attracts the demon ancestor's attention is the most dangerous one. How about I do it? Zhuqianglu said lightly, no, I have to lure the demon ancestor away. You go and kill everyone. Your moves are more suitable for this kind of situation than mine. It's too risky. If I do it, I have the confidence to retreat safely. At most, I'll lose a doppelganger. But if it's you, it's okay. If we work together, our combined strength is only stronger than yours. Besides, our purpose is to lure the demon ancestor away from the demon clan's territory. We'll only fight and run. We won't fight the demon ancestor head-on. We can hide our whereabouts at any time. There shouldn't be any problems. The Flood Witch was silent. Haha. Zhuqianglu stretched out his hand and handed a pile of small pieces to the Flood Witch. This is heaven-mending stone. Zhuqianglu said, this is prepared by Xiao Duo. He asked me to give it to you. You and the 11 brothers, 1 piece each. At the critical moment, it can restore all injuries and cultivation in an instant. Although it can only be used once, it can only be used in an instant. It's very precious. In fact, if this thing is used on other people, it can be restored many times. But at our level, our cultivation is already too high, and the energy required for recovery is too much. This kind of piece can only be used once. When it comes to the second time, it can only restore 60% to 70% of cultivation at most. Basically, the energy in it will be used up. The Flood Witch's heart warmed. This is too precious. Hey, this is a gift from your godson. Why, you don't want it? If you don't want it, give it back to me. It's never too much to have such a life-saving thing. Who said I don't want it? The Flood Witch grinned and said to Zhuqianglu, this is the first time in my life that my son is filial to me. Aha, this feeling is a bit subtle. It's different to have children. Zhuqianglu narrowed his eyes. It's indeed different. The Flood Witch was very honest. You just said. Could it be that the Hong family of the Umno Alliance is not your descendant? Zhuqianglu was immediately shocked and asked. The Flood Witch rolled her eyes and said, I don't have any descendant. It's the descendant of my cousin's family, just using my name. Of course, in their minds they have already been adopted by me. They are no different from my descendant. That's all. I see. I was wondering why your Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer didn't have a descendant in the Hong family of the Umno Alliance. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Flood Witch rubbed the sky-mending stone in her hand and smiled faintly. It's enough to have Xiao Duo. Then she asked, did you give this thing to the Dao Alliance? Yes. 7 pieces. Zhuqianglu sighed. My wife almost beat me to death just for the 7 pieces that I gave out. In fact, how can I not understand the principle of, if you help me, you will hate me when you help me? Hee. The Flood Witch laughed gloatingly. Both of them were clear that the effect of wearing such a good item on the body of a top combatant was thousands of times better than wearing it on the body of an ordinary person. The 7 swords of the Dao Alliance were definitely qualified. No matter how much she disliked them in the past, now the big picture was more important. It was indeed something that should be given. As for Zhuqianglu being scolded by his wife after he gave it to her, that was Zhuqianglu's problem. In fact, even if Wu Yuding took it herself, she might not necessarily not give it to the Dao Alliance. However, it was natural for women to vent their anger on their husbands since ancient times, that therefore, it was natural for Zhuqianglu to be scolded. There was no need for any reason. Would she not scold you if you didn't do anything? Zhuqianglu expressed that he didn't think it would be so perfect. Counting down, there are still about 8 hours left, right? The starry sky is still calm. There really are no signs. The heavenly axioms layout is really wonderful. Wait quietly, be ready to fight at any time. Finally, at midnight of this day, Between heaven and earth, everything returned to darkness. No one knew where the hurricane came from, but it started to blow fiercely. Between heaven and earth, the thick fog was so thick that it formed a substance, blocking everyone's vision. They couldn't even see their fingers in front of their faces. At this moment, the heavenly axiom became more and more chaotic. Amidst a vast expanse of black fog, above a boundless sea of wind and clouds. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. That's all for today. Chapter 1287. The thing that appeared suddenly was huge and boundless. As soon as it appeared in the sky, it covered the entire world. It was mixed with an oppressive aura that seemed to have the power to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, it descended at an indescribable speed. It rushed toward the stormy seaside and the plague seaside. In an instant, an extremely gloomy and terrifying demonic aura shrouded the entire space. Was coming. Everyone who had foreseen it immediately tensed up. It was indeed a huge monster, and it was coming menacingly. They originally thought that the scale of the ambush with 350,000 people was already boundless. However, in the face of such a huge monster, they suddenly realized that 350,000 people were nothing at all. It was just a grain in the ocean. This is the only chance to ambush the demon ancestor. At this time, the world is dark and the secrets of heaven are mixed up. Spiritual sense is completely useless. This is the only chance. Everyone get ready. In another direction. Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 15 people gathered at the entrance of the space-destroying pagoda. Are you sure? You can break through when you go out, right? You guys? Zhou Xiaoduo asked softly. We've suppressed it to the limit. We can break through when we go out. We must break through. Li Chenglong said. There's no heavenly axiom in the space-destroying pagoda. I'm about to explode. If there was a heavenly axiom, I would have broken through long ago. Long Yuxing said. What a coincidence. We both feel the same, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian said at the same time. Everyone was speechless. You two too? We hate to hear this sentence the most. How is it a coincidence? We've only suppressed it 15 or 16 times, 18 or 19 times, and at most 20 times. We've reached the limit, but what about you two? You've suppressed your vital essence countless times. You're much stronger than us, boss. Now we're just breaking through together and you still want to say that it's a coincidence? Where's your shame? However, not only did they dare to be angry, but they also began to flatter. Boss is wise and mighty, sister-in-law is a genius, we are far from being able to compare. It is our honor to be able to break through with the two of you, our opportunity. Boss and sister-in-law are truly an earth-shattering couple, a match made in heaven. Boss and sister-in-law are my lifelong idols. I will always chase after them. Boss and sister-in-law. In short, it was a wave of flattery. This was something that could not be avoided. After all, the IOUs had piled up into a mountain. Even if they didn't take it seriously, it would still be embarrassing if people kept mentioning it. In fact, given the cultivation progress of Li Chenglong and the others, it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the primordial chaos realm at this time, even if one day was equivalent to 1 year or more. However, Zhou Xiaoduo shared all the treasures he received from his wedding with everyone, eating them like they were eating fruits. Several treasures a day, piling them up without caring about the consumption. In addition, everyone was really diligent and cultivated desperately. They fought with real swords and spears, learning from each other and verifying each other. It would be strange if their cultivation progress was not fast. It was more than reaching the sky in a single step, it was simply reaching the sky one day at a time. After digesting all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his cultivation base had reached a certain peak. Zhou Xiaoduo would then personally spar with the others. Deep in his bones, he would use all his strength to give them a good beating. This helped everyone digest the spiritual power to the greatest extent, so that their combat strength could keep up with the rapid growth of their spiritual power. With so many methods intertwined, today's collective breakthrough was achieved. Speaking of which, Zhou Xiaoduo and his wife ate very little of the heavenly treasures that they received as gifts during the wedding. They almost didn't eat anything at all. The reason was naturally that he was afraid that there would not be enough for everyone to eat. Of course, everyone felt that they owed him. This was one of the reasons. Another more important reason was that previously, Long Yuxing had contradicted Zhou Xiaoduo, and he was chased by Zhou Xiaoduo for the debt. Why wouldn't he give it to him? You owe so much and you want to deal with it for the rest of your life by saying that you will repay it in this life? Do you have any shame? Zhuoxiaodu's words were like knives and his tongue was as sharp as swords, forcing Long Yuxing to almost hand over Wanli Xiu to pay the debt. The lesson of the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, naturally he would do whatever was said. Even if you said you were a god, we would still shout, "Boss Zhuo, that's a god, our god." If he said that the sun was actually a booger that he picked out from his nose, they would also raise their arms and shout, "Zhuo picked out a sun from his nose." Oh, it was really too awesome. Well, then listen to my command in a while. As soon as I give the order, we will rush out together and rush into the demon continent to transcend the tribulation. Li Chenglong said. Don't worry, we will suppress it to the maximum. This is not one of the two most important heavenly tribulations, so we will definitely pass through it safely. As long as we pass through it, Zhuo will put us into the space exterminating pagoda and immediately turn around to escape. There will be no difficulty, no risk, and no accidents at all. Everyone, don't blindly think too highly of yourself. Even if our cultivation has broken through to the primordial chaos, compared to the seniors, we are still far behind in terms of cultivation, experience, and cultivation. So, we must not be obsessed with fighting. Understood, understood. From the beginning to the end, we must keep moving as a whole. Don't give the enemy a chance to attack us one by one. Well, I'm mainly talking about the 13 of us. Zhuo's sister-in-law is separated from us. Understood. Don't just say it clearly. Everyone get ready. Understood. While everyone held their breaths in anticipation, all of a sudden, it was as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. As the saying went, the sky had collapsed, but it seemed to be just like this. In the blink of an eye, a huge corner of the demon continent, which was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, fiercely crashed over with an irresistible force. Demonic flames soared into the sky, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, a voice roared, "Protect our continent." The earth and mountains shook and heaven and earth collapsed. Truly, the earth and mountains shook and heaven and earth collapsed. On the ground, the entire plague coastline on the Tao League side was actually forcefully flying up. Taoist thunder and the other 7 swords of the Tao League were livid, and the fury in their eyes almost burned the entire sky. It was undeniable that there was also extreme fear and irreconcilable hatred in their hearts. Because the return of the demon race this time wasn't like the return of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance at all. When the Tao League and the Umno Alliance returned, they used a relatively stable side with the fundamental goal of achieving integration. They even gathered all the peak expert strength on their side to ensure that their own continents wouldn't be damaged, and at the same time, to the greatest extent, they also protected the opposite continent to the greatest extent. Because this was the place where they would live and fight in the future. As long as the transition was smooth, the opposite continent would also be their own people. But when the demon race returned this time, they completely didn't consider the opposite continent. They completely didn't consider the problem of how the creatures living on the opposite continent would deal with such a violent collision. All their actions were only concerned about the safety of the demon race's continent. Even more so, they even had a thought: use this extremely violent collision to kill half of the humans on the opposite continent before anything else. This was probably their mentality. You're insane. What a lunatic. Taoist Thunder's lips trembled and he was extremely furious. Inhumane. He was insane. What right does the demon ancestor have to be listed as a peak expert? Myths and legends? These are clearly inhumane things. The demon race has always been inhumane. If the demon race had humanity, how could they be called demon race? Zhuo Changlu said mockingly, they are demons, not humans. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Do you think it's just a saying? You actually still expect them to have compassion. I have to say, the extent of your childishness really surprises me. Balls of demon light shot up into the sky, accompanied by countless earth-shattering roars. Obviously, the demons in front were all trying their best to activate their maximum strength, desperately protecting the continent under their feet from being shaken and damaged. The cross-section of no less than tens of thousands of miles ahead was filled with this kind of sound. From the appearance of the demon race's continent, to the fall, to the collision with the Tao League's continent, it took no more than 10 seconds. The demon chi in front of them was rampant and overflowing. The sky shook and the earth shook. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains within sight shook and collapsed. Countless volcanoes erupted and shot up into the sky with a rumble that in the entire Tao League's continent, not a single building that was more than 10 meters tall was left intact. On the ground, a bottomless crack that was hundreds of feet wide and hundreds of feet wide appeared. The Tao League's continent was filled with wails and cries. It was a real bloodbath. Countless people who were avoiding the tremors on the flat ground were sent flying due to the violent tremors of the earth. They crashed into the hard objects or buildings beside them, their brains splattering everywhere. It was the real end of the world, a calamity for the human world. Zhuchanglu silently counted the time. 3, 2, 1. The first batch. A resounding boom rang out, and the 120,000 people who had been prepared in advance raised their cultivation bases to their very limits in unison. At the same time, they converged all of their energy into a single point before attacking the devilish army in a frenzy in their own military formations. Zhuchanglu's calculated landing point was 1,000 meters in front of the plague coast. At the same time, the steaming poisonous fog erupted from the void and spread rapidly. Two air masses, one black and one gray, swept back and forth wildly on the demon race's continent like a hurricane. Then the second wave of attacks poured down on the demon race's continent continuously. The third wave followed closely behind. Huge spatial rifts cracked open in the sky above the demon race's continent. In an instant, the demon race's continent was also doomsday. Enemy attack. A fierce roar sounded, mixed with indescribable pain. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. He was 10,000 feet tall, and his eyes opened and closed like lightning. He was teleporting over from the other side of the demon race's continent. In a flash, the horn rumbled loudly. In the void, a total of more than 25,000 Tao League's heavenly year experts silently and rapidly surged into the demon race's continent. That these people's movements were so decisive, without the slightest hesitation. More than 25,000 people collectively self-destructed, and there seemed to be only one sound. This was the self-destruction of the soul, the self-destruction of the divine sense, and the self-destruction of the true essence. It was the most extreme way of self-destruction. Countless experts of the demon clan were directly turned into fine powder in this self-detonation, and became dust in the sky. The three demon primes suffered a great backlash because they protected the demon race's continent from attacking the other three continents. Their own demon primes were greatly depleted, and their combat power was greatly reduced. They couldn't withstand the three waves of attacks and were severely injured. Then they were affected by the self-destruction, and they didn't even have time to resist for a moment. Their bodies and bones were smashed and their souls dissipated. They died just like that. The power of this shocking explosion was so great that almost half of the demon ancestor's huge shadow in midair was annihilated by the impact. Then he heard an angry roar, "Scoundrel!" The demon ancestor rapidly teleported and came to the front position. He saw a vast saber light that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was hundreds of thousands of meters long, and it slashed along the coastline like it was cutting wheat. Tens of thousands of demons who had just rushed up were all swallowed by the abundant saber aura. A large amount of blood soared into the sky. The so-called blood flowing like a river wasn't enough to describe the spectacular scene at this moment. Of course, the blood should flow like a waterfall, dyeing the mountains and rivers red. One saber and 100,000 demons died a violent death. The Sky Patrol throne. The Sky Patrol saber. The enemy in the dark revealed himself. He was also 10,000 meters tall and extremely huge. As the saber light flashed, he brazenly slashed down with his saber. Clang! A ray of black light suddenly appeared. Zhuchanglu reacted quickly. He quickly blocked with his saber and blocked it head-on. In terms of moves alone, Zhuchanglu didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the moment the enemy's weapon came into contact with the Sky Patrol saber, Zhuchanglu felt his body tremble. He knew that something was wrong and immediately moved to the side. However, the god-slaying spear pierced through the Sky Patrol saber without any resistance. Zhuchanglu flew up. Poof. The moment the tip of the spear flashed, it had already pierced Zhuchanglu's right chest. The speed of the spear was as if there was no process at all. Zhuchanglu's body swayed, but he didn't panic. The penetrated Sky Patrol saber instantly turned into countless fragments that struck the god-slaying spear and counterattacked the fiend ancestor. Following that, his body retreated. In a flash, he had already moved 10,000 feet away. It was the divine essence escape technique again. However, Zhuchanglu's right chest had an additional hole from front to back. The fiend ancestor attacked. With one strike from the god-slaying spear, the Sky Patrol throne was severely injured. Such power was simply enough to make one feel despair. Wu Yuding appeared in a flash. Her long sword instantly turned into a mountain of swords. It left her hand and confronted the god-slaying spear. As the god-slaying spear trembled, the mountain of swords that Wu Yuding's long sword turned into crumbled. The long sword itself was also pierced and shattered. However, Wu Yuding had already taken advantage of this gap to hug Zhuanglu's waist. The couple worked together and activated the escape technique that they had prepared beforehand. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The moment the escape technique was activated, Wu Yuding placed a piece of heaven-mending stone on Zhuanglu's chest wound. The fiend ancestor's body swayed, and the god-slaying spear chased after them like an angry dragon. Trying to run? With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. It was easy to tell if an expert was an expert. Although the fiend ancestor and Zhuanglu had only fought for a short while, the couple's reaction, response, fighting spirit, and decisiveness were all superior. Even from the fiend ancestor's point of view, they were quite extraordinary. Furthermore, the moment Zhuanglu appeared, his bearing and aura made the fiend ancestor immediately believe that this person was the leader of this continent. As long as he could kill these two people, even if he had to pay a certain degree of losses in this battle, it would be worth it. Naturally, he chased closely and was unwilling to give up. As the fiend ancestor chased after Zhuanglu and his wife, the flood which appeared in a flash. The left and right heavenly kings led their troops and quickly retreated, rushing to the next line of defense. On this side, the flood which led 10 great magi, the 7 swords of the Tao League, the star-plucking emperor, Qin fiend, saber demon, sword monarch, and others. They rushed into the fiend continent and started a massacre. The flood witch's body swayed, and 3 clones appeared for the first time. She used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with all her strength, and its mighty power caused the world to collapse. 2 minutes. The non-poisonous Great Magi and Zhu Yan had also rushed into the fiend continent and released poison everywhere. The poison fog formed into a hurricane that surged in the sky. When the high-level experts of the fiend continent saw this, they naturally rushed over to fight. A row of blood splattered everywhere and their eyes were scarlet. It was a spectacular sight. And at this moment, another 15 silhouettes rushed into the demon continent, piercing forward like lightning. The flood witch's eyesight was very good. She immediately saw who those 15 people were and couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Who let you come? However, those 15 figures moved after planning. Like loaches, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they entered the fiend continent and quickly disappeared. Then, thousands of miles away, tribulation clouds suddenly filled the sky. Many of those dense tribulation clouds showed signs of rapidly moving. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Then, rumble. Crack. The first wave of 15 heavenly tribulations descended. At this moment, everywhere within thousands of miles of the fiend continent that was shrouded by tribulation clouds was miserable. It was definitely much worse than the Tao League continent. 15 people rushed into the fiend continent with heavenly tribulations and heavenly wrath. Once they were intercepted by experts, the tribulation clouds would increase. After all, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would become more violent with each additional person. Rumble. The fiend continent was shaking everywhere. Countless fiends were blasted into pieces by the heavenly tribulation lightning. There was no way for them to resist. The sword sovereign wielded his sword like the wind and fought with a monster from the fiend continent. This monster looked ugly and had a huge mouth. However, when it waved its hand, purple light flashed like lightning. In just a few moves, the sword sovereign was already at a disadvantage. The fiend continent in front of him was one of the 8 fiend lords under the fiend ancestor. Fiend Lord Shang Xiang was one of the top experts in the fiend continent. Fiend Lord Shang Xiang, who had gained the upper hand, didn't look happy at all. Instead, his heart was burning with anger and sorrow. Just a moment ago, 3 of his brothers had died under the enemy's attack. They had planned it well. Out of the 8 fiend lords, 3 of them had brought their subordinates to protect the continent. This was enough to neutralize the impact of the continent's attack. The others were at the back, ready to reinforce at any time. This was a foolproof plan. Who would have thought that Demon Monarch Duck Duck, Demon Monarch Chui Wei, and Demon Monarch Wang Fox had sacrificed all their cultivation to protect the continent. But they were suddenly attacked and severely injured. Then, a large group of cultivators with high cultivation levels self-destructed. It was the most extreme way to self-destruct, abandoning one's soul and entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 3 fiend lords, together with their 7 fiend gods and 100,000 elite subordinates, were destroyed by this sudden self-destruction. There was no way for them to recover. This wave after wave of attacks was simply unimaginable. The three fiend lords who had been following Lord Luo Ho since the creation of the world, had gone through the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and the Witch Demon Tribulation without suffering any injuries. Yet they had all died in such a humiliating way. This was a heavy price that they could not accept no matter what. More importantly, if the three fiend lords had died in the hands of powerful cultivators, it would have been fine. However, they had died in the hands of a group of low-level cultivators who were not even stronger than ants. Fiend Lord Shangxiang was furious. He wanted to kill his opponent to vent his anger. He used his sword and saber to release purple light. Even his eyes and mouth were constantly emitting purple light. It was an all-pervasive attack. Sword King was forced to retreat step by step and he was in danger. In the distance, Zuoxiao Duo was waving her twin hammers. With the heavenly tribulation above her head, she stomped on the ground. Wherever she passed, there were flashes of lightning and thunder. With a leap, she was thousands of feet away. Then, the heavenly tribulation struck down violently. The demons within thousands of feet were turned into fine powder. Zuoxiaonian was the same. She flew and charged around with the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, she wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill as many demons as possible. Seeing this unforeseen event, none of the demon race masters dared to step forward to stop them. Even the 8 fiend lords and 19 fiend gods did not dare to stop her. After all, as powerful as they were, how could they not know that this group of people was in the state of heavenly tribulation? As long as they entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, they would be regarded as the helpers and be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. They could only stay far away. It was precisely because the 15 of them understood this that they used this special method to run around in the demon territory. Wherever they went, there would be whales and corpses everywhere they went. Awesome. Everyone pay attention. This is the last heavenly tribulation. Don't rush blindly. Zuoxiaonian, who had been paying attention to the number of heavenly tribulation, reminded everyone. Understood. Zuoxiao Duo held the kitty hammer and rushed to the left side of Zuoxiaonian. Then the couple rushed toward Li Chenglong and the others against the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Li Chenglong and the others had already gathered. This was all part of their plan. They had come here to kill as many demons as they could, not to throw their lives away. Naturally, they had planned ahead and made arrangements for their retreat. As the last heavenly tribulation fell, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in white light. As the heavenly tribulation passed, Li Chenglong and the others disappeared in a flash. Even Zuoxiaonian moved slightly and disappeared with Li Chenglong and the others. Only Zuoxiao Duo was left in the field. Zuoxiao Duo laughed and pointed to the sky with his hammer. I'm already invincible. What are you shouting for? Why aren't you leaving? With a loud roar, the flood witch who had followed them, grabbed Zuoxiao Duo's belt and swung her arm. Zuoxiao Duo suddenly turned into a shooting star in the sky. Fuck off. Chapter 1288. Zuoxiao Duo, who was thrown out by the flood witch, took advantage of the momentum and disappeared in the direction of the Tao League. The flood witch retreated frantically, bringing the experts from the 3 continents with her. Only the Sword King, who had heard the order, was entangled and could not escape. He was at a disadvantage. The demon monarch Shang Xian was more powerful than him, and the purple light attack was even more treacherous. There was no way for him to escape. He had already tried his best. However, the gap between him and an old monster that had lived for thousands of years was too big to make up for. The Sword Monarch was clear in his heart that only the minister would be able to trap and kill a few of these monsters if they were caught off guard. Unfortunately, the ambush just now could not be replicated. Go! The sword in the Sword King's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Don't worry about me. His eyes were bloodshot. The Sword King knew his own strategy and did not want to implicate his companions. Furthermore, he saw how powerful the demon monarch Shang Xian was and how treacherous his moves were. He could not help but want to die with his enemy. Since he could not escape, he would take away one of the opponents who was more powerful than him. This battle was worth it. At this moment, a sharp saber light descended from the sky and landed on demon monarch Shang Xian's body. Demon monarch Shang Xian blocked the saber with a purple light and laughed weirdly. Another one! The saber demon descended from the sky. Go! His black robe fluttered in the wind as if it carried the aura of hell. Uncle Saber Spirit. The veins on the Sword King's neck popped out. Go! Don't call me Saber Spirit, I'm the Saber Demon. The Saber Demon laughed maniacally. Today is the day I break through. Go. Don't make me miss you so much that I can't break through. If we leave together. If we die together. You risked your life to save me. If I leave just like that, what's the point of surviving? The Sword King knew the Saber Demon's intention. Why are you wasting time? Do you want both of us to die here? The Saber Demon was furious. If you don't leave, what's the point of me rushing here? Go. If you call me uncle, then don't let me down your master. Saber Demon roared with all his might. Countless demon race experts in the surroundings had already charged forward with rage in their eyes. For a moment, Sword Sovereign felt his blood boiling. He completely understood what the Saber Demon meant. Back then, Saber Spirit and Sword Sovereign's master, the Sword Emperor, were of the same generation. It was a long time before the Sword Emperor accepted Sword Sovereign as his disciple. Furthermore, Sword Sovereign's talent was extremely high. He had gradually matured through constant battles. Now he was not inferior to Saber Spirit. In fact, it even exceeded that. Saber Spirit had said this more than once. Your future is much further than mine. If there's a life or death crisis, don't worry about anything and just run for your life. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Saber Spirit did not hesitate to use his saber to enter the demonic path and changed his name to Saber Demon. However, it was a pity that there was only one path that he couldn't break through. Now that the Sword Sovereign was in danger, the Saber Demon was risking his life to save him. It was all because of what he had said back then. Brat, your future is much greater than mine. A strange laugh came from the other side. Don't even think about leaving. In an instant, the sky darkened. A ball of coldness descended from the sky. It was a monster with a human body and a turtle's head. Its entire body was shining with golden light, illuminating the entire world. However, wherever it passed, the mountains were frozen. A ball of coldness rose from the earth's core and completely froze the ground where the two were standing. It was Demon Lord Jianghu of the 8 Demon Lords. Sword Sovereign was anxious. Uncle Saber Spirit, are you stupid? Why are you rushing over to save them? Now both of them can't leave. Saber Demon laughed maniacally. What's the point of living? What's the point of dying? Brat, since you said that you can't leave, then I'll make you leave. Before he finished speaking, Saber Demon's entire body was shining with saber radiance. It was like a flame that shot into the sky and burned. The saber radiance with spiritual power was like petals that were constantly opening in a sea of fire. It was endless. The entire world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The saber in Saber Demon's hand seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. His own cultivation had also increased by 3 to 4 times. He only attacked and did not defend. With his own strength, he resisted the 2 demon lords. He even had the upper hand. For a moment, the saber radiance burned like the sun and shot out. Saber Demon's cultivation was slightly weaker than Sword Sovereign's. He could not be compared to either of the 2 demon lords in front of him. However, no one knew what kind of secret technique he had used. In his current strange state, he resisted the 2 demon lords and fought fiercely without retreating an inch. Uncle Saber. Sword Sovereign shouted angrily, You! Stop being so wishy-washy. Saber Demon shouted, Do you want me to die with regrets? Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry. He turned into a rainbow sword radiance and rushed out of the encirclement. Saber Demon laughed loudly. Remember to drink more. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. 4 figures and 8 large hammers charged into the battlefield with might. Go. Now is not the time to die. The Flood Witch turned around and attacked. Jianghu had once told the Flood Witch to be careful of Saber Demon. If he was in danger, she must save him. The Flood Witch let out a long roar and rushed into the battle between Saber Demon and Saber Demon. Then she slapped Saber Demon's body, and Saber Demon rushed out. A rainbow flashed. It was Sword Sovereign who saw the Flood Witch rushing to his rescue. He turned around quickly and pulled Saber Demon back. Saber and sword joined hands. They turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed out again. Dang, 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 dang. A clear and distinct image of Hell's Gate suddenly appeared in the skies above them. 10,000 ghosts came out. 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. The Flood Witch was like an indomitable demon god. She hammered the 2 demon lords 3,000 times and sent them flying backward with blood spurting out of their mouths. If it were not for the fact that the other demon monarchs were about to arrive, the Flood Witch would have killed the 2 demon monarchs on the spot. However, the other demon lords had already arrived. The flood which had no choice but to give up the tempting idea of killing the two demon lords on the spot. After all, the flood which could not win against 4 demon lords with her strength alone. In addition, she had no chance of winning with the surrounding demon soldiers. She also had to be wary of the demon ancestor who could return at any time. If the demon ancestor returned at this time, the flood which could only die. There was no other possibility. Grandpa will not accompany you. The flood which laughed loudly. The 8,000 souls nightmare hammers danced crazily at the same time. She brought the 3 doppelgangers to fight the 5 demon lords. Under her full attack, she actually had the upper hand. He forcefully broke through the encirclement. With a wild laugh, he sped away. Wherever he passed, thousands of demon race experts along the way were all turned into dust. A clear path of blood was smashed into a black hole by the flood witch. She broke out of the encirclement. The flood witch who could have left did not leave. Instead, she turned around and stood in the air with her hammer in hand. She pointed at the 5 demon lords and shouted, "You dare to take another step forward? I can leave if I want to. You dare to chase me?" The 5 demon lords stopped at the same time. Their disdainful eyes were like thunder and lightning. For some reason, an unparalleled feeling of invincibility suddenly surged in their hearts. It was as if the big man in front of them had the blue sky above his head and the earth beneath his feet. He was as majestic as a mountain and as dignified as a prison. The flood which stood in the air. She looked around and confirmed that all the experts on her side had retreated. She laughed loudly. The 2 hammers in her hands struck each other. With a boom, a dozen huge spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The demon clan is only SOSO. In the end, only a bold laugh was left. The burly figure calmly entered a spatial crack and disappeared. Sword Sovereign and Saber Demon fled crazily. They were about to leave the demon clan's continent and enter the void ahead. Just as they rejoiced that they had narrowly escaped death, they suddenly felt an unprecedented oppressive force. A sharp killing intent came toward them. An indomitable giant appeared thousands of miles ahead. The long spear in the newcomer's hand was raised, and a cold light flashed. Demon Ancestor Rahu. God-killing spear. The cold light had penetrated the space. The moment the light flashed, it had already arrived in front of Sword Sovereign's eyes. This was a sneak attack that could not be defended against. The demon ancestor had personally attacked to vent his anger. Run! Saber Demon roared and crashed into Sword Sovereign with all his might, knocking him away. However, when he was about to dodge, he suddenly froze and stopped on the spot. But the god-killing spear that ignored the endless space had pierced deeply into Sword Sovereign's forehead and went straight into his brain. It entered his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Uncle Saber, Sword Sovereign's eyes widened as he rushed over with all his might. It's a pity that I didn't break through. A smile appeared on the Blade Demon's face. Mustering the last of his strength, he suddenly raised both of his hands and grabbed onto the god-slaying spear's shaft. Using all of his energy, he locked onto the god-slaying spear and shouted, "Go!" The loud shout shook the void. Saber Demon's chest was petrified and turned into ashes. Tell the minister. I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in my next life. Starlight suddenly gathered. Saber Demon's entire body exploded. He had used the last of his strength to self-destruct. Just like the many people who had sacrificed themselves before, it was a self-destruction of their souls. A self-destruction that merged with everything. An extremely violent and terrifying power shook the void. White light flashed. It was Saber Demon's saber. It turned into a stream of light, carrying Saber Demon's last hope of consciousness, and directly crashed into Sword Sovereign's body. Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry and grabbed Saber Demon's saber. He roared in pain and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. Saber Demon threw out his saber at the last moment and escaped with Sword Sovereign. He knew that this silly kid wouldn't leave. However, if he threw out his saber knowing that it was hopeless, this kid would desperately escape in order to protect his saber. Otherwise, this silly kid would probably die with him. He had calculated everything. He had also done everything. There was a loud explosion and the void exploded. Saber Demon disappeared between heaven and earth. In the sky, an inexplicable energy formed in the void, and it actually turned into a long saber of spiritual energy. It whistled and rushed towards Demon Ancestor. Saber Demon died, but his heavenly Tao providence didn't dissipate. It turned into a final saber. He would rather die than exchange blows with this legendary god fiend. Demon Ancestor clasped his hands together. With a boom, the saber of Providence exploded. However, a piece of the demonic Tao Providence on Demon Ancestor's body was taken away. Although it was just a small and insignificant piece. A heroic voice laughed. I didn't lose out. Demon Ancestor's expression was solemn as he looked at the shattered saber Demon Providence in front of him. He didn't even give me a chance to start over, just to exchange blows. He released his fingers, and the last wisp of Providence transformed into an illusory saber. It dissipated in the air, revealing Saber Demon's final gaze. Resolute, sharp, with pride. It was as though the person whose body and soul had been destroyed was still sneering at Demon Ancestor. Even if I die, I'll still slash you. The air trembled and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1289. In the void. The god-slaying spear buzzed and trembled. The tip of the spear flickered with a cold light. It wanted to chase after the sword sovereign, but the impact of the saber demon's self-destruction made the spear tremble. It couldn't fly out instantly and let out a furious roar. The fiend ancestor flashed over and held the spear with one hand. He looked into the distance. Dying for a friend, unparalleled loyalty. Fulfill his wish for once. He left with the spear. He chased after Jianghu all the way but didn't manage to catch up. When he returned, he encountered the Sword Sovereign and the Saber Demon. The Sword Sovereign, who was supposed to be in front, was killed by the Saber Demon. The Saber Demon's calamity of certain death couldn't be changed. Although Jianghu had already told the Flood Witch to save the Saber Demon once, it was hard to go against fate. He couldn't save the Saber Demon a second time. The battle of the century only lasted for a few minutes. However, the intensity of the battle was the worst in history. 3 of the 8 demon sovereigns under the fiend ancestor died on the spot. 7 of the 19 demon gods died. More than 10 million demons died in the battle. Behind them, Duo and the others used the heavenly tribulation to destroy a total of 25 cities. In addition to the poison that was still spreading, the casualties of the demon race exceeded hundreds of millions. The moment the demon race returned, they welcomed a head-on attack. To the Tao League's astral souls and the Umno Alliance, this was an infinitely glorious victory. The Saber Demon died in battle. Lei Changtian fought a demon sovereign and was severely injured. Shimen Lai and Bei Gonghao were pursued by the demon sovereigns while retreating. They escaped with heavy injuries and luckily survived. The price was that they used the Sky-Mending Stone. The Tao League's Taoist Yun was severely injured by 2 demon sovereigns and was almost killed. He was rescued by Taoist Lei and the others. The 25,000 Tao League disciples all died. They risked their lives to establish the cornerstone of this victory. Other than that, the 3 continents didn't suffer any losses. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to attack. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to defend with all your might. Both sides gave similar orders at the same time. Next, it would be a real battle. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's 100,000-foot golden body was currently presiding over the Plague Coast. It seemed to have the power to suppress everything. Demonic flames soared into the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds in the sky. Only demonic chi permeated the land. The demon army began to move out of the demon continent and quickly set foot on the Tao League continent. The 2 continents were constantly squeezing, colliding, and merging. The next 3 days were the calm before the storm. At the Tao League side, the top forces of the 3 continents flooded in one after another. The Tao League had also urgently mobilized all their forces, be it the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd lines, to gather here. There were also countless people who were risking their lives to modify the heroic Soul Mountain Pass, or to reconstruct and strengthen it. This time, the demon army's target was the Tao League continent. If they didn't work hard and fight for their lives, they wouldn't have a chance. In this short period of tacit recuperation, neither side made any other moves. However, everyone knew that a war of survival and destruction had already begun. Once the war started, it would only end when one side was completely annihilated. Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others didn't idle around these few days. Other than continuing to cultivate diligently, they constantly surveyed the entire battlefield, looking for places that could be used. Between all the fortresses, between the mountains, and between the dense forests, they basically ran through every place. In such a huge battle, it was a matter of national annihilation. The strength of an individual might seem insignificant, but it wasn't necessarily useless. It was necessary to be familiar with the terrain of the upcoming battle. Zhuo and the others were currently working in this area. Zhuo's control of the space exterminating tower was getting better and better. With the space exterminating tower in hand, as long as they didn't bump into the demon ancestor, the other demon army wouldn't be a problem. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could always escape. The demon army was guarding above the Plague Coast, so the chances of them being seen by him were very slim. On the other side, Zhuo and his wife, who had contributed greatly in this battle and attracted most of the demon ancestors' attention, didn't look very good. Zhuo and his wife had already tried to overestimate the demon ancestors' cultivation and combat strength. However, when they really fought, they realized that they had still underestimated him. If they didn't have the heaven-mending stone in hand, and if they didn't work together and plan beforehand, they were afraid that it would be unimaginable. Zhuo, whose Sky Patrol blade was destroyed as soon as they met, was pierced through by the demon ancestor's spear. However, his right chest had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. Even though he had managed to escape from the hands of the fiend ancestor in the end, he still had lingering fears. Especially Wu Yuding, whose face was still very ugly after 2 consecutive days. Before that day, if someone had told Wu Yuding that Zhuo's cultivation, defense, and the power of the Sky Patrol blade were all combined, they wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow from the demon ancestor's spear. In fact, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Wu Yuding definitely wouldn't have believed it. This was the biggest absurdity in the world, something that was beyond the knowledge of everyone in this world. However, the demon ancestor and the demon ancestor's god-exterminating spear did it, seemingly effortlessly. At the moment when Zhuo was suddenly injured, Wu Yuding's vision turned black. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. When she thought about how the two of them had used up 2 pieces of the heaven-mending stone in the process of escaping, only then did Zhuo's injuries heal. Her heart was pounding even harder. In fact, the penetrating wound on the right side of his chest seemed serious. In fact, he didn't even need to use half a piece of the heaven-mending stone. He only needed to recuperate for 10 days to half a month, and Zhuo would be able to heal on his own and restore his physical body. However, to completely remove the murderous aura from the god-exterminating spear, he had used up more than half of the heaven-mending stone's energy. This was what made people terrified and uneasy. Looking at her husband, who had always been invincible and unbeatable for tens of thousands of years, suddenly being injured, Wu Yuding's panic was indescribable. It was one thing for Zhuo and his wife to work together to escape and achieve a strategic victory. However, it was another thing for the Sky Patrol blade to be crippled directly. It should be known that even when facing the Flood Witch's sledgehammer, the Sky Patrol Imperial Messenger's Sky Patrol blade had never been damaged. From this, it could be inferred that not only was the demon ancestor stronger than the Flood Witch in Zhuo, but he was also stronger by more than 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise, how could this be? Thinking about the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the higher-ups of the 3 continents were collectively shocked and speechless. The joy from the successful surprise attack and the annihilation of a large number of powerful demon experts had long disappeared. Then the Sword King returned in a daze and brought back the news of the Knife Demon's death. Everyone was collectively speechless. Everyone knew that grief was useless. However, they still couldn't avoid that kind of extreme grief. 10,000 years of hard work had been destroyed in a day. I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in the next life. The Knife Demon's last words made everyone's eyes turn red. It was obviously such a perfect surprise attack, but they had to pay such a heavy price. More than 5 of the higher-ups were seriously injured and 1 of them had died. Such a difference in combat strength made everyone dumbfounded and unable to believe it. However, through this battle, everyone had a more intuitive understanding of the strength of the demon race. In the Alliance Army's camp, the flag of the Knife Demon fluttered in the wind, and the white flags of the Tao League covered the sky and the earth. The 3 continents sent off the 25,000 martyrs of the Tao League and the Knife Demon. The long saber embroidered on the flag was still flying in the air, as if the Knife Demon was still fighting with his life, still slashing the void with his saber. The results of this battle have more or less been tallied up, said Yi Futian. Zhuo sat at one side of the conference table, opposite the Flood Witch. Disciples of the Tao Alliance this time. Even though we were the ones who made the first mistake and committed a grave sin, the self-detonation of 25,000 of our brave men dealt a heavy blow to the demons and established the cornerstone for this war. We will forever remember your kindness. Zhuo said, the generosity of the heroes is admirable, If we can win in the future, the reputation of the heroes should not be buried. Everyone in the Tao League must keep the list of heroes, and the incense will last forever, and the 3 continents will respect it. It's only right. Taoist Thunder's expression was serious. The heroic sacrifice of the knife demon in this battle has made us more aware of the demon ancestor's power. His contribution is great, and the descendants of Brother Knife will be treated the same as the descendants of Wang Feihong. Good. Although this can be said to be a great victory, the problems exposed are shocking. Jianghu said, first of all, the strength of the demon ancestor as expected of a top innate expert. In today's world, no one can defeat him. This will be the first and greatest difficulty in the upcoming battle. Taoist Yun said hesitantly, if we use a siege strategy, will it work? The flood which shook her head, brothers with spear heavily injured him, and the knife demon's soul was destroyed in one strike. This has proven the power of the demon ancestor, especially the god-slaying spear, as expected of the number 1 killing weapon since ancient times. If the demon ancestor did not have the god-slaying spear, even if his power was 30% stronger, we could still use the siege strategy to try and destroy him. Although it's not optimistic and we would definitely suffer heavy losses. But with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is an unbeatable existence. Yes, with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is not afraid of a siege. Jianghu sighed, his speed is too fast, so fast that it's almost impossible to stop him. Even if we can stop him in time, we can't stop the extreme sharpness of the god-slaying spear. The siege strategy is just to give him a chance to defeat us one by one. Jianghu could be said to be deeply aware of this point. Even without the god-slaying spear, the demon ancestor was still at an invincible level in this world. However, the flood which was right, they could still use the siege strategy to destroy him. But with the god-slaying spear, the so-called siege strategy was a joke. It was the same for one person and it was the same for 100 people. At most, it was the difference of 1 breath's time and 1 breath's time. And this reality could be said to have made them despair. Taoist Lei said with a glimmer of hope, if the demon ancestor doesn't have the god-slaying spear, or if he doesn't use the god-slaying spear, and the minister and brother flood join forces. I have to admit, in the past, I overestimated myself, or I underestimated the legendary almighty of this world. Take the demon ancestor for example, even without the god-slaying spear in his hand, the flood witch and I are still not his match. Jianghu shook his head without thinking. The flood witch nodded slightly, agreeing with Jianghu's judgment. The best situation is for flood to attack directly, and borrow the power of the twin hammers to resist the demon ancestor. Ting Er and I will support from the side. If this strategy works, we can deal with him for 1,000 moves. After 1,000 moves, the 3 of us will definitely die, or not even 1,000 moves. Because in this 1,000 moves, every moment is a matter of life and death, and it can collapse at any time. If any side makes the slightest mistake, it will lead to the collapse of the united front. If one person dies, the 3 of us will die together and there will be no luck. Jianghu said solemnly, and the best result is if the demon ancestor doesn't use the god-slaying spear. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the demon ancestor was so terrifying, how could they fight? The demon ancestor is temporarily unsolvable. Let's put it aside. Jianghu sighed and said, we'll talk about it when we really need to face him. In this surprise attack, the biggest gain is that we have lost the 8 strongest demon kings of the demon clan, who are below the demon ancestor. In this battle we have killed 3 demon kings in one breath. It's really a great result. As for the remaining demon kings, their fighting power. The flood witch frowned and said, their basic fighting power is about the same as Lai Hua and Jin Lin. Even if they are slightly stronger, they are just at the level of Lei Changtian and Yu Xingqian. There are 5 more demon kings like this in the demon clan. With our fighting power, it's not difficult to resist them or set up a trap to deal with them. As for the 19 demon gods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 7 of them were killed in this battle. The remaining ones are no more than 12. The cultivation of these demon gods is about the same as Dan Kong Bing Ming Feng Yun of the Tao League, and the right king of the astral souls. The flood which had charged out of the demon clan's formation and had a clearer understanding of these fighting powers. Jianghu and Flood were the only 2 in the chaotic realm in the 3 continents. The Thunder Dao and Wu Yuding were peak grand heavenly realm. Yu Xingqian, Lai Hua, and the other Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance were all advanced Grand Heavenly Realm. The other old fellows were basically mid-stage Grand Heavenly Realm. As for Yu Dongtian and the others, they had just broken through to the Grand Heavenly Realm. Below them was the level of the King of Zwolu and his wife. They were peak Primordial Chaos and half-step Grand Heavenly Realm. These are the peak fighting powers revealed by the Demon Clan in this battle. However, what makes me unhappy is that the left and right guardians under the Demon Ancestor did not appear in this battle. I don't know if they perished early on or if they are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If these two devils were still alive, they would at least be above the 8 great demon monarchs, which is the level of Brother Zhuo and I. Perhaps. They might even be stronger than us. After all, they are immemorial level experts. If the Demon Ancestor does not participate in the battle, we can combine the fighting powers of both sides. If we combine the peak fighting powers of the 3 continents, not only will we not be weaker than the Demon Ancestor, we might even have a higher chance of winning. The flood which did not continue after saying that. However, everyone understood in their hearts. If the Demon Ancestor participated in the battle, the 3 continents would definitely lose. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for them to escape with their lives. Previously, Zhuochanglu was already prepared and had the help of his wife. Even so, he was almost pierced by the Demon Ancestor's spear. As for the others, there was a 99% chance that they would not even have the chance to escape. At the thought of that, everyone could not help but be worried. Especially the people of the Tao League, their faces were even more ashen. Zhuochanglu pondered for a moment and said, "I do have an idea. It can be considered as an idea that is not a solution." Everyone hurriedly asked, "What idea? What is it? What is the plan?" Now there is very little time for the two sides to clash. However, there is still some time. My son has a space treasure, cough cough. Zhuochanglu glanced at the Great Witch Dan Kong and said, "The Tower of Annihilation." The Great Witch Dan Kong's face was instantly filled with black lines. He looked at Zhuochanglu as if he wanted to eat him. His face turned red, but he did not say a word. The Deep Ice Witch took advantage of the opportunity and said happily, "Ha! I know that thing. It's just." Before the Ice Abyss Witch could finish her words of Schadenfreude, she was stopped by a hammer. The Deep Ice Witch flew out for an unknown distance in an instant. Zhuochanglu did not say that on a whim. In fact, it was Zhuoxiaoduo who reminded him. The comparison of the hard strength of the two sides was seriously insufficient. This would be a huge flaw that would tilt the direction of the battle. Zhuoxiaoduo saw it, and so did Li Chenglong. Even though there was not much time left, there was still room for operation. It was not impossible to steal the sky and change the sun. By chance, some changes happened to the Tower of Annihilation and it broke through the inherent category. Zhuochanglu said, "The flow of time inside that thing is very different from the outside world. 1 day outside is 1 year and 3 months inside the Tower of Annihilation. Although it is a last-minute preparation, it can be strengthened a little. It is a solution that is not a solution. There is such a thing?" As soon as this sentence came out, even the Flood Witch and the Great Witch widened their eyes. Zhuochanglu coughed and said, "But I have to say the ugly words first. No matter how mysterious the space treasure is, it still has not formed a cave or a small world. Even if the space inside the Tower of Annihilation is relatively stable, if too many masters enter at one time, it may not meet the requirements. Just the consumption of spiritual energy is a problem. If we decide to enter and cultivate, if we find that it is not stable. If any of you still have space magic treasures, please help us to stabilize the space. In addition, the cornerstone of this space is the remaining powder of the astral souls after cultivation. The more the better." "No problem." Taoist Thunder and the others waved their hands and said, "What we lack most now is time. No matter how precious the magic treasures are at present, they are just worldly possessions. I will collect them and send them in. Also, I will immediately issue an order to collect the powder of the astral souls in the whole continent. The Umno Alliance will do the same. As for the astral souls, it is the same." After the plan was decided, Zhuochanglu immediately called Zhuoxiaoduo back. Then a group of high-level officials brought a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures of heaven and earth to Zhuoxiaoduo's space of the Tower of Annihilation. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong left 2 people outside to guard. As long as the Devil Clan made a move, they would go in and call for help. The line of defense is so wide. If the enemy moves and then comes out, I am afraid it will be difficult to be comprehensive. Our comprehensive strength is behind the enemy. Even if all of us are outside, it will be difficult to be comprehensive. But for every moment we cultivate, our comprehensive strength will be stronger. There is no need to worry about temporary gains and losses. Some of the people who were worried were refuted by this sentence. When everyone entered the Tower of Annihilation as a group, the space of the Tower of Annihilation did change drastically, just as Jianghu had said. This was probably because this group of people were the top of the world. They were far from Zhuo Duo, Li Chenglong and the others. Regardless of their cultivation realm or strength, they were all the same. The number of people was also several times more than the number of people. The Tower of Annihilation did not overload immediately. It only shook and showed signs of spatial instability, which was already an excellent performance. When the people saw this, they were not surprised. They immediately threw out the space treasures they had prepared to stabilize the space. Then they poured down a large amount of the powder of the astral souls. After more than 10 minutes, the space of the Tower of Annihilation finally stabilized. Faced with such an unforeseen event, the second in command of the Tower of Annihilation, Xiaolong, was a little scared. This group of people, in addition to their own strength and cultivation realm, also had the strongest fate of the three forces. They directly caught Xiaolong off guard. Indeed, this group of people's cultivation realm was too high. Even if they did not have any malicious intentions, their sudden appearance was enough to make Xiaolong suffer a lot. Finally, when this group of people entered, they brought with them a large number of gifts. Xiaolong was busy for a while and finally scattered all the fate. He received the newly entered space treasures and used them to strengthen and expand the space. Together with the help of the Wuhuang sword, the space was not lost and the space was successfully upgraded. Thinking back, if it was not for the fact that Li Chenglong and the others kept fighting and learning from each other, which gave Xiaolong a lot of experience in the restoration, he was afraid that he would not be able to cope with this sudden change. Speaking of assistance, Grand Shaman Dan Kong, whose face was like the bottom of a pot, had to take the lead. No one could compete with him. After this man entered the Tower of Annihilation, it was hard to say how his strength and cultivation had improved, but the hard work he had put in was vivid and real. In Grand Shaman Dan Kong's own words, "This tower, this name is to kill me, right?" Everyone came into this broken tower together. Others were practicing in seclusion and improving their strength. Only I had to concentrate on stabilizing the space at all costs. I also used many treasures to strengthen it. Who dares to compete with me in terms of contribution points, just because no one understands the power of space better than me? Damn it. Brother Dan Kong, isn't the feeling very wonderful? Grand Shaman Bing Ming came up with a wicked smile on his face. Don't talk to me. Dan Kong's face was always black, as if everyone owed him millions of dollars. Let's talk about the feeling. Is it particularly sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty? Do you want to sigh? Life. Grand Shaman Bing Ming followed behind Grand Shaman Dan Kong. His footsteps were neither close nor far, and his face was full of sorrow. But the gloating and gossiping smell on his body almost overflowed the sky. Of course, the vile aura also soared to the sky, almost filling up the Tower of Annihilation. Brother Dan Kong, let's talk. Do you have any profound understanding of the name of this void extermination tower? The icy hell which chattered and followed Dan Kong closely. I have to say that this is a wonderful thing. Well, Dan Kong is building the Tower of Annihilation with all his strength. This is really fate, life, chance. Oh, I'm drunk. Great, which Dan Kong didn't mean to talk at all. He hid behind the flood which with a black line on his forehead. The ice abyss which followed up and wanted to continue to say, but the flood which glared at her fiercely. She couldn't help but say discontentedly, "He's not your son. Why do you protect him every day? Do you have nothing to do?" I haven't finished sighing. Please shut up. I beg you, brother-in-law. The Great Witch of Raging Fire hurriedly blocked the mouth of the Great Witch of Ice with a piece of black ice. One sentence was enough to offend two people. Chapter 1290. The icy hell witch's mouth was covered, so he couldn't say anything but whined anxiously. The raging fire which did not relax. He was afraid that his brother-in-law would say something wrong. It was not a normal time now. At this moment, Dan Kong, which was the most important person. As long as his mouth was slightly crooked, both the Flood Witch and Zhuo would jump out to deal with him. As for how to deal with him, the lightest punishment was to beat him up. Beating him half to death was not a big deal. Then everyone began to cultivate. While concentrating on cultivating, They watched the large amount of jade of astral souls that they had consumed fall to the ground and disappear immediately. They were all amazed. The cultivation level of this group of people was too high. Even the best quality jade of astral souls would dry up and turn into powder in an instant. Therefore, if they wanted to advance further, they either had to rely on various kinds of heavenly treasures that were compatible with their own attributes, or they had to comprehend the profound mysteries of their own cultivation. They had to grind their skills with water and improve bit by bit over time. If they purely used Star Soul Jade as a supplementary cultivation material, then it would be insufficient no matter how much they had. However, this was an exception. Because the jade of astral souls was insignificant to them, it indirectly formed a strange cycle. In a breath, a large amount of jade of astral souls around them turned into powder and was then absorbed by the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Then, it was consumed and absorbed again. This cycle continued. Although it consumed too much jade of astral souls, it also indirectly produced a large amount of jade of astral souls powder. It was a group of super-large jade of astral souls powder manufacturing machines. The flood which privately found Jianghu and sent a telepathic message to him, "Old Zwa, can you consider leaving some seeds here?" Seeing the uniqueness of this space, the flood which was finally tempted. This was the best place to leave some seeds and talents here. However, if she wanted to bring in the seeds of the Umno Alliance, it was impossible for Jianghu not to agree. They would probably be killed by Xiaodua one by one. The flood which was very clear about her godson's character. She looked slutty, unrestrained and despicable, but the viciousness in her bones was very obvious. The flood which knew better than anyone else the lethality of the pair of hammers. Jianghu sighed. "Are you also so pessimistic?" The flood which was silent for a moment before she said, "Facing the demon ancestor, I'm afraid. Even the hope of escaping is slim." Jianghu was speechless. The flood witch's words were exactly what he was thinking. He thought for a while and asked, "What level do you think the devil ancestor's cultivation has reached? If our so-called chaotic cultivation is close to the half-saint level, then the devil ancestor's cultivation is at least at the sage-to-be level, or even at the quasi-saint level. But when it comes to the devil ancestor's combat power, especially with the god-killing spear, he can definitely be called at the saint level." The flood witch sighed. No matter how courageous he is, the gap between his real strength is too big. In the end, he can't achieve anything. The sage-to-be level, the combat power of a saint. Jianghu murmured. "I even think that those saints who are not known for their combat power are not the devil ancestor's opponents." The flood witch said, "The devil ancestor's combat power is not inferior to His Majesty Donghuang's. In other words, even if I reach the level of Gonggong Zhu Wu, I'm most likely not the devil ancestor's opponent." The two of them looked at each other and both felt powerless. As mentioned before, if the devil ancestor, Rahu, was not the highest level in the devil race's combat power, then not only could they fight, but their chances of winning would also be quite high. Even if it was an extreme battle, destroying the devil race would not be a problem. However, the lack of such a person had tipped the scales of victory and defeat. It caused the advantage and disadvantage of both sides to be reversed immediately. With such a person eyeing him covetously, even if the 12 great shamans Tao League's 7 swords and all the higher-ups of the astral souls besieged him, the devil ancestor could still deal with them calmly, and even defeat them one by one and kill them all. With the devil ancestor's cultivation strength and the god-killing spear's speed, as long as he was seriously injured, there would not even be a chance for him to self-destruct. Originally, they thought that the legendary devil ancestor could defeat all 3,000 great Daos with one spear was a rumor and exaggerated by later generations. It turned out that it was actually true. Understanding this, the two of them could not help but sigh at each other. "Brother Flood, I've never seen the ancient masters of our human race. There are legends, but compared to a master like the devil ancestor, they are still far from enough. But where are the Zhu Wu of the Wu people?" Jianghu frowned. "I remember that during the Great Shaman War, except for Zhu Rong and a few other Zhu Wu as well as Kwafu Hou and other great shamans confirmed to be dead, the others don't seem to have really died, right? Where are they? Where did they go?" The flood which was also speechless. "You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to know. What I know is not much more than what you know. It's just the legends. In fact, I haven't really seen any of the masters Zhu Wu. But Zhu Wu Zhu Rong really died. And Ho Tu Zhu Wu, according to the legends, turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's why the living beings are reincarnated. Several other Zhu Wu also died on the spot." As for the missing Zhu Wu, there are indeed a few. The flood which looked a little helpless. But I really don't know whether they are still alive or not, and I don't know where they are. The flood which was a little aggrieved. If I knew the whereabouts of any of them and received some advice from them, how could I have made such progress? How could you, a brat, be on an equal footing with me? Flood glared at Zhuchanglu. Zhuchanglu also sighed. What about the three pure ones of the Tao League? What about the masters of the ancient Tao League? Where did they go? Everyone was speechless about this question. Before they met the demon ancestor, they always thought that the three continents could work together and fight for a chance of survival. But now, they really met the demon ancestor and they really felt the power of the demon ancestor. Only then did they understand that the top masters of the Archean era were unshakable. Not only Zhuchanglu, but now even the flood which was hoping that one of the ancestors of the Archean era would come out soon. We, the juniors, can't bear it anymore. As for the Tao League, billions of people had already burned incense and prayed together. Ancestor, please come out and save us. We're going to die soon. 3 days passed. The demon race's army drove straight in and occupied the inland area with a radius of more than 20,000 miles. Then there was still an endless stream of soldiers coming. Clearly there was more than enough to go around. This time the collision had caused quite a big commotion in the demon territory. However, the three great demon monarchs had given it their all to protect the demon monarchs. That was why they had run out of energy and were unable to recover in time. They were unable to withstand the continuous attacks and had died. Therefore, other than the losses caused by Zhuxiaoduo and the others, the losses caused by the other natural disasters were not that great. But on the Tao League side, it was truly a landslide. The losses were extremely heavy. With one collision, almost all the tall buildings in the Tao League's mainland were not spared. They all collapsed. Because of this collision, the death toll of the entire Tao League's mainland soared to more than 30 million, and the number of injured reached 200 million. It could be said to be an unprecedented number of casualties. It was an unimaginably huge natural disaster. This earthquake, even in the central area of the Tao League, reached a magnitude of 9. The Astral Soul's mainland also reached a magnitude of 8 and above. The mainland that suffered the least damage was the Umno Alliance's mainland. However, the Umno Alliance was on the opposite side of the mainland. With a tremor, huge waves rose from the tides and directly flooded 3 coastal cities. The 3 mainlands were devastated as far as the eye could see. The people did not have a way to make a living. The upper echelons of the 3 mainlands did not try to comfort the people. They only did simple rescues because they really did not have the ability to do so. Almost all the high-end combat forces had gone to the front lines. Then there was a continent-wide announcement. The demon race's mainland had arrived and was now fighting at the border. And this unprecedented earthquake was caused by the return of the demon race's mainland. The moment of life and death had truly arrived. In the autumn of this mainland's fall, the upper echelons of the 3 mainlands called for all martial artists to rush to the front lines to fight against the foreign races and protect their land. With this order, countless martial artists began to set off from various cities and villages toward the front lines. Some were hesitant, some regretted it after they set off, and some were uneasy as they moved forward. However, there were even more people who didn't turn back and didn't return. At the same time, countless merchants and civilian organizations bought too many military supplies and transported them to the front lines. Of course, there were pros and cons. Even in this moment of life and death, many merchants began to stock up and prepare to raise prices, intending to make a fortune out of the crisis. In their hearts, these people who were preparing to go to the front lines or had already gone to the front lines did not care about money. They might as well take advantage of them. There were also many scheming martial artists who were scheming in their hearts. Now that the world was in danger, the military was the safest place with the most powerful martial artists. Once the front lines on the left and right were lost, it was inevitable that they would stretch out their necks and be slaughtered at the rear. As for going to the front lines to fight, it seemed more dangerous, but where was there no danger? They might as well take the risk. Therefore these people also went to the front lines. In short, in times of crisis, the glory of human nature was placed at the peak, but the ugliness of human nature was also displayed incisively and vividly at this time. Good and bad, beautiful and ugly, kind and evil, giving and greed, glory and filth. They all shone together, shining on this world. Just like 1,000 years ago. Just like 10,000 years later. The first wave of the demon race's probing attack began. As Zhuchanglu expected, the top combat forces of the demon race did not make a move. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, this was the rule of the battlefield since ancient times. It was not that experts could not make a move against ants, but Chapter 1291. It wasn't that the experts couldn't attack the ants, but firstly, it would be embarrassing. Secondly, if you attacked the enemy soldiers, the enemy would also attack your own soldiers. As for the third point, it was the most important one. Whoever attacked first would inevitably leave an opening for the other party. Leaving an opening for the other party. If you attacked here and sent a message, the other side might be attacked and taken advantage of. The art of war had always been like this since ancient times. For the demon race, they wouldn't go against this principle. Not to mention, there was still a surprise attack in between the two continents. They definitely had to find out the ins and outs of this ancestral land first. Therefore, although this first wave of attack seemed fierce, the other side could handle it easily. After all, it was the joint attack of the elites of the three continents, not to mention that most of them were old foxes who had been on the battlefield for thousands of years. Therefore, in this first wave of attack, the three continents not only had an easy time, but also had the upper hand. Even the higher-ups didn't have to attack, and the first wave of attack was crushed. A glorious victory, and the enemy's losses reached a terrifying ratio of 1 to 25. This kind of victory was simply too glorious. It was a scene of jubilation. In the following 10 days, the demon race's army attacked wave after wave, and wave after wave was repulsed. Occasionally, a large-scale battle broke out, but the allied forces of the three continents dealt with it appropriately. Every time, the demon race's army returned in defeat. So much so that after the first few days of battle, even a few heavenly kings and great commanders entered the Void Extermination Tower to practice and improve. Only a few people were left outside to command. Everyone already knew that the demon race's current attacks were only probing. They were probing again and again so that their own troops could adapt to the battlefield, adapt to the war. After all, even if the demon race was prepared, their entire race had drifted outside for so many years. How could there be any chance of a large-scale war? Ordinary infighting was also stopped very quickly. Whether it was in terms of war experience or geographical advantage, they were naturally at a disadvantage. As for the allied forces of the three continents, it could be said that almost every general under the great commanders, and then the deputy generals under the great commanders, were more familiar with the rhythm of the battlefield than the great commanders of the demon race. This was a huge advantage that was difficult to chase after. And there was a reason for the demons to make such a strategic decision. It was impossible for the army to do nothing and pay nothing. Only the higher-ups would go out to fight and sweep the world, while the main forces would just go and enjoy themselves, right? After all, even if he wanted to rule the world, he would need many talents. If it was only the higher-ups who took action, and the subordinates who did nothing but wait to enjoy life, then, did I cultivate for tens of thousands of years just to be a fighter for ants? These words were crude, but they were reasonable. What's more, the three continents had already responded positively, even taking advantage of the gap to severely injure the higher-ups of the devil race. If not for the presence of the devil ancestor, they would have long faced the attack of a large number of peak fighting forces. Moreover, if the devil race continent could return, the other continents might return as well. What if the Yao race continent returned like the devil race continent? The demon emperor Dong Huang of the demon clan was not the slightest bit inferior to the demon clan immemorial giant of the demon clan. If the demon clan army could not adapt to the battle on this ancestral land continent as soon as possible, even if the higher-ups of the demon clan, or even Lord Demon Ancestor, took action and destroyed the top powerhouses of the three continents, how could they contend against the other returning continents? Therefore, the demon clan needed to adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield as soon as possible. For this, even if they had to pay a large number of sacrifices, they would not hesitate. After discovering the weakness of the demon clan, the allied forces of the three continents on the defensive line began to set up targeted traps. First, they would retreat strategically, lure the enemy deep, and then gather to destroy them. Show weakness to the enemy, then ambush and encircle them, and destroy them one by one. Building one path in the guise of building one path in the guise of building another path in the dark. Eliminate the beginning and the end, and blossom in the middle. All kinds of strategies and tactics were taught to the demon clan at the cost of their lives. After all, if the demon clan intended to really grind down these things and truly grasp the battlefield experience, they would know or learn it sooner or later. Therefore, no one was worried about leaking the secret. They would take advantage of this period of time to destroy more of their effective forces. As for whether they would learn it, how could a bunch of fools like you be able to learn, catch up, and surpass the thousands and tens of thousands of years of experience on the battlefield? Dream on. As long as you don't send out experts, you are just a bunch of chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of us, at least for now. In fact, when it came to individual combat ability, the Demon Clan's individual combat ability was much stronger than the allied forces of the three continents. However, when the real battle started, the ones who suffered the most losses and died the most were the Demon Clan. The rhythm of the war was very fast and frequent. Sometimes, there would be more than 10 explosions in a day, and sometimes, there would be more than 100 explosions in a day, a total of more than 20,000 kilometers of defensive line. It would be strange if there were no battles. Then the Allied forces started to have a headache. Indeed, the Allied forces had the upper hand in the current situation, but it was inevitable that there would be casualties in the Allied forces, and there would be considerable losses. The Demon Clan had clearly suffered more losses, but the Demon Clan did not seem to care and did not care about the deaths of ordinary Demon Clan members. If they died, then they died, it did not matter. What the fuck that you don't care, but we do. Especially when they saw a Demon Clan marshal commanding the battlefield with a strong reserve force beside him, but 3,000 Demon Clan members retreated in defeat, just 1,000 meters in front of him. They were killed at such a close distance. And the Allied forces had already set up a trap. As long as the Demon Clan marshal asked the reserve force to come out to help, the Allied forces would swarm up and surround them, and kill the reserve force as well. But the result was that the Demon Clan marshal did not move at all. He watched the Demon Clan members being killed, and he did not do anything at all. Note, this was not because he saw through the Allied forces' plan, but because he really did not do anything and he did not care at all. Facing such a result, the Allied forces could only be speechless. Dongfang Xingyang, who was commanding the battle, almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the Demon Clan marshal's face. Damn it, why don't you come out? You don't even save your own people who are dying in front of you, and you call yourself a commander? Is this another way of dealing with changes by remaining unchanged? But the Demon Clan marshal was just like this, going against the norm. What could they do? Wars with such an atmosphere happened every day from the beginning, and gradually developed into a 24-hour non-stop war. Such a huge defensive line, if it was not here, it would be there, and it went on like this for more than 2 months. In the beginning, the Allied forces of the three continents were very disdainful of the Demon Clan's tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Such an idiotic commander was just sending people to be slaughtered by us. Come on, the more the better. Come on, we will not reject anyone who comes. But as the battle gradually unfolded, people slowly felt that something was not right. Because the Demon Clan marshal's tactics and techniques had been improving rapidly in the past 2 months. Among them, the commander of the Demon Clan marshal's performance was the most obvious and eye-catching. Almost every one of them carried out the 4 words: mercy does not lead an army, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end. Millions of people watched the Demon Clan marshal at the back, while 10,000 people fought at the front. If those 10,000 people could not defeat the Demon Clan marshal, the millions of people at the back would only watch those 10,000 people die in front of them, and none of them would act rashly. Such cold-bloodedness sent chills down people's spines. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that the commander of the Demon Clan marshal benefited from it, but every time it happened, it was the same for all the Demon Clan marshals. How could they not be terrified? As time went on, under the iron-blooded command of the Demon Clan marshal, all kinds of orders and commands were getting better and better day by day. They used constant sacrifices as learning lessons to learn the Demon Clan marshal's tactics and techniques. They also used the most extreme method to adapt to the war between the two races that they had not seen for so many years. However, the Demon Clan adapted very quickly. As the Demon Clan marshal gradually adapted to the tactics and strategies of the Allied forces of the three continents, the Allied forces of the three continents suffered more and more casualties day by day. Facing this situation, Dongfang Xingyang, who was in charge of the Allied forces of the three continents, directly gave a death order: change the current strategy against the Demon Clan marshal. As long as the Demon Clan came to attack, they had to be wiped out. Only in this way could they be less exposed. But in the face of the Demon Clan's horrifying learning speed, and the extreme mentality of the Demon Clan marshal, Dongfang Xingyang's sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt more and more overwhelmed. He could even foresee that on the other side, the Demon Clan marshal's time for a great war and a general attack was approaching. The day of the final battle was only a matter of time. The Demon Clan has just arrived, and they don't have much experience in large-scale battles. So, as soon as they arrived, they used the method of learning our tactics and techniques at the cost of the demon clan marshals' lives. That's why they used such an extreme method to slowly explore and gain experience. And the other main purpose of the demon clan marshal may be to stall for time, so that their troops can continuously come from the demon clan's mainland to the ancestral lands of the 3 continents and gather here. After all, the mobilization of the entire army of a continent needs a lot of buffer time. I believe that when their troops are ready, the most tragic situation of the war will unfold. And I estimate that such a moment will come soon. At most, it won't take more than 10 days of buffer time. The total military strength of the demon clan has already reached over 100 million in this period of time. Once the war breaks out, the current line of defense will not be able to hold. The front line is too long, and it's inevitable that we will overlook it. The next step, we will definitely have to retreat. But as for the position of the second line of defense, I still need the Minister, Lady Flood, and Lady Thunder to decide. Dongfang Xingyang immediately reported his foresight to Lu Li, the second line of defense. Zhuchanglu, the Flood Witch, and Lady Thunder all frowned. Although Dongfang Xingyang's report was for the 3 of them to decide, in reality, it also meant that there was no second line of defense in the Dao League. You are only going to die in vain. Zhuchanglu said, let's take a step back and say that the 3 allied forces have just been formed, and you are fighting at the front lines risking your lives. If we retreat and watch you sacrifice yourselves, our soldiers will also have to bear a great moral condemnation. This is also a great pressure. With such a mentality, how can the soldiers dare to leave their backs to their comrades? Taoist Thunder said with a trembling voice, how can I not know this? But once we retreat, it is equivalent to sending more than half of the Dao League into the mouth of the demons. That is more than 5 billion lives. 5 billion lives. Taoist Thunder's state of mind was already showing signs of collapse. How can I live with this? Then you decided to let the forces that can resist the invasion die with these 5 billion people, and then you can live with it? What kind of logic is this? The Flood Witch reprimanded angrily. Perhaps if we work harder and try our best to delay the demons for a month, there will be at least 1 billion more people who can retreat to the safe zone. A glimmer of hope flashed in Taoist Thunder's dim eyes. You're thinking too much, too idealistic. Zhuchanglu said ruthlessly, why don't you fly back and see how many people in your Dao League can't leave their homeland? As long as it is not the last moment, people will not regret. When they really regret, it is already too late to go back. That is how people always hope for a fluke, but they don't know if there is such a fluke. The war has been going on for more than a month, and only a small part of your people have retreated. Even those who have retreated have only retreated to the eastern end of the continent and are unwilling to move forward. Astral Souls has already opened the door to welcome the Dao League's retreat, but so far, the total number of people who have brought their families into the Astral Souls is less than 10 million people. Zhuchanglu sighed, I know you don't want people to be plunged into misery and suffering, and you want to protect the people of the Dao League as much as possible, but the peace at the back must be broken with blood and cruelty. Otherwise, how can there be a sense of urgency? As long as the war is still going on here, the people at the back won't move, and they will still hope for a fluke. It's not that I don't care about the lives of ordinary people, but first, they must realize the current level of crisis. They have chosen to insist on not retreating, so we can only let them die. Because we know that their fluke mentality will never exist. So we can't let all my soldiers die here because of their wrong choice, to fulfill their fluke, their mistake. To be buried with their foolishness and fluke. If we all die here, won't the 2 continents behind us be finished as well? Won't more people die? Zhuchanglu took a deep breath and said, so, we choose to give up the vast territory of the Dao League. We won't live and die with you. If you want to have a clear conscience, then the Dao League can fight on its own. We have to start building a real second battlefield. Zhuchanglu's words were very heavy and didn't show any mercy. The Flood Witch's eyes were full of praise. This was the most correct choice. If the Dao League had a heroic soul pass and everything went according to their agreement, then everyone could fight to the death here. But there was no such thing. This was simply a bastard's way of doing things. And the people of the Dao League were the same. They had lived in peace for too long and didn't want to retreat, didn't want to abandon their foundation. If the soldiers fought to the death here and died for this group of selfish and foolish people, they would probably die with grievances. Thunder Taoist nodded sadly. I understand. This is what we should do. Next, the higher-ups of the Tao League held a separate meeting. Seven Swords' expression was extremely gloomy, and so were the 12 heavenly kings below. In fact, it wasn't just them. The hundreds of generals and marshals all had extremely ugly expressions. Regret, confusion, anger, as well as nervousness, loss, and heroism. Previously, the Tao League didn't participate in the battle between the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance at the Sun Moon Pass. Now, the Tao League's drawbacks of not fighting for 10,000 years and the bitter consequences of peace and comfort had been tasted by every higher-up. How selfish and narrow-minded they were back then was how miserable and regretful they were now. Many people were asking themselves, why didn't the Tao League make a move when the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance were cultivating geniuses and constantly improving themselves through battles? With the potential of the Tao League as well as the strength, cultivation atmosphere, and cultivation heritage that originally far surpassed that of the Astral Souls, how many experts would have emerged after 10,000 years of battles? What? Didn't they fight? Not only did they not fight, but they also treated the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance as potential opponents and dragged them down. Even the construction of the Heroic Soul Pass was intentionally or unintentionally in the direction of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance. Now that the demons were attacking from behind, it actually caused such an extremely awkward situation that they couldn't recover from. Who was to blame for this? Thunder Taoist felt as if he had eaten Chinese medicine. This is the situation. Once the demons have an all-out battle, this place is destined to be lost. At that time, our heroic soul passed the direction. Sai will definitely become the demon's fortress. And the heroic soul pass can't be destroyed. So, if the battle is fought in these places, it's unfair to the Alliance. We can't let others pay for our mistakes. So, the Tao League must make a decision and sacrifice. Thunder Taoist's words were heavy. The Tao League will leave half of its people to build the second line of defense. Use your lives to stall the demons. Thunder Taoist said softly, as for who will stay and who will follow to the third line of defense, I won't force them to do so. Sign up yourselves. I'll stay. Fire Taoist said indifferently, the Tao League can't be looked down upon by others. I'll stay and command the overall situation. Thunder Taoist's eyes dimmed, then he said, who else? Cloud Taoist sighed and said, I'll stay with Fire. It's enough. The 5 of you go back to the third line of defense. 2 of the 7 swords of the Tao League expressed that they would stay. Zhuchanglu and the Flood, which almost cursed out loud. It wasn't that they didn't know what Thunder Taoist and the others were thinking, but since they had already made a huge mistake, did they have to make another huge mistake to make up for it? Chapter 1293. After that, a few heavenly kings and more than 70 generals expressed their wish to stay. There's no need for so many. Taoist Thunder said softly, it's enough to leave 4 heavenly kings to lead the 12 armies. He stood up and said softly, this is a battle to the death. You've already given your all, so there's no need to say more. However, the Tao League is in a critical situation. Everyone please, try to stall for as much time as possible. With the Tao Alliance's strength alone, our combat power will definitely be greatly inferior. However, I hope that all of you will sacrifice your lives for the sake of the citizens of our Tao Alliance. That way we can delay the war for a month. Taoist Thunder stood up and bowed slightly. Everyone please. Ancestor. Everyone bowed to the ground. We won't let you down. We'll definitely fight for a month's time. Give me the name list, I'll take it away. Taoist Thunder's eyes were filled with tears. Who said that there are no heroes in the Tao League? The Tao League's eternal prestige, we swear to protect it with our lives. During this period of time, no one was dissatisfied with the living environment except for Zhuxiao Duo. Ever since Zhuchanglu's initiative, the top cultivators of the 3 continents entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate and improve, which seriously disrupted Zhuxiaoduo's established habits and cultivation plan. Now the peak period of dual cultivation had passed. Although the incompatible water and fire wine was a top-notch supplement, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian had drunk it too frequently recently, causing its effects to gradually decline. The biggest problem was that although Zhuxiaoduo used the excuse of improving his cultivation to protect the 3 continents in the future, how could his true purpose be so low as to cultivate? The real key was whether it was good or not. With the arrival of this group of people, Zhuoxiaoduo's good days were completely over. Moreover, he was in the vile state of being beaten up every day. The higher-ups of the astral souls, the 12 great sorcerers, beat them up every day. They took turns to beat them up. Of course, not only did he beat up Zhuoxiaoduo, but he also beat up Zhuoxianyan. Li Chenglong and the others also did not escape the fate of being attacked by all the higher-ups. The flood which even gave Zhuoxiaoduo special treatment from time to time. When the two of them swung their 4 sledgehammers, everyone deeply objected. You two stay away. The reason was simple and pure. It was a little powerful. However, just the sound of the collision was enough to make others unable to bear it. In the face of everyone's unanimous opposition, even the flood which had no choice but to take Zhuoxiaoduo to the other side of the mountain and the sea. Although there wasn't a group of smurfs in the land, there were still high-level elves such as Xiao, Bai Jiao and the Wahuang sword, that there was also a true fairy, ice spirit. When these little fellows gathered together, they naturally did not stop. It was normal for them to fight with each other every day. The existence of these little fellows was not seen by anyone other than the Flood Witch and Zhuochanglu. Zhuochanglu and the Flood Witch had discussed the matter of letting these people in countless times. In the end, they had no choice but to let them go. If it wasn't for the fact that they were out of curses, they would not have used this last resort. However, exposing the problem of the flow of time in the Tower of Void Destruction was already the limit. How could they expose all the secrets? However, no matter how much pressures Zhuoxiaoduo and the others were physically and mentally, they were beaten up, ravaged, and oppressed. Everyone's cultivation level was also rising along with the torment of the other people. This result made the 12 great sorcerers unable to help but click their tongues in wonder. They were all moved by the appreciation of talents. All the higher-ups understood. These young men in front of them were only in their 20s. They had already advanced to the realm of origin. What kind of geniuses were they? Even if the time in the Tower of Void Destruction was taken into account, the age of these little fellows was not more than 60 years old. What did this mean? What did it mean? Everyone was clear in their hearts and knew what was going on. Including the Flood which one of them was younger than 1,000 years old when they broke through to the realm of origin. Based on the age of these people, it was absolutely impossible for them to have their current cultivation level. However, the reality now was that these 15 geniuses had climbed to the peak of cultivation in this world in a short period of time. They were continuously climbing towards the peak. Such amazing people would undoubtedly be the future leaders. Even Taoist Lei and the others in the Dao League had specially mentioned to Zhuochanglu and Flood, even if everyone in the world dies, we must ensure that these 15 little fellows survive. They are the real hope, the people who will entrust the future to. Any one of them is the best of the best, the best of the best. After the higher-ups of the 3 continents reached a consensus on the position of these 15 people, Zhuoxiaoduo and the others did not relax in the following days. Instead, they were beaten up even more severely by Flood and Taoist Lei. Yes, the 7 swords of the Dao League had also joined in the frenzied beating. In the morning, the 12 shamans used the power of the Umno Alliance to unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbued them with cultivation. Then they would spar with each other. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. In the afternoon, the 7 swords of the Dao League would unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbue them with cultivation. Then they would spar with each other again. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. At night, the higher-ups of astral souls will deal with the matter like how they dealt with their allies on the other 2 continents. After that, they will continue to fight in the north and south to help you strengthen your foundation. Every morning, a group of higher-ups would watch the 15 people sparring. Once they realized that they hadn't used what they had taught them the day before, they would immediately give them another round of sparring. This time they would say that it was to teach them a lesson. The body had muscle memory. If they didn't use their heart to remember, then they would use their body to remember. After this series of operations, the 15 people could only complain incessantly. Fortunately, not long after that, the few senior magi from the Umno Alliance brought a group of young geniuses from the Umno Alliance over. The number of people was slightly more than expected, a total of 56 people. For example, Shadiao, Shahun, Haihanshan, Thundercat, and so on. Last time, those who had contact with Zhuoxiaoduo, none of them were left out. There were also the descendants of the other senior magi. For example, there was a person from the Hong family who was born with 2 large tumors on his head, one on each side of his forehead. They looked like 2 distinct horns. And this person's name was Hong Xiaonyo. Originally, with such a name, he should have been forgotten by everyone. However, within 3 hours after he arrived, he became everyone's punching bag. It was probably because this guy was too much of a punching bag. Every day from morning to night, he always had an indignant look on his face. Even though he was ugly, he still felt good about himself. If he didn't become a punching bag, others would be indignant as well. There was also a person called Jin Jingjing. This person's character was not only comparable to Hong Xiaonyo's, but it was also even better than Hong Xiaonyo's. Of course, Hai Hunshan's bulbous nose, toad-like mouth, bulging stomach, and ball-like legs were also a big attraction. And the most noteworthy was the Thunder Cat. After this powerful cat arrived, when he saw Zhuoxiao Duo, his expression was extremely complicated. He revealed a subtle emotion as if he wanted to rush up and swallow Zhuoxiao Duo. Of course, to deal with a mere Thunder Cat, Zhuoxiao Duo didn't need to personally appear. With just a glance, Li Chenglong and the rest would swarm up. Within 2 hours, this Thunder Cat repeatedly said that he would repent for his past mistakes and wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The Thunder Cat, who was beaten up until he almost lost control, returned to the Umno Alliance team and complained. Then Hai Hunshan and the rest joined forces to beat him up again. This also caused 3 punching bags to appear in the team of geniuses sent by the Umno Alliance. They were Jin Jingjing the Thunder Cat, and Hong Xiaonyo. Every time Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest were beaten up, they would habitually beat up these 3 people to vent their anger. Gradually, it formed a good cycle, a kind of atmosphere. The higher-ups beat me up. No problem, I'll beat up the Thunder Cat. Beat me up again? No problem, beat up Jin Jingjing. Beat me up again? I'll join forces with everyone to beat up Hong Xiaonyo. The great shamans of the Umno Alliance were angry. All of you have obviously eaten so much more than Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest. Now that Zhuoxiao Duo is already at the primordial chaos realm, all of you are still wandering around. The 2 who have improved the fastest have only just reached the Ascension realm. Moreover, the number of times you suppress your true essence is far less than others. How can you call yourselves geniuses? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? One shouldn't be afraid of comparing goods, but one should be afraid of comparing people. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. If you compare people, you'll die. This is the truth no matter where you go. Even Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest of the 15 people, not to mention Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian, who had the strongest cultivation in the eyes of the great shamans, they were all other people's children. This also led to Hai Hunshan and the rest directly to hell. None of the 12 great shamans were pleasing to the eye, let alone in their eyes. They would roar angrily from time to time. They're also cultivating and you're also cultivating. How can there be such a big difference? Why don't you all go to hell? How can you have the nerve to live so energetically? The 56 people of the Umno Alliance wanted to cry but had no tears. We're fucking inferior to them in cultivation. We're also very desperate. But what can we do? Why don't you just kill us directly? Well, that's not right that there's a gap of generations between us. A gap of many, many generations. It's fine if we didn't know in the past, but now we know very well that Zhuoxiao Duo is the Flood Witch's godson, your mutual nephew, the son of the Sky Patrol Minister. What about us? We are thousands of generations away from you. Zhuoxiao Duo has directly become our ancestor. How can we compare to our ancestor? There's also Zhuoxiao Duo's followers. They're fellow disciples of the same subject. That's also the same generation. It's natural that we're inferior to them. The Thunder Cat and the rest were not convinced at first. They used all their strength and felt that they could catch up. But as the gap grew bigger and bigger, they quickly changed their minds. And they quickly convinced themselves. They all felt, Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest are stronger than us. It seems. This matter, how natural. Chapter 1294. Hai Hunshan complained in private. What's the point of beating us up? What's the point of not being able to catch up with others? Besides, Zhuoxiao Duo should be outstanding. If he's not outstanding, who is? He's our ancestor. If you ask me, Zhuoxiao Duo's cultivation is not high enough. Based on his background, he's the son of the minister and the godson of the Flood Witch. He should be on par with the emperor's ex-son, king of Yudongtian. People are afraid of comparisons. If Zhuoxiao Duo is compared to Yudongtian, heavenly king Yu, he's far inferior. Zhuoxiao Duo shouldn't be compared to us. He should be compared to Yudongtian Jianghu. Comparing to us, isn't that bullying? The group of juniors from the Umno Alliance quickly convinced themselves. They felt that they were weak. It was only right that they were weak. Compared to Zhuoxiaoduo. It was wrong that they weren't weak. Hence, they calmed down. Of course, they only thought about this in their hearts. They said it out loud in private. After all, everyone knew that this argument couldn't be refuted. Yu Dongtian's cultivation was high and had reached the peak of this world. However, he had cultivated for many years, while Zhuoxiaoduo had only cultivated for a few years. How could they be compared? But the blame wasn't on their backs. Zhuoxiaoduo was the elder. If we don't compare to you, you shouldn't compare to us either. On this day, Hong Xiaonuo came to look for Zhuoxiaoduo with 2 tumors that were about to explode. Ancestor Zhuo, please help us, beg for mercy. We're being beaten more than 30 times a day. What kind of fucking life is this? Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of my business." Before he finished speaking, he had already left. It was chaos in the Tower of Emptiness. More than 70 people were being beaten, and more than 100 people were being beaten. Li Chenglong was the only one who was free. He was organizing the groups. He also organized the 56 people from the UMNO alliance into groups. 8 people in a group, a total of 7 groups. It was the same number as 1 week. According to Li Chenglong's deeper explanation, it was a perfect mix of people being beaten up every day. In such an atmosphere of chaos, shouting and screaming, everyone's strength also showed a state of leaps and bounds. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was no harm, there would be no motivation. This sentence was vividly reflected here. The 56 little fellows of the Wizard Alliance were on the verge of collapse. They could even kill themselves by training every day. 2 months in the outside world was more than 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. The cultivation strength of Zhuoxiaoduo and the others had reached the peak of primordial chaos. With such combat strength, they were on par with the king of Zhuolu and the others. They could finally join the ranks of the top in this world. Although they were at the end of the top, they were still at the top. The further difference was that the king of Zhuolu and the others were anxious to break through every day. At their level, it was no longer a matter of accumulation. It was a breakthrough in cultivation and state of mind. Sometimes they could break through with a flash of inspiration. It was like becoming a Buddha. However, most of them might not be able to break through in their lifetime. They were stuck at this stage. There were many people like this now. The king of Zhuolu, Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. There were more than 40 people. They were all stuck at this stage after more than 30 years of hard work. They were unable to break through and take another step. After the battle with Zhuoxiaoduo, Grand Shaman Dan Kong and Grand Shaman Bing Ming tacitly retreated. Fortunately, they were evenly matched this time. However, if there was a next time, they would not be a match for him. Even if they could not afford to offend him, they could still hide. However, they really could not hide. Because of this battle, Zhuoxiaoduo completely understood something. Are you Bing Xiaobing? Are you Kong Xiaodan? Bing Ming and Dan Kong were in a sorry state. Then Zhuoxiaoduo recognized Lai Xiaohua. Suddenly, the 3 of them hid when they saw Zhuoxiaoduo. Because when Zhuoxiaoduo saw him, he called out, "Xiaobing, Xiaodan, Xiaohua." He did not call him uncle anymore. What the fuck was this? However, the 3 of them could not refute. Zhuoxiaoduo's words rendered them speechless. Tell me, were we not equals at that time? I treated you as my brothers and even treated you to drinks. However, you want to be my elders. What is the reason for this? No need to quibble. Just say that we were never equals. After eating and drinking my food, you still want to use this trick. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming were badly battered. In the end, they could not hide anymore and went out to fight. If they went to the battlefield, they would not be bullied here. With the 12 Grand Shamans, the Sky Inspecting Throne, and the 7 Swords of the Tao League, they gathered the highest experience of the 3 continents and taught them step by step. They even helped to unblock their meridians. Everyone's cultivation had increased considerably. It could even be said that their cultivation progress in this lifetime could not be compared to the 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. However, as their cultivation reached the peak, they were all stuck at the bottleneck of the realm. There was no exception. After more than a month of learning and accumulation in the outside world and waiting, the demon race finally began to launch their general attack. Time and tide wait for no man. There is no point in forcing ourselves to stay here. It is not because of the foundation accumulation, but because the opportunity has not arrived yet. Zhuoqianglu was also very depressed about this. So many people at the peak of this world were all unable to break through because of the realm. It was also a very strange thing. If everyone was still scattered across the continents, they might not think much of it. They might even think that it was normal. They were already at the peak of this world. How could it be so easy to go further? It was safest and most normal to put them in the thousands or tens of thousands of years of grinding. However, gathering together seemed wrong. Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we might as well go out and fight. Try to find opportunities at the edge of life and death. If we break through, we break through. If we don't, it is just a matter of luck. At this moment, a group of people at the peak of this world looked at Zhuoxiaoduo and the others with eyes full of envy. Everyone knew one thing: they were stuck at the bottleneck of the realm, but these 15 little guys did not have this concern. What they lacked was just not enough accumulation, which was why they could not continue to break through. In other words, as long as they had enough accumulation, they could break through the bottleneck at any time. Everyone had faintly guessed the reason for this. It was because they had repeatedly suppressed each realm. Every time they broke through, their true essence would be suppressed to the point where they had no choice but to break through. Once they released their true essence, the so-called bottleneck would be easily broken through even if it was not ignored. Now that he thought about it, the path of cultivation was a thorny path. Everyone walked step by step. He had endured that kind of pain 7 times, 8 times, and even the so-called highest number of times, 9 times. It was probably because of the accumulation of such a foundation that he was able to achieve what he had today. However, every time they recalled that kind of pain, they still had lingering fears. But what about Zhuoxiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others? Each of them had gone through 17, 18 times, more than 20 times, and it was said that the most had gone through 40 to 50 times. They had endured dozens of times more than them, and also dozens of times more tragic pain. With such a foundation, such accumulation, if they did not succeed, who would? How could their road ahead not be smooth? Why would there be a bottleneck? Wasn't the so-called bottleneck because of insufficient accumulation in the current realm, making it difficult to break through? It was all their own fault. How could they blame others? Everyone was chosen at the time, the peak of the current world, and also experienced the world. After thinking through this point, they could not even feel jealous. On the battlefield. Suddenly the wind whistled. In the sky above the 3 continents, blood clouds gathered as if announcing something. With a roar that shook heaven and earth, the demons, under the lead of the 12 demon gods, finally began an all-out attack. 27,000 miles of the defensive line pressed forward. Billions of demon soldiers pressed forward without holding back, launching an all-out attack. Their intention to finish in one fell swoop was clear. If we can't break through, we will all die here. This was a death order from the 5 great demon lords. The 5 great demon lords held the line in the sky. Demon ancestor Rahu still did not participate in the battle, and no one knew what he was doing. The higher-ups of the 3 continents did not let down their guard at all. Who knew where the demon ancestor was hiding? Who knew what he was planning to do? If he suddenly attacked, even Zhuoxiaoduo and the Flood, which would not be able to withstand it. In the battle, the 7 teams of the Umno Alliance and Zhuoxiaoduo's insufficient team also joined the battle. They spread out and entered the battlefield separately. As soon as the battle started, all modern communications could not be used. In the beginning, the few signal towers that could barely be maintained communications. This time, all of them were destroyed by the demon masters. Even the mountains were flattened, and the soldiers guarding them were not left with any corpses. Zhuoxiaoduo had just left the Annihilation Tower when he felt a rainstorm coming from the sky. It was a rainstorm of fate points. Before entering the Annihilation Tower, just on the battlefield alone, he had scattered more than 1 billion divine secret orders. During this period of cultivation, too many people's divinations had come true, and they had died. These people were all cultivators who had entered the path of Tao, and each of them produced at least 3 drops of fate points. Zhuoxiaoduo's harvest from this wave alone was enough to make him explode at least 100,000 times. This is awesome. Zhuoxiaoduo felt a rainstorm of fate falling from the sky, and it was all directed at him. He was so happy that he felt a little dizzy. Since there was a large amount of fate points in his account, he would not be stingy at this moment. He immediately shared the benefits with Xiaolong, who was now a great help. Therefore it started to rain heavily in the Annihilation Tower. You will explode. At this moment, Xiaolong could not help but feel that he had reached the peak of his dragon life. It was like a dream and he was intoxicated. There was actually a time when he could not finish it. What kind of crazy happiness was this? Countless fate points entered the space of the Annihilation Tower and turned into the energy of the Annihilation Tower. At this moment, because of the battle between the 2 sides, the Annihilation Tower, which was temporarily empty, suddenly expanded like a balloon. It was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1295. As more and more fate points entered, the changes in the interior of the Tower of Annihilation also increased. Gradually, fog started to appear in the Tower of Annihilation. Then it started to drizzle. Boundless pure spiritual energy started to form. The height of the entire space also started to increase bit by bit. Until a day later, boundless karmic luck began to converge in the sky, forming a small, sparkling star. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were hiding in Bei Gonghao's camp, ready to attack. There were only the two of them here. Li Chenglong and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Since they were not big enough, the small team members scattered into the dense forest. Do whatever you want. Mission 1, pay attention to the safety of the Commander-in-Chief and ensure that he is not assassinated by the demons. Mission 2, kill as many demon soldiers as possible. Mission 3, survive. These were the 3 mission requirements of military advisor Li. The main reason why there was such a mission requirement was because Zhou Xiaoduo's heavenly secret command indicated that in this battle, Bei Gonghao's life would be in danger as the star of misfortune shone upon him. Because of this, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan chose to hide in this team and wait for an opportunity to save Bei Gonghao. However, even Bei Gonghao did not know that they were hiding. The two of them stood on top of the mountain and looked ahead. In broad daylight, the army of the devil race soared into the sky and surged towards this side. How big is this army? How can there be so many of them? This was the first time Zhou Xiaoyan had seen such a large-scale battle from such a high vantage point. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The most conservative estimate is that there are at least 3 million demons participating in this battle. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced around. Also, there must be a demon god hiding among the ordinary people, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To the upper echelons of the demon race, it doesn't matter even if this batch of demon army is completely wiped out. As long as they can deplete the combat power of the 3 continents to the greatest extent, this price is nothing. Zhou Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Later the two of us will have to split up. One of us will stay by Commander Beigong's side and be careful in case something happens. One of us will go and kill the first wave. Then one of us will return and the other will go again. Okay, I will go first, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Okay. The demon army flew closer and closer. Their demonic aura was overwhelming. Halfway up the mountain, countless cultivators of the allied army calmly looked at the demon race that was about to arrive. They were expressionless, but in reality, they had already gathered their strength and were ready for this tragic battle. Bei Gonghao's majestic body stood under the commander's flag that fluttered in the wind. He raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes in concentration. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Bei Gonghao was like a statue. He did not move at all. All the Northern Army soldiers could see their commander standing under the commander's flag when they turned around. He was like a stabilizing needle that calmed the hearts of the Northern Army. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 500 meters. Suddenly there was a thunderous roar. That roar came from Commander Beigong's mouth. Soldiers of the North. Bei Gonghao's order was like the clanging of metal and thunder. We are invincible. The thousands of soldiers on the other side roared in unison. The sound waves accumulated and impacted, stirring up dust that covered the horizon. Bei Gonghao unsheathed his saber. The roar of a dragon and a tiger shook the sky. He pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them all. Don't embarrass me, Bei Gonghao. Don't humiliate the reputation of the Northern Army." Roar, the neat army formation on the other side flew into the sky like lightning. The curtains of the battle were drawn. As soon as the two sides clashed, the moment the two sides came into contact, a dense rain of blood suddenly burst out from the dust that filled the sky. Blood splattered in the air. It fell a few meters before it turned into blood droplets and dripped onto the dust. Puff puff puff. On the ground. Countless drops of blood smashed into the dust like raindrops. Unexpectedly, the dust that was flying in the air was completely soaked and could not be splashed anymore. The Northern Army was advancing and attacking. There was no turning back. When the Blade Demon was alive, he was stationed in the north. Because of this, many of the Northern Army soldiers were taught by the Blade Demon. Now, the Blade Demon's saber skills were once again shining brightly in this war between humans and demons. When the saber is drawn, there is only life and death. There is no turning back. Kill. A wisp of green smoke flashed across the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo threw out millions of heavenly secret orders. In half a second he threw them out 10 times. Then he raised his sledgehammer and smashed into the waves of demons like a meteor. In an instant, It was as if a pillar had suddenly appeared in the middle of a torrential flood, a pillar that stabilized the sea. The moment it landed, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. The void trembled, and the gates of hell appeared with a loud rumble. The 99 Kitty Hammer was in full swing. It had already turned into a whirlwind. The moment it came into contact with the 3,000 demons, they were reduced to dust. Blood splattered everywhere like an explosion. Zhuxiao Duo waved his hand and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer instantly turned into a meteor hammer. A white and a black light flashed and Little White and Little Jiao were already in position. This change was limited to a spin on the spot. The range of the attack had expanded to 30 meters. The black and white halos intertwined to form a complete Tai Chi halo, and none of the devilish beings were able to block it for even an instant. Only the one in charge was invincible. Huff huff huff. The moment the twin hammers swept up the hurricane, Zhuxiao Duo was like a giant ship riding the wind and breaking the waves in the ocean. He did not dodge or evade the waves of attacks from the devils, and went against the momentum. Following Zhuxiao Duo's forceful advance, the black and white halos also quickly followed. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Taiji halos had already rushed out a distance of 1,500 meters. It had also opened up a 60 meters wide complete passage in the midst of the densely packed demon army. It was a bloody path. And Zhuxiao Duo was still rushing forward, continuing to attack indiscriminately. Along with a muffled sound, there seemed to be a demon expert who came forward to stop the Tai Chi halo. However, Zhuxiao Duo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's power was already at its peak. The hammer was like a single entity. How could an ordinary demon general block it? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. With a few muffled sounds and dense screams, all the demon experts who came to stop him were no exception. They were all turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Zhuxiaoyan looked from afar. Zhuxiao Duo's side seemed to be exploding all the time. Countless people were sent flying in the air. However, they were smashed into pieces in midair. Not even their bones were left. It was a pure death without any injuries. Even someone like Zhuxiaoyan, who knew Zhuxiao Duo's strength well, couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this scene. Not to mention the other demons who didn't know about Zhuxiao Duo's strength and the extent of his strength. Kill him. Kill him. Seeing how powerful Zhuxiao Duo was this time, countless commanders of the demon race roared in anger. Countless demons rushed over at every moment, hoping to break through Zhuxiao Duo's Tai Chi circle, the death circle, but no one could do anything. But countless devils were still trying, one after another. The devil army had never retreated. Even though they saw Zhuxiao Duo's strength, they did not feel fear. There was a limit to a person's strength. How could they maintain such a large-scale killer move for a long time? Now they were just doing it in one spurt. When their strength was exhausted, they would inevitably be devoured by a large number of demons. They wanted to see how long this human could hold on. After a while, Zhuxiao Duo suddenly withdrew his 2 hammers. His body was spinning as if he didn't have enough strength and wanted to retreat. However, there were too many demons around him. They immediately swarmed forward, wanting to cut Zhuxiao Duo's body into pieces. However, the moment the enemies closed in, they suddenly heard Zhuxiao Duo's roar. His roar was earth-shattering, and it was not inferior to before. With Zhuxiao Duo's cultivation, how could such a high-energy output in such a short period of time be his limit? He just thought of a better way to kill the demons. As far as the eye could see, the primordial fire technique, which had been refined for decades, was activated. As soon as it was activated, the blazing flames instantly rushed out to a radius of thousands of meters. It really happened in an instant. Tens of thousands of demons who were in the range of the primordial fire were all vaporized without exception. Not even a trace of them was left. Just now, when the 2 hammers danced and supported by Bai and Jiao to form the Tai Chi halo, he had just entered the battle and had not entered deep into the enemy's formation. He suddenly launched such a large-scale indiscriminate attack, which might have affected his own soldiers. However, through the Tai Chi halo attack just now, he had long been separated from his own forces. He was alone in the enemy's formation. One of the benefits of being alone in the enemy's formation was also revealed. He didn't have to worry about hurting his own people when he launched any indiscriminate attack. The primordial fire technique came with great force, harvesting the demons in a large area. Zhuxiao Duo moved again and again, teleporting one after another. Every time he appeared in the midst of the demons, the flames would surge with him. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost in the middle of the demons' army. No matter where he went, there were soaring flames and surging flames. Wherever the flames passed, even the air would be burned to nothing. Later, Zuoshaoduo, who was in high spirits, directly controlled the primordial fire, forming a huge fireball that was no less than thousands of meters in size. He forcefully rushed from east to west, making a round trip. With the momentum of a prairie fire, the flames could not be stopped. Wherever they passed, even the mountains and rocks were burned. The air was burning and trembling, and the space was burning and fragmenting. Suddenly encountering such a ferocious and special attack, the demon's offensive momentum was cut in half and stopped by him. Now that Zuoshaoduo had reached the peak of the primordial chaos, he was able to use the primordial fire technique, which was almost at the great success realm. Its power was naturally extraordinary, which was why there was such an earth-shaking movement. After the demon's army was divided by Zuoshaoduo's strength alone, a gap appeared between the front army and the demons at the back. Chapter 1296. Zuoshaoduo swept back and forth in a frenzy. The flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth continued to spread. As the primordial fire continued to burn, it covered the sky and covered the earth, vaporizing all the nearby demons. Even though the demons in the rear weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't jump into the sea of fire and die for nothing. As a result, the hundreds of thousands of demons that had already charged forward were surrounded by the northern army. Under the situation where the demons had the absolute advantage in numbers, this situation was simply unimaginable. How could the northern army let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? One by one they rushed forward and killed the surrounded demons with all their might. With a flash of extremely cold frost, the tens of thousands of demons along the way were all turned into ice sculptures. Then they were smashed into pieces by the soldiers of the northern army. Countless demonic souls rose into the air and were swept away by the two rays of light, one black and one white. It was Zuoshaoyan who had taken the time to swing his sword and fill a gap in the northern army that had been created by the demon army. If Zuoshaoduo's moves were said to be domineering, then Zuoshaoyan's moves were more focused on the fine details. A single sword strike could freeze tens of thousands of demons without harming a single one of them. This level of control, if one had not reached the realm of minute subtlety, how could one achieve it? Kill, kill, kill. With such a strong support, the northern army's fighting spirit soared. They waved their weapons and killed the demons to their heart's content. More and more demons were dying under his saber, and more of his fellow demons were falling beside him. On a battlefield like this, grief, anger, none of that existed. There was only life and death. There was only waving the blade. Fighting non-stop. Countless demonic souls were sucked into the space of the Tower of Annihilation and devoured by the god-slaying spear, Yen Shirsi, as nutrients. A shining spear tip was gradually forming. Although Yen Shirsi was only a part of the god-slaying spear's essence and was far inferior to the real god-slaying spear, the nourishment of so many demonic souls caused a qualitative change from quantity to quality, which gave him new characteristics. As long as he could continue to use a massive amount of demonic souls to temper his sharpness and condense a new spear body, he would have the hope of transforming into a realm that was not inferior to innate spiritual objects. He might even be able to compete with them. Of course, this would be an extremely long process. As a large number of demonic souls entered the Tower of Annihilation like clouds of smoke, luck points poured into the Tower of Annihilation like a storm. The transformation of the Tower of Void Extermination continued. Xiaolong was wantonly churning and growing. The originally illusory scale armor was gradually becoming clearer. It was truly the god-slaying spear was swallowing. Inside the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, Bai and Jiao were fighting, refining, and devouring. Outside, Essence Fire soared into the sky, incinerating the heavens and setting the earth alight. Zuoshaoduo pondered as he charged forward. It was no wonder that Zhu Wu Zhurong had been targeted during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. The destructive power of the Zhurong flame was unimaginably great when it wreaked havoc in the army. It was as if he was carrying the epicenter of an atomic bomb back and forth in the city of ordinary people, jumping back and forth repeatedly. Furthermore, the prerequisite was that his speed was not slow at all. Wherever he went, he would be vaporized. As long as he could withstand it, he would be able to fight. If the difference in cultivation level was too big, he would be directly burned to death and vaporized. There was no need to make a move at all. Of course, this kind of cultivation technique was not without its drawbacks. The consumption was indeed quite high. Compared to the consumption of the Taiji halo and the eruption of the elemental fire art, it could not even be described as a child or grandson. Based on this understanding, Zhou Xiaoduo could only endure the eruption of the elemental fire art for 3 minutes before launching the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again. Together with Bai and Jiao, they reconstructed the Taiji halo and set off a bloody storm. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." There was a loud shout. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge mace ruthlessly smashed onto the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Good timing. Boom! With this sudden tremor, the entire ground shook. All the demons within a kilometer were bleeding from their 7 orifices. There were few exceptions. Those who were closer to the impact did not even make a sound. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Then they fell down stiffly like wooden stakes and there was no more sound. Hundreds of demons were killed by the tremor. Zhou Xiaoduo, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked up with bloodshot eyes. In front of him was a demon warrior who was more than 100 feet tall, and he was stumbling backward. The other party had 4 hands and 2 of them were split open with blood gushing out. It was obvious that the attack just now was from this devil. Demon God? Zhou Xiaoduo yelled and chased after the demon with his twin hammers. Which one of the 19 demon gods are you? With the sound of metal clashing, the 99 kitty hammers smashed all the demons who tried to stop Zhou Xiaoduo into minced meat. As a heavenly secret order flew out, Zhou Xiaoduo laughed strangely. Rank 17 of the 19 demon gods. Earth Demon. Ferocious demon god, your ranking is too low. Isn't it too embarrassing? Come on, I'll help you solve this problem of face. The demon god retreated quickly and said angrily, I don't need your help. I'll kill you and you won't have any worries. You don't have to care about face. Help is help. You don't have to thank me. You're one of the higher-ups. How dare you attack the ordinary demons? The ferocious demon god despised Zhou Xiaoduo's unruly behavior. You're right. You're right. Let's fight. It's a good time for the higher-ups to fight, Zhou Xiaoduo shouted as he chased after the demon god. We're of equal status. Don't run. The ferocious demon god ran even faster, but he didn't dare to say anything. When they exchanged blows just now, his demonic vitality was almost shattered. This kid's hammers were too hard and too domineering. The top-grade acquired spiritual treasure wolf tooth cudgel that he collected from the iron essence was shattered in one blow. If he continued to fight, he would be courting death. Now that his weapon spirit was shattered, he would be killed in less than 2 blows if he continued to fight. The ferocious demon god was focused on retreating. When he realized that there was no one around him who could stop Zhou Xiaoduo, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. As he ran, he shouted, Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Wait until the decisive battle. I'll fight you to the death. Don't wait until the decisive battle. Let's do it now. Zhou Xiaoduo chased after him and said angrily, You don't let me kill the soldiers, but you don't want to fight with me. You said everything. How can there be such logic in this world? As he shouted, he chased after the demon god. Along the way, countless demons screamed and flew away at the ferocious demon god shouted as he ran, If you have the guts, fight with our demon ancestor. Can you be any more shameless? Zhou Xiaoduo scolded, How can you say such shameless words? You're a disgrace to the demon race. Zhou Xiaoduo's provocation had no effect on the ferocious demon god. The ferocious demon god turned a deaf ear. You can scold me all you want. Anyway, I won't stop to fight with you. This guy ran too fast. Zhou Xiaoduo chased after him like a wave of blood. Most importantly, there were always demons who disregarded their lives to stop him. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared. He couldn't help but be angry. Coward. Bastard. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't stop thinking about it, so he activated the primordial fire art again and burned the area around him. In the distance, a pair of eyes suddenly focused on this side. Zhu Rong's successor? There was a ripple in the demon chi as if someone was muttering to himself. Zhou Xiaoduo was in the midst of his arrogant killing spree. Suddenly he felt an extreme sense of danger. He couldn't win. Damn. As soon as this sense of danger arose, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately ran back. He activated the Tianyuan escape technique and retreated at the highest speed. In an instant he flashed hundreds of miles away. Then he immediately restrained his aura and connected his mind to Zhou Xiaoyan. He immediately entered the Annihilation Tower. Zhou Xiaoyan reacted quickly. She immediately activated her power and sucked the Annihilation Tower over. In just a moment, not only did he disappear from the battlefield, but he also completely disappeared from the world. The demon ancestor's huge divine sense scanned the battlefield, but he couldn't find the guy who was happily setting fire just now. He couldn't help but frown. What a coward. I didn't even release any killing intent. I just wanted to ask if Zhu Rong was still there. He just disappeared. To think that he's Zhu Wu's successor. What a coward. Even the demon ancestor, who was an ancient giant, felt a little depressed. What kind of personality did this guy have? He bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. How could an ancient expert be like this? I just released my divine sense and you ran away. This guy was unbelievably obedient. The ferocious demon god also felt it. He was instantly energized and turned to chase after Zhuxiao Duo. However, he couldn't find him. He was furious. Coward, don't run away. The demon ancestor was overthinking. As usual, Zhuxiao Duo judged others by himself. Since he sensed danger, why would he care about his reputation and image? If I can win, I'll definitely continue to fight. I'll chase after the enemy. I'll be as awe-inspiring as I can be. But now that the demon ancestor's attention is on me, if I don't run, am I going to die? I can't be like the tyrant. When he came out of the Annihilation Tower, he was still in shock. His face was still pale. I felt the demon ancestor's attention just now. Mommy, I was scared to death. This old thing is so shameless. He actually wanted to deal with me personally. That's too immoral. Zhuxiaoyan was shocked when she heard that. Her face turned pale. The demon ancestor? Is it really the demon ancestor? Yes. Zhuxiao Duo recalled and shuddered. It's a kind of, how should I put it? It's a kind of demonic aura that fills your body and mind in an instant, then suddenly explodes. This old thing, he actually shamelessly attacked me. Zhuxiao Duo was very dissatisfied. He muttered, I only killed a few 100,000 of them. That's too shameless. He actually became angry out of embarrassment. In my opinion, this demon ancestor's self-restraint is extremely ordinary. Zhuxiaoyan looked at the primordial fire that was still burning in the distant battlefield. She fell into deep thought. After a long time, she went against her conscience and agreed. Yes, the demon ancestor Luo Ho is too immoral. 2 chapters today. It's been raining for half an afternoon. It's so cool to watch the rain. Especially those who don't have umbrellas. I can't help them from upstairs, so I can only cheer them on. Chapter 1297. That's right. Demon ancestor? He has no demeanor at all. He became anxious after killing a few of his people. Zhuxiao Duo complained. I'll help you beat him up in the future, Zhuxiaoyan snorted. I have to say that there's something wrong with my mentality. Zhuxiao Duo paused and smiled bitterly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for so long, and I've been praised by the people around me for so long that I've become blindly arrogant. I even thought that if the 15 of us joined forces, even if we still can't fight against the demon ancestor, we could at least resist a little and escape unscathed. There's always a chance. But this time we've only felt a little of his aura. That's a power that's truly unrivaled. The Archean Almighty is truly worthy of his reputation. Zhuxiaoyan looked solemn. It's right to avoid him for now. Then, when you rushed out this time, did you discover the key point of the demon race's plot against Marshal Beigong? Zhuxiao Duo calmed his mind and focused on the fierce battle in front of him again. He said in a low voice, I did discover something. But because of our intervention, their established plan can't be carried out as scheduled for the time being. They can't gather their manpower. The ferocious demon god that fought with me before was a hidden chess piece of the demon race's army. Now that I rushed out and uncovered it, it's bound to be disconnected from the previous coordination. But now that I've retreated, there's a high chance that the ferocious demon god will blend into the chaotic army again and continue with the original plan. The haze over Marshal Beigong's head still hasn't disappeared, which means that they haven't given up. Zhuxiaoyan was eager to try. You rushed out just now. Now it's my turn to go out and rush out again. You stay here and support. No. Zhuxiao Duo flatly rejected Zhuxiaoyan's suggestion and said in a low voice, the situation now is very different from the ordinary battle formation. If you go out and rush out again, our strength will be exposed too much. Furthermore, the fiend ancestor has already come out. If you go out, I'm afraid you will run into him. too dangerous. We'll be hiding near Uncle Beigong. If we can kill 2 or more demon gods in one go, it'll be far more powerful than if we kill 100,000 ordinary demons. Through the exchange just now, I'm confident that as long as we find an opening, it won't be difficult for the 2 of us to kill the demon gods instantly. What you said makes sense. The 2 of them moved stealthily, one on the left and one on the right, lying in ambush behind Bei Gonghao. This was something that even Bei Gonghao himself did not notice. The demon clan's attack became even more ferocious. It was like a stormy sea, endless and growing fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Bei Gonghao's strategy was just as clear. Do your best to kill the enemy. If you're injured or not at full strength, retreat immediately. Retreat. There's nothing we can do if they're killed before they can retreat. However, if they're injured and can retreat but are killed instead, we'll cancel the preferential treatment for martyrs who died in battle. This order had greatly reduced the casualties of the Northern Army. Once someone was injured, the other comrades would risk their lives to escort him back. Now, all of the injured had already been evacuated and sent back wave by wave. Bei Gonghao had already made up his mind. Today he would have a fierce battle with the demons. He had to give them a good beating and try his best to eliminate as many demons as possible without losing too much of his forces. Only then could he complete the mission of the Allied forces. In other words, this was a battle that the demon clan was determined to win. For the Alliance, this was the final battle in the Sea of Plagues. Wave after wave of wounded officers and soldiers retreated. The reserves and reinforcements took their place and withstood the attacks of the demons. Commander, it's about time. Let's get ready to retreat. The deputy general rushed forward. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground and said indifferently, "Wait for the first batch of brothers to retreat, then we'll retreat immediately. It's better to prepare early. Now there are signs that time is not on my side. If there's any delay, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The morale of the army is the most important. If even I, as the commander, can't hold on and retreat first, how can the morale of the army not be disrupted?" Bei Gonghao said indifferently, "If the morale of the army is disrupted, it'll be the same as me personally sending these brothers who could have lived to their deaths. As long as I, Bei Gonghao, am still standing here, even if there's only one person left on the front line, it's still the Northern Army. The Northern Army will still exist. Take the injured and retreat first." Seeing that the deputy general was still trying to persuade him, Bei Gonghao glared at him. "This is a military order. Carry it out." "Yes." The deputy general saluted, turned around, and quickly retreated with the 1,000 or so injured soldiers who had just retreated. Bei Gonghao looked at the demon clan army that was still surging forward like a tidal wave. Seeing that the defensive line was in a precarious state and could be broken at any time, he said indifferently, "Order the entire army to retreat." The bugle horn sounded, and the entire Northern Army that was fighting at the front turned around and charged. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground, waving his black banner in the wind. He shouted, "Northern Army, retreat." "Commander." Countless Northern Army soldiers shouted in unison as they rushed out like a tidal wave and retreated. Bei Gonghao was still standing there without moving. Just as he said, as long as he was there, the Northern Army would be there. All the Northern Army soldiers were at peace. The commander was still commanding, and the Northern Army was only retreating strategically. "We haven't lost." Seeing that the Northern Army was retreating, the Demon Clan army's aura became even stronger. Another Demon Clan army of hundreds of thousands took advantage of the situation and attacked from the sky. The Dao League did not set up a no-fly zone here. What a sin. Bei Gonghao pulled out his long saber and said to the 36 saber guards and 3,000 personal guards beside him, 15 minutes. Bring up the rear for our brothers." Yes. Everyone leaped into the sky. A dazzling saber light that was like a wave of snow instantly filled the entire defensive line. Wherever the saber light passed, blood would be seen everywhere. Within the Demon Clan army, dozens of experts roared and charged forward, intending to resist the Northern Army. This was the strongest and also the last resistance. Bei Gonghao laughed loudly. His muscular body leaped into the sky. The saber light that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly flashed. The dozen or so sky-grade demon generals in the air were completely unable to resist, and were all cut in half by a single slash. Under the defense of Bei Gonghao's 3,000 people, the Demon Clan army was like a tide that had hit a reef. They could not advance a single step. The Northern Army's 3,000 people were like a dam that had broken the river. No matter how strong the demon clan army was, they could not advance a single step. In a flash, demon flames suddenly rose. 3 figures flashed in the sky like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 zhang away from Bei Gong Hao. A saber, a sword, and a mace attacked at the same time. Their target was Bei Gong Hao. At the same time, 3 spatial cages came down from above. This was the demon clan's true killing move against Bei Gong Hao. Operation Decapitation. The 3 demon gods attacked together, hoping to kill Bei Gong Hao in one move. Dense poisonous gas surged in the sky. Bei Gong Hao's expression froze. He shouted harshly, "Retreat!" The situation changed again. This time it was a drastic change. But Bei Gong Hao was still calm. He was confident that he could charge out of the encirclement of the 3 demon gods. He who had been through thousands of battles did not care about such a small scene. Demon clowns, small tricks, not worth laughing at. However, there was another unforeseen event. After the 3 demon gods roared, their bodies suddenly spun, and the demon flame suddenly burst out, causing an unprecedented earthquake. And in that instant, the 3 fiend celestials fused into one. They combined into a gigantic devil god with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 10,000 feet tall. Every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, and he came crashing down. Originally, even if the 3 demon gods worked together, they would only be slightly stronger than Bei Gong Hao. But in an instant their strength increased by more than 10 times. Such an increase in strength was more than 10 times what Bei Gong Hao could bear. Just one hit and it would be fatal. Bei Gong Hao's expression darkened. Such a change was beyond his imagination. But he still did not panic. Facing such a dangerous situation, panic would only hasten his death. Instead, he fought with all his might. Even if he did not have much confidence, he could still find a way to survive. In the face of death, he would fight for a narrow escape. Just as Bei Gong Hao decided to fight to the death, another change occurred. "It's been so tiring to wait for you." A ball of fire suddenly appeared. The spearhead was pointed at the towering demon god. Then, a layer of frost spread for tens of thousands of meters. The cold sword light seemed to cut the heaven and earth in half, shining brilliantly. The hissing sound of the ice spirit could destroy one's soul. If it was not Zhuxiaonian, who else could it be? On the other side, Zhuxiao Duo flashed in front of Bei Gong Hao like a meteor chasing after the moon. He activated his 9-9 cat hammer with all his strength, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. With an unparalleled aura that could shatter heaven and earth, he faced the demon god's fatal attack head-on. With a humming sound, the gates of hell opened once again. A black and a white ray of light took the lead to meet the gigantic mace of the 3 great demon gods. Boom! For the first time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire merged with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer and attacked together. This explosion was so close that it shocked the heavens. The violent sound waves caused the nearby mountains to collapse. Rocks flew thousands of zhang into the air. Even with Bei Gong Hao's cultivation, he was dizzy from the shock. He could barely stand. But the demon god's attack was blocked by Zhuxiaoduo's twin hammers. In a flash, Zhuxiaonian came to Bei Gong Hao's side. She reached out and grabbed Bei Gong Hao's collar. She shouted, "Uncle Bei Gong, retreat." Another ball of ice and frost was unleashed, transforming all of the attacking devilish beings into ice sculptures. However, the humans who were still engaged in battle only felt a chill instead of being frozen to death. Instead, they were reinvigorated. In terms of the use of cultivation techniques, Zhuxiaonian had already reached the level of transformative realm. She was even more powerful than Zhuxiao Duo. Retreat. As the commander of an army, Bei Gong Hao was naturally good at seizing opportunities. He made a prompt decision and roared. He led 3,000 bodyguards and 36 saber guardians to retreat without any hesitation. As for Zhuxiao Duo, who received the attack, his body tumbled in the air like a meteor. He was sent tumbling 100 times by this attack, and for a moment, he was unable to control his body and stabilize himself. But the situation of the 3 demon gods was even worse. Chapter 1298. The combined attack of the 3 demon gods was extremely powerful. It could instantly increase the combined power of the 3 by 10 times. It was a complete fusion of the divine souls. Such power was always a one-hit kill. No matter what enemy they faced, they had already tested it many times. The power was so great that even they were shocked by it. At this moment, they had already forced Bei Gong Hao into a corner. They were just waiting for a successful attack. Even if Bai Gonghao wanted to counterattack, he would not be able to withstand the power of that attack. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's sudden intervention raised the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to its peak. The power of his cultivation had also reached its peak. All kinds of divine techniques merged into one. The madness of the primordial fire was like adding wings to a tiger. The three demon gods did not expect this kid's explosive power to be so much stronger than Bai Gonghao's. It was even more powerful than the combined power of the three demon gods. This was simply unbelievable. In addition, they were caught off guard. After a crazy collision, the combined mental strength of the three demon gods was completely smashed apart. It was as if their bodies were completely torn apart. Baiya and Jiao's yin and yang powers instantly rushed out. At the same time that the three demon gods' divine souls were shattered, another wave of soul attack was launched. This directly caused the three demon gods' powers to rebound. Then the other party's hammer was not exhausted. It smashed over as if the sky was collapsing. After the spiritual power was severed, the fused body was also smashed and split into three independent bodies. Every one of them spat out blood and fell backward weakly. They only felt that their mental strength was in a daze and they had lost the ability to think. Only the ferocious demon god was prepared the moment Zhou Xiaoduo appeared. After being smashed apart, it did not resist and flew far away. Kid's assistant. From the demon army, three figures shot over. Obviously they were here to help. The demon ancestors' mental strength was also shaken. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Zhou Xiaoduo had already smashed the demon god into pieces and lost consciousness. How could the nearby Zhou Xiaoyan miss such a great opportunity to kill the enemy's chieftain? With a stern shout, the spirit-snatching sword instantly turned into a snowstorm, suddenly shattering the entire space. Even two of the three demon gods had been turned into ice shards. The demon god's tough body was almost defenseless against Zhou Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword. It had already turned into a rain of blood. Swish swish. Two streaks of light, one black and one white, shot out. Bai and Jiao happily rushed into the shattered space. Oh whoa! It immediately swallowed the souls of the two demon gods, and then flew back with a whoosh. What a great tonic. At the same time, the god-slaying spear Yen Shirsi in the space of the exterminating void tower suddenly grew bigger. The shining spear tip and half of the spear body had actually taken shape. What a great tonic. Yen Shirsi whined greedily. If he could kill a few more of these high-quality ones, it would be too nourishing. You almost made me take shape in an instant. Although it was still far from the real god-slaying spear, once it was formed, it would be able to form a complete spear spirit. I know all the methods that the god-slaying spear knows. I can use all of them. I have limitless potential for growth. The Wahuang sword and Xiao were flying back and forth. They were a little anxious. There's a big battle outside. Why don't you let us out to fight? What the hell? The Zhou Xiaoyan, who had succeeded in her attack, did not continue fighting. She quickly tore through the void, grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's neck, and disappeared in a flash. The two demon gods vanished into thin air. The third surviving demon god was the ferocious demon god. Because he had fought with Zhou Xiaoduo before, after taking the blow head-on, he was scared witless and flew several thousand feet away. The Zhou Xiaoyan only had the time for one blow, so it was too late to deal with him. However, when he saw his two brothers' souls being swallowed in an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A wave of fear surged in his heart, and his body trembled. That was close. Damn it. A series of earth-shattering roars came from behind. The few demon lords and demon gods that came as reinforcements clenched their teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Be it Zhou Xiaoduo's hammer or Zhou Xiaoyan's sword, even if they killed a demon god without any deliberate pursuit, they would only destroy his physical body. As long as his essence spirit remained, with the fiend ancestor around, he could refine his fiend aura and recover in half a month. However, what were those two black and white beams of light? They were so domineering that they could devour a demon god's essence spirit in a split second. That was too terrifying. That was the soul of a demon god. Although it could not be said to be indestructible, it should not have been so easily killed. Wasn't it too easy to die? In the distance, the god-slaying spear that was flying over like a bolt of lightning clearly sensed the two black and white beams of light. It clearly felt its heart palpitate. The god-slaying spear actually paused for an inexplicable moment. However, in that instant, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan tore through the void and vanished without a trace. The god-slaying spear buzzed and vibrated. It was very displeased that it had paused for a moment. It sliced the air into pieces to vent its anger. After a while, it flew back to the fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor had been guarding the rear. When he saw the god-slaying spear fly back, he looked at the god-slaying spear with a puzzled expression that he meant, "What's wrong with you?" There seems to be the aura of an unfamiliar connate spirit root. The god-slaying spear appeared to be a little surprised. The god-slaying spear was familiar with the so-called connate spirit root. They were all old opponents from the primordial era. However, what was up with the two unfamiliar faces here? Therefore, it subconsciously thought about it and made a judgment. With that thought, it slowed down its extreme speed for a moment and missed the enemy. The god-slaying spear also felt embarrassed. Unfamiliar connate spirit root? The fiend ancestor frowned. How can a new connate spirit root appear in this world? It doesn't make sense. The god-slaying spear flashed with a beam of light. It transformed into a picture. In the light was a gourd vine. It has its aura. Huh? The fiend ancestor's eyes focused. There's such a thing? The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew back and forth, looking a little frustrated. The fiend ancestor Rahu also frowned. Is it new? Or is it two of the original 7? It's new and it's a little immature. Immature? The fiend ancestor's eyes widened. Now that the continent had returned and the heavenly secrets were in chaos, the fiend ancestor could not deduce it. He frowned and thought for a long time before muttering, "Could it be? There's a new birth?" But the 7 back then had already been plucked. No, that was 7. If we add these two, wouldn't it be 9? The fiend ancestor gasped as his eyes were filled with shock. 9 is the extreme number. Could it be? 9 is the extreme number? These two have the ability to devour souls? The fiend ancestor asked in a deep voice. No, it's not completely devouring souls. It seems. The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew. After a long time it said, "It seems like heaven and earth's yin and yang. But it's too far away." Heaven and earth's yin and yang. The fiend ancestor's eyes flickered. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking. They're still weak now. If they grow and combine forces, they'll probably be stronger than the other 7, the god-slaying spear added. The fiend ancestor did not reply. The fiend army had reached billions. They were like locusts as they charged towards the tall mountain. After paying hundreds of millions of casualties, the first stage of the fiend invasion was finally successful. The retreating Alliance army looked at the tall mountain behind them that was getting further and further away. Their eyes flashed with deep regret. Although the fiends had come ashore from here, this was the border of the Tao League's continent. The continuous mountain range and steep cliffs could be considered a natural barrier. If the Tao Alliance had constructed the heroic soul barrier here, the demon race would have a hard time breaking through the restricted airspace barrier. If they really wanted to break through this barrier, they would have to take one step at a time. They definitely wouldn't be able to fly up and attack from above like they were doing right now. Even if a few of the higher-ups could break through the restricted airspace, it was only a minority. The threat was relatively limited. At the end of the day, if the fiend ancestor Rahu did not appear, the others would not be a threat. It would be difficult for them to break through. In this way, if the fiend race wanted to break into the Tao League's continent, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay 3 to 5 times the casualties. More likely, this place would become the second Sun-Moon Pass, sealing the fiend race outside the Tao League's continent for a long time. This was because the heroic Soul Pass terrain could not be destroyed. It would give the Alliance army an excellent geographical advantage. Furthermore, if the fiend race's continent returned in a similar direction as the fiend race's continent, and the two continents were connected, the fiend race could even become a barrier for the 3 continents to resist the fiend race. Even if it was only a small part of the barrier, it was still very good. When that happened, it was very likely that they would just sit back and watch the dogs fight each other. However, a mistake on the Tao League's side, a little selfishness and a little arrogance had ruined a good hand of cards. It had destroyed all the good situations. There were now 7 to 8 gaps in the tall mountain. Those were the gaps caused by the destruction of the entire mountain. The natural moat had turned into a smooth road. This was especially so for the Tao League's teams. After recognizing the current situation, their faces were filled with tears. Boundless regret, boundless remorse, boundless grief and grief. The retreat of the army stretched for thousands of miles. It was a spectacular sight. Along the way, countless Tao League citizens looked at the rapidly retreating army in the sky. They were all stunned. Ever since the start of the war, there had been a notice, or rather, there had always been a notice to forcibly migrate. Every day there would be soldiers mobilizing 7 to 8 times a day. It had been 2 months since then. Although many people had already migrated inland with their families, there were still many people who would rather die than leave. No matter what was said, they would not budge. If they were forced to migrate, they would fight to the death. They would not relent even if they were beaten to death. This is my home. This is my land. This is where my ancestors have lived for generations. I would rather die than leave. Chapter 1299. Alright now. The sudden retreat of the army and the faintly discernible collapse of the mountain stunned these people who refused to leave. Take us away. Some people began to shout at the sky from the ground. Please take us away. The wind and clouds surged in the sky. The first wave of the Umno Alliance's army retreated, the second wave of the Astral Soul's army retreated, and the last wave of the Tao League's army retreated. Battered and bruised. Wave after wave of people flew away. But no one lowered their heads to look. Pitiful. Pitiful. They were about to become food for the demons and also fresh human lives. As fellow humans, how could they not feel pity? But did they deserve pity? No. Pitiful people must have something hateful about them, and they were such hateful and pitiful people. There was a very clear answer to this question. If they stopped now and took the people with them, they would only implicate those who stayed behind and would be torn apart by the demons. The biggest possibility was that if the army stopped to take these people away, they might have hope in their hearts and wouldn't leave. If the army stayed behind, why should they leave? Taoist Lei closed his eyes and gave the order for the army to retreat at full speed. Then, a deafening wave of curses came from below. High and mighty, shameless people. Living off the people's hard work and enjoying the support of our taxpayers, you want to flee at the last minute. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Is this still our army? Is this still our army? Bah. I'm really blind. I've paid taxes for so many years for nothing. Greedy and cowardly, shameless. The curses echoed for thousands and tens of thousands of miles. The Tao League soldiers who were bathed in blood were all covered in wounds. They kept their mouths shut and retreated with their heads down. Countless people's faces were full of tears. They really did their best. But what else could they do now? Who could they blame? Although the higher-ups made a mistake, the allied forces of the 3 continents, especially the Tao League soldiers, used their lives to buy a buffer of 2 months, enough for everyone to retreat. After 2 months of bloody battles, the Alliance army had suffered tens of millions of casualties. Could it be fake? We risked our lives to buy time for you to retreat. You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave even if I force you with a blade. You say that you want to die here even if you die. Then just stay here. Don't tell me that you want all the soldiers to die here just because you don't want to leave. Your lives are human lives, but aren't the lives of soldiers our lives? Although everyone understood this principle and knew what was right and wrong, the reality was that the army had abandoned the common people. This kind of heavy moral condemnation, even if he knew that the decision to withdraw was the right one, how could he bear it? He had no regrets and a clear conscience? Would he really feel at ease just because he had a dream in the middle of the night? The wind and clouds changed as the army whizzed past, leaving behind a trail of dust on top of the mountain. Demonic flames soared into the sky as countless demons flew up and rushed towards this side that the originally peaceful and tranquil place of residence was about to become a living hell. In fact, all living beings would be exterminated and not even a blade of grass would grow. Everyone looked at the sky in despair, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a savior to suddenly descend. Until their vision was blocked by the ferocious figures of the demons. When their bodies were cut open, when blood flowed out of their chests, when their loved ones screamed and became food in the mouths of the demons. As they screamed, they were devoured alive. Everyone regretted it. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely migrate back when the first order was given. But life couldn't be repeated. People would only regret at the last moment. But when things came to it, what was the point of regretting at the last moment? It was already too late to regret. For those who retreated, the tens of millions of casualties were considered meaningful. But for those who stayed behind, those who died in battle, they died with their eyes wide open. If you don't leave, then what's the point of the time that we fought so hard for? Heavenly Wolf Pass. Although this pass was much lower than the high mountains of the Plague Coast, it was still a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The high mountains on both sides were like a barrier. The only path was a plain area that was less than 1,000 miles in the middle. During this period of time, countless heroes and seniors of the Tao League stepped forward bravely and sacrificed their own flesh and blood to become the new heroic soul pass. The air-restricting domain was also densely set up. Under the leadership of the 12 great shamans, the Umno Alliance's army whizzed past without stopping at all. They respected the army of astral souls, respected them, appreciated them, and even admired them. But they didn't have a good impression of the Tao League at all, let alone respect it. Following that, the army of astral souls also didn't stop at all. They shattered the flowing clouds in the sky and sped away. They had more important missions and their respective defense lines to build. The war had just begun. If they were sad about the sacrifices or the battles that were about to be sacrificed in battle, they didn't need to do anything else. Time wasn't on their side. Zhuchanglu and the other higher-ups stopped for a while to bid farewell to Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun. It was because they wouldn't meet again in the future, so they bid farewell to these two old friends for the last time. Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun would lead the 6 heavenly kings of the Tao League and 20 million soldiers to stay here and fight to the death with the demon race. Everyone knew that these 20 million soldiers would never return to the astral souls alive. This farewell was really the last farewell, the last farewell. Taoist Lei and the others felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. They held their two brothers' hands and their eyes were red. The 7 swords of the Tao League had reached the peak of the Tao League together. Their friendship lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they shared heaven and earth. Who would have thought that they would have to part today? Indeed, the world was like a game of chess, unpredictable, and the future was unknown. Boss, from now on, the Tao League will be handed over to you. You must do well. Taoist Yun smiled, looking very carefree. Brother? Taoist Lei's voice was trembling. We must try our best to make up for the mistakes we made. Then let us do it. Boss, the people of the Tao League behind you still need to rely on you to migrate. If there are stubborn people, just let them be. It's important to save ourselves. Those who don't know how to love themselves are asking for death. Don't be wishy-washy. Now is the autumn of war and the extinction of our race. We've already done our best. I understand. Brothers, it's a bit tacky to meet again, but I still want to say that it's tacky to meet again. Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun faced the other 5 swords and bowed. In this life, we've been happy to be together with our brothers. I'm afraid we'll have to leave first. You must take care of yourselves. No, you must take care of yourselves. When they said the last few words, their voices couldn't help but tremble. After tens of thousands of years of brotherhood, today's farewell was more than just sad. Taoist Lei, Taoist Feng, and the others felt their throats clog up. They said hoarsely, "Brother, take care." Taoist Yun smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhuchanglu. For so many years, although I've always been selfish in the face of the big picture, I'm not an ignorant person. Even if you ask me today, I still don't regret the selfish things I've done in the past. When I tried to assassinate your son, I was the one who gave the hint. Maybe I was wrong in this matter. However, I know my personality. If I could do it all over again, I'm afraid I'd do it again. Because I'm really jealous of the good and the capable. That's my nature. I don't regret it. Taoist Yun smiled freely. However, I also don't regret staying behind to fight the demons to the death. Minister, although I, Taoist Yun, am a despicable person, I'm still a despicable person. I can't be considered a hero. But today, even if I have to be a hero, I have to be a hero. Zhuchanglu pondered for a while and said, "You staying behind today is a heroic act. However, I don't have the right to forgive you for your petty mistakes. In short, you and I are friends. I only hope that you live happily and die heroically." Taoist Yun laughed out loud. "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to live a happy life, but I can definitely die a heroic death." Zhuchanglu also laughed. He cupped his fists and said, "After parting today, our friendship and gratitude are gone. If there's a next life, we'll be friends again. We'll be enemies again." Amidst his laughter, Zhuchanglu tore open the space with one hand. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The only reason he stayed behind was to bid farewell to her. And in this last period of time, he still wanted to give them some time together. How could Zhuchanglu not understand the ways of the world? Therefore, he simply left after saying goodbye. "You guys should leave as well. I'm going to organize the army and prepare for battle." Taoist Yun and Taoist Hua hardened their hearts and urged. They knew that if they didn't chase their brothers away, they would be even more reluctant to leave when the demon army attacked. The demon army had the demon ancestor. If things went wrong, the 7 swords of the Tao League would all become history. They might as well just leave the 2 of them and hope that the demon ancestor wouldn't fight personally. This way, the 2 of them and the 20 million soldiers under them could buy as much time as possible for the rear. Brother? Taoist Feng felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Tears flowed out of his eyes. The demon army is about to arrive. Are you sure you want to abandon the big picture and stay here with the 2 of us? Taoist Hua said angrily, if that's the case, then what's the point of us staying behind and dying willingly? Under Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun's urging, the remaining 5 swords of the Tao League left with their army. Taoist Hua and Taoist Hua didn't have time to say anything. They immediately split up and organized the army to prepare for battle. The remaining 20 million soldiers were divided into 3 waves. The first wave quickly filled up the Brave Soul Pass and all the restricted airspace. Before the second and third waves finished organizing, the dark shadows of the demon army had already appeared in the distance. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the earth, pressing towards this side. Chapter 1300. Everyone get ready? Taoist Yun's roar shook the entire place. Everyone could hear it. He knew that there was a heroic soul pass here, but the demon race didn't know about it yet. The demon race would definitely be caught off guard for a period of time and turn into dumplings. This might be the Tao League's only chance to take advantage of the situation. If he couldn't even take advantage of such an opportunity and missed it, then this commander would really be worse than a pig's brain. As expected, when the demon race's army was 100 miles away, all the demon race's army suddenly fell down neatly like angels with broken wings. When the ones in front fell down, the ones following closely behind naturally noticed that something was wrong. However, the ones behind couldn't notice it at all. As a result, even though the first wave of people saw the first wave of people falling and wanted to stop, they were still pushed into the restricted airspace by the army behind them. Just like the first wave, they fell down with a thud. Just like a bowl, the devil race's army, which was in front and behind, fell to the ground in piles. The ground in front of them suddenly flipped over. Countless Tao League's army rushed up like mad tigers. The dense rain of arrows directly covered the sky. Countless axes, blades, and swords. Almost all the weapons that could injure the enemy were thrown by the army of the Tao Alliance with all their might, filling them with vital energy. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the demon race's army that fell to the ground couldn't be seen. Only the weapons that covered the sky could be seen. In an instant, only waves of blood could be seen rising into the sky. The spectacular scene at this moment was simply unbelievable. It was as if a bomb was suddenly thrown into the boundless sea of blood. The demon race's army, including the frontline commanders, never expected that the no-fly zone that they hadn't discovered or appeared for such a long time would suffer such a loss at this moment when everyone was rushing over excitedly. In a moment of haste, something unexpected happened. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed and their blood flowed like a river. And the demon race's army in the sky was still falling down like dumplings. At this moment, more and more commanders were roaring furiously, "Stop! Stop! There's a no-fly zone in front." The demon race's army along the way had already gathered and stopped. But now, billions of soldiers were moving at the same time. How could they be stopped by a single command? The demon race's army at the back was still charging forward. As for the army of Tao Alliance, after throwing out all the hidden weapons that they had prepared, the first group of soldiers of Tao Alliance had already charged into the piles of demons on the ground with weapons in hand. They raised their sabers and slashed down, causing blood to spurt into the sky. When they finally stopped the demon race's army and stopped outside the no-fly zone, the demon race's army had already lost more than 300,000 soldiers. The demon race's army, and they worse armies were almost completely. The armies into the demon army, The armies have. At this moment, Zhuoxiao Duo, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, was receiving providence points like a storm every second. However, Zhuoxiao Duo didn't keep them. Instead, he put them into the Tower of Annihilation. During the few months he was at the front line, Zhuoxiao's heavenly secret orders didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He would give them to anyone he saw, and he would give them to millions of people. In total, he had given out more than 3 billion heavenly secret orders. Now, the providence points that were raining down every day seemed boundless, but in fact, it was less than 1/10 of the number that was given out previously. Sometimes, Zhuo would think that a considerable portion of these providence points were probably the life scars left behind by heroes. Although this thought was heavy, it disappeared in a flash. Heavenly secret fate. Most of them couldn't be changed, or they couldn't be saved in time. This was a war that engulfed the 4 continents and involved hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, it wasn't that the so-called mercy and mercy didn't need to exist, but that they didn't have the time to exist. There was no lack of people who had never experienced war who would scold, "Are you fucking inhumane? Your comrades are dying in front of you one by one, but you're so indifferent. You even want to step on their heads and continue to move forward, dragging their corpses over to block your blade. Doesn't your heart hurt? Are you still human?" In the eyes of the soldiers who had really been to the front line and seen blood and death, the people who said these words were so naive that they should be scolded to the point that their whole family should die. Because on the battlefield there was no time to cry, let alone pity, let alone grief. Once tears appeared in your eyes, it would cause you to be unable to see the enemy clearly. At this moment, even if it was only for half a second, it was enough to kill you more than 10 times. After the war you could be sad and reminiscing no matter what, but during the war think about it yourself. Just like now. The defense line of the Astral Souls continent was in the White Mountain snowfield. The soldiers of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance continued to strengthen the fortress on the original foundation of the Hero Soul Pass. The heavy snow in the sky was still fluttering and falling in a dense manner. The 8,000-li defensive line of White Mountain was filled with white frost as far as the eye could see. However, everyone knew one thing. Soon, the snow that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years in the White Mountain snowfield would be completely stained red and even melted by the boiling blood. This was going to become a true battlefield. Because behind it was a vast expanse of fertile land, a vast expanse of flat land, and the interior of the Astral Souls continent. If they gave up on this place, or if the defense line was breached by the demon army, there would be no more natural barriers within a radius of 30,000 kilometers of the Astral Souls continent. Although there were mountain peaks and dense forests, there was no geographical barrier that connected them together. Even if they set up defenses, the demon army would be able to easily bypass them. To the Astral Souls continent, this was already the final defense line. If this defense line was breached, then they would have to defend one city after another in the future. That way, their forces would be unprecedentedly dispersed, and the so-called Allied army would be destroyed in a very short period of time. All the powerful beings of the Dao integration stage and above were constantly patrolling the various fortresses. In some of the more spacious areas they even built new brave soul fortresses. Zhuo, Li Chenglong, Zhuo and the others led the 56 juniors of the Umno Alliance into the snowfield and disappeared. What are we doing? Digging. The long underground tunnel that Zhuo and Zhuo had dug out was once again dug by everyone. However, the movement this time was very different from the last time. Zhuo had dug out all of the mysterious ice underground and stored it in the spatial destruction tower. Next, the 70 people split up into 70 directions and dug around the clock. They dug thousands of meters deep, and then dug out as much as they could until the demon army arrived. Zhuo even planned to dig out half of the mountain in front of them. When Zhuo and the others heard about their movements, they also came over to take a look. After seeing Zhuo's arrangements, Zhuo vaguely guessed the deeper meaning of his actions. Thus, he set up 3 brave soul fortresses on both sides of the mountain and set up a no-fly zone. Of course, there was no need for troops to be stationed here as long as there was a no-fly zone. The non-toxic Witch and Zhu Yan volunteered to stay here and set up an ambush. They also placed a large amount of extreme poison in the large holes that they dug. You guys have to take it easy this time. The territory is different now. Don't blow the poison onto our own people's faces when the wind blows, Zhuo reminded them again. The two of them thought about it and didn't act stubbornly. Instead, they changed their established strategy and changed the form of extreme poison into a poison explosion. With just this wave, it won't be a problem to kill hundreds of thousands of demon army soldiers. The Flood Witch checked and said to Zhuo, "My prediction is about the same number. But my idea is to gather the higher-ups on our side and go all out to try to replicate the ambush on the Plague Coast." Of course, that's not a problem. There was an opening on the side. All the people of the Dao League passed through in a long line and were led into the interior of the continent of Astral Souls by the Allied forces. However, Taoist Thunder and the others still felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife as they watched the number of people passing through. There were actually so many people who thought that they were lucky. People who said that they would rather die than migrate were everywhere. It wasn't just the Tao League. The dozens of cities in the continent of astral souls near White Mountain were also ordered to migrate. There were also many people in the astral souls near White Mountain who claimed that they would rather die than migrate. And with regards to this point, even those at the highest level of astral souls were helpless against it. Could only be said that, at any time in any era in any world, such fools were never in the minority. There were even many scholars who wrote poems to express their heroic feelings. They were impassioned and full of vigor. When the higher-ups heard this, their first thought was to slap these fools to death. You're not even a warrior of the lowest level. How can you be so heroic when you face the demon army? Are you going to stuff them to death with your own flesh and blood? These impassioned words were completely indifferent to the soldiers. With this poem we will fight to the death. Without this poem we will also fight to the death. We will be here. To live we will live and fight here. To die we will be buried here and sleep forever. It didn't matter. But to the ordinary people, the effect of these powerful poems was unparalleled. They successfully incited the people's determination to fight to the death. Facing this kind of encouragement, it was really tiring. Chapter 1301. Even Yu Xingqian, who had the best temper among the higher-ups, couldn't help but sigh. Now I really understand what it means to be a useless scholar. It's not just useless. Dragging others down and sending them to their deaths is first class, super top class. All kinds of weirdos sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Especially when a letter was sent to Zhuchanglu. Zhuchanglu flew into a rage. These scholars who wrote poems to encourage the people, after a few days of heroism, most of them joined the migration team and went inland to avoid the disaster. I've done my duty. I'm weak, so I won't stay and cause trouble. People have to know their limits. I used my culture, I used my poems to drum up the fighting spirit. They said so. Zhuchanglu fumed with anger and ordered, capture them all and put them to death. Capture one less and bring his head to me. Such a farce actually happened every day. The higher-ups didn't even dare to tell the soldiers. It was really too much to shake the morale of the army. There was actually a bunch of such things that we tried so hard to protect. What the hell? The heavenly king of the right was so angry that his face turned green. He personally led his men to capture them. You encouraged the people and made them fight the immortals and gods. That was a big crime. If they could really stay, it would be fine. But after you sent everyone to their deaths, you actually ran away yourself. Righteous people are usually butchers, but unfaithful people are usually scholars. This sentence was actually so vivid in this war where the demons were pressuring the top and the races were being exterminated. Here, preparations were in full swing. All the troops of the Astral Souls, and even some experts of the Astral Souls gang, were desperately gathering at the White Mountain Range. All the major sects of the Astral Souls had also arrived. Days passed by one after another. Zhuxiaoduo and the others dug for 10 days. When they were tired, they entered the Tower of Annihilation to rest, and then cultivated for a few months before coming out to dig again. Well, a few months was nothing more than half a night or a few hours in the real world. Time flew by. In the first few days of the Tao League, news could still be sent back. However, after 10 days, all modern communications were completely paralyzed. No news could be sent back. It was not hard to imagine how intense the battle over there was. Fortunately, Elder Wan Minxing extended a helping hand here. He used the grasshopper as a means of communication and acted as a correspondent, allowing the communication to be smooth again. Elder Wan originally didn't want to get involved in the war between the continents. Even though the Devil Ancestor's cultivation was exceedingly high, if Elder One decided not to meet him face to face, even the Devil Ancestor couldn't do anything about it. However, the demon race had gone too far. They had devoured the entire area within tens of thousands of miles after the Tao League had retreated. No matter if they were humans or animals, all living creatures were wiped out. Seeing such a tragic scene, Wan Mingxing, who was a good person, could not help but have the impulse to stop the evil and save the common people. However, Elder Wan knew that he was not good at fighting. Although his cultivation was high, his killing intent was not strong. He simply set off for the White Mountain Range. Through Zhuxiaoduo, he contacted Zhuchanglu and expressed his intention to do his part for the 3 continents. In this way, the strongest experts of the three continents could be said to have united for the first time. The current peak experts were naturally led by the Devil Ancestor. He was invincible and no one could stop him. Under the Devil Ancestor were the Flood Witch, Zhuqianglu, Elder Wan, and Chan Sheng. The four of them were considered super experts of the same level. In fact, when it came to cultivation, Wan Minxing's cultivation was above the Flood Witch and Zhuqianglu. Chan Sheng was more or less the same. However, the two of them were not good at fighting. In actual combat they could not compare to the Flood or Zhuqianglu. In other words, the two of them were more than enough to defeat the Devil Monarch. However, when it came to facing the Devil Ancestor Luo Ho, it was inevitable that they would die. In any case, the four strongest experts in the world besides the Devil Ancestor all stood on the side of the alliance of the three continents. This gave everyone more confidence. The people of the Dao League were retreating in large batches every second. Until this day, someone came to report. The Wind and Cloud families have evacuated from the Wind and Cloud plains. They want to go to the inland of the Astral Souls. The generals at the border have let them go. Zhuqianglu was just about to grunt in acknowledgement when the five swords of the Dao Alliance jumped to their feet, their faces flushed red. Especially Taoist Feng, he almost went crazy. His whole face was as red as a monkey's butt. The shame almost overflowed. Everyone was waiting here to fight with their lives. At the moment of the bloody battle, his bloodline family actually turned around and ran away. Along with so many experts in the family, they fled to the rear. Who told them to retreat? Taoist Feng was furious. Taoist Lei gritted his teeth. They've really disgraced the Dao League. Taoist Feng rushed out and said furiously, I'll kill these little bastards. After being humiliated again and again and being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Taoist Feng was about to break down. The higher-ups made a mistake in their decision. The middle management obeyed in public but opposed in private. Such a low-level mistake like the construction direction of the Brave Soul Pass had occurred, causing tens of millions of soldiers to die in vain because of the mistake they made. Then, at such a critical moment, his family secretly fled in order to drag out an ignoble existence. They were really shameless. Although Taoist Feng was narrow-minded at such a time, he couldn't go against his conscience no matter what. If he continued to do things against his conscience, his own Dao heart would collapse and his foundation would be destroyed. His heart was really filled with anger and his hair stood on end. Go and get some people to stop him. Zhuqianglu hurriedly said, something big is going to happen. At such a critical moment, there can't be any more trouble. Looking at Taoist Feng's crazy appearance, no one doubted what he would do. If he really caught up, it would be easy for him to kill a large number of people from the Feng and Yun clans. It wouldn't be surprising even if their clans were exterminated. Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui sighed and flashed out. In the distance, Taoist Feng's angry roar had already shaken the world. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you have any sense of shame? Run. I'll let you fucking run. 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 That was a hysterical roar. Obviously, Taoist Feng had already made his move and was really going to kill. In the hall, all the higher-ups were silent. Taoist Lei only felt that his face was completely gone, as if he had died tens of millions of times. He lowered his head and didn't say a word for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but really, he had nothing to say. After a long time, Taoist Feng was pulled back by Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui, who were almost on fire all over. He sullenly found a chair in the hall and sat down. He just panted and didn't say a word. After a long while, Taoist Feng's face turned even redder. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was exceptionally bright. It was the blood of his heart. Taoist Feng heaved a long sigh. How can I face the word Dao in the Dao League when the descendants of my family are like this? Before he finished his words, he looked even more dispirited. He had reached the extreme. The Flood Witch said coldly, if you have to shoulder the sins of your descendants, then the weeds on your grave would have become a forest. I mean if your grave hasn't been dug up. Taoist Feng dug his eyes and looked at the Flood Witch. He knew that she was comforting him, but why did her words sound so unpleasant? How did you deal with those little bastards? Asked Taoist Lei. 300 people were slapped to death by me. The descendants are unfilial. Taoist Feng coughed. His anger subsided gradually and instead he felt a bit regretful. You didn't deal with them well. Why didn't you put them on the battlefield? That would be more meaningful and effective. How could I think of anything else just now? I've lost so much face that I don't want to live anymore. He gave a long sigh with all kinds of indescribable feelings. Taoist Shui was the last one to come back. He said slowly, I've already sent the children under 15 years old and some female warriors under the level of cloud into the pass. Taoist Feng was enraged. He slapped on the table and yelled, Why? The others are fighting. Why should they go to the rear? Why did you do that? I can't afford to lose face like this. Taoist Shui said blandly, Why are you yelling? If you really don't want to, you can catch all the babies of your family and throw them into the mouths of the evil army when they arrive. Those who are powerful enough to kill enemies want to run away, of course we won't let them. But those women and children who can't kill enemies, isn't it right for them to go to the rear? If the ordinary people can leave, why can't the weak in our family? Just because you're the leader of the Tao League they can only fight to the death here? Even if they don't have cultivation they still have to die? Are they rushing to their deaths? What kind of logic is this? Taoist Feng paused and said angrily, Alright, that's it. Zhuochanglu made the final decision. Look at the situation now. What's the point of getting entangled in these trivial matters? Let's continue the meeting and discuss how to deal with the enemy. According to the news from Wan Mingxing, Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun of the Tao League were in a precarious situation. It was hard for them to continue. The 20 million soldiers who built the defense line and the civil armed forces of the Tao League added up to about 23 million soldiers. After 12 days of fierce fighting, there were less than 7 million soldiers left. Most of them were injured and couldn't fight at their full strength. Of the 6 heavenly kings left, 3 had died in the battle. More than half of the 20-odd marshals and vice-marshals had died in the battle. Even Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun were severely injured. They were barely holding on with their cultivation base. If it weren't for the sky-mending stone that Zhuochanglu gave them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Especially when the Tao League's people sacrificed themselves at the last moment, the evil army actually formed a similar team and responded with the same extreme method. In this way the casualties of both sides returned to the same level. Chapter 1302. Self-detonation had always been used by the weaker side as a last resort against a strong enemy. The demons clearly had the advantage in terms of military strength, overall strength and other aspects. However, they followed the example of the Tao League and self-detonated at every turn. The defenders of the Tao League were caught off guard and unable to defend themselves. Faced with such a heavy attack, how could the Celestial Wolf Mountain not be in danger? Could really be lost at any time. Taoist Hua had already sent a messenger over and was rushing over. At most we can only hold on for 3 more days. I'm ashamed that I can't complete the 1-month mission. It's a pity that I can't exterminate the demons in this lifetime. These were Taoist Hua's original words. It was also his will, his final farewell. There was no anger or despair. It was very calm and there was no concern for the safety of his brothers here. It was just a plain and straightforward notification. 3 days. At most, we won't be able to hold on for 3 more days. Prepare yourselves. On the other side of the Celestial Wolf Mountain. Taoist Hua stood in front of the pass and watched the fierce battle outside. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, corpses had already piled up very, very thick. There were Tao League warriors and demon warriors. The smell of blood filled the air. On the other side, a huge fire had already started to burn the corpses. However, the demons didn't care about corpses or plagues. Almost all the corpses that landed on the demons' side had been eaten. It was only because they were fighting on the battlefield that they didn't have time to eat. Otherwise, Taoist Hua looked at the smoke in front of him and asked softly, How many people have not retreated from the continent behind us? Roughly estimating, there are about 700 to 800 million people who haven't retreated. Over here the battle is still ongoing. There are countless people who have stayed behind and are sending resources to the front lines to reward the army. A heavenly king behind him lowered his head. His face was filled with indescribable complexity. In reality, those who hadn't left weren't just 700 to 800 million. This number was far more than that. Reward the army. Taoist Hua revealed a mocking smile. Rewarding the army was once an exceptionally honorable act. Especially rewarding the army who had personally gone to the battlefield, it showed even more camaraderie. However, rewarding the army in this era had long lost its original meaning. If it was an ancient war, there would be no such thing as flying in the sky or burrowing into the ground, and there would be no such thing as a space ring. Rewarding the army would naturally be very meaningful, and would be able to stimulate the morale of the soldiers. However, it was now the peak of martial arts, and everyone who participated in the war was a cultivator, a warrior who had entered the way. Why would they need ordinary people to reward them? Even if they sent food or whatever, it was useless. The Jade of Astral Souls was used by high-level martial artists for cultivation. High-grade Jade of Astral Souls was just the beginning, but for ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts, a low-grade Jade of Astral Souls was not only a family heirloom, but also a treasure to show off the family's wealth. This difference had long surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people. The so-called reward for the army is just these ordinary people trying to find some comfort for themselves. They don't want to leave, they don't want to give up anything, but they want to use this method to lock the soldiers on the moral high ground and force them to fight to the death. Haha. Taoist Hua was experienced in the ways of the world, and his heart was as clear as a mirror at this moment. What he thought and said were the thoughts of those who didn't leave. If I want to leave, I can leave even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, and billions of lives are waiting to be slaughtered. If I want to stay, I can stay even if there's no one behind me. Using this little trick on me is simply a joke. A heavenly king beside him had cracked lips and begged, "Elder Ancestor, please leave with Elder Yun. If we stay here, the war will continue. For the foundation of our Tao League, I beg you, Elder Ancestor, please leave." All the soldiers knelt down at the same time. "Elder Ancestor, please leave. I beg you. For the sake of the Tao League." The Tao League Heavenly King's words made sense. The Tao League's 7 swords were the pinnacle of the Tao League, the pillars that supported the heavens, and the gathering of the Tao League's fate. Even if too many of the other members of the Tao League died, as long as the Tao League's 7 swords were still around, the fate of the Tao League would be complete. However, once one of the 7 swords died, the fate of the Tao League would no longer be complete. If both Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun died in this battle, the fate of the Tao League would definitely be weakened. How could it survive this apocalyptic catastrophe? Leave? Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun chuckled. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. Leave, we can leave anytime. However, once we lose our face, the 7 of us won't be able to raise our heads again in this lifetime. The 2 of them were full of kindness as they looked at the smoke in front of them. Yun, back then, when you plotted against Wuxia Duo, have you ever felt ashamed? Have you ever regretted it? Not at all. Taoist Yun smiled calmly. After all, I've never admitted that it's better to be known by others than to be seen by others. That was until that day when I told Zhuo Changchang. However, at that time, Zhuo Changchang couldn't hit me anymore. Hee hee, narrow-minded. Yes, I'm short-sighted. This problem of being jealous of talents seems to have been brought from birth. I really can't do anything about it. Taoist Yun smiled and said, "However, I didn't go too far. Now that I think about it, I should be thankful. I should be thankful that I hesitated at that time." Taoist Hua smiled. "You're right. Back then we only lost a few fairies. Against Zhuo Changchang's son, even if you, He Feng, personally took action, it might not be safe. However, I still did it in the end. It doesn't matter who did it." Taoist Yun sighed softly. "Hesitation is one thing. However, back then I really didn't want that kid to live." He said with a heavy tone, "This is the truth." "I understand. I completely understand." Taoist Hua smiled warmly. Taoist Yun smiled bitterly. "However, when I say that I'm thankful, I'm also telling the truth. If I had really succeeded back then, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have to fight today." Taoist Hua fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he said indifferently, "If I had succeeded back then, even if we fought today, I'm afraid you might not have been able to participate. Or perhaps the demons wouldn't have had to put in so much effort." Taoist Yun coughed violently and smiled bitterly. "Perhaps it's because I'm at death's door that I keep thinking about the past. I've actually done a lot of wrong things in this life." Taoist Yun said, "Since young I've been narrow-minded and competitive. I've been short-sighted and only looked at what's in front of me. I've been selfish and thought that doing my best for the Tao League was the most noble thing in the world. I've let go of small mistakes for the sake of the greater good. Now that I think about it, my life has been full of small mistakes. Everything is ironic and ridiculous." Taoist Hua looked into the distance in a daze and said as if he was dreaming, "I wonder if demon ancestor Rahu will have a day like us. Will he also feel that his life is actually very ridiculous?" After a long while, the 2 of them didn't speak and looked at each other in silence. The sky darkened bit by bit. The demons had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time for them to overcome this obstacle. At most, they would break through in 3 days. The wind whistled. The brothers of tens of thousands of years looked at each other and smiled. You first or me first? I'll go first. Remember to wait for me. Take care. Definitely. The tragic final battle finally began. Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun led the remaining 6 million Tao League soldiers and decided to fight with their lives on the line. In the following 3 days and 3 nights, they didn't even stop for a second. The demons had already seen the dawn of victory. They wouldn't slack off at all. They pressed forward with all their forces, only wanting to take down Celestial Wolf Mountain in one go. The demons that covered the entire mountain broke through from many directions and surrounded the Tao League's army from all sides. Yes, at this time many demons had already invaded the interior. Demonic clouds billowed and smoke filled the sky. Screams and curses sounded one after another and disappeared one after another. Late at night on the 3rd day, Taoist Yun fought with his sword and shouted loudly. He didn't have the demeanor of a Taoist expert. Instead, he was more like a demon god that had descended to the world. There was no one around him. The Tao League's army had already been wiped out. The 3 heavenly kings had also died from self-detonation. Taoist Yun was the only one left fighting with his life. His sword flashed and swept back, carving out a bloody path in the dense demon army. However, it was filled by even more demons. Countless experts of the demon clan charged back and forth, one after another. Although Taoist Yun was a giant of the current era, he was at the peak of the world. However, there was a limit to one's strength. At this time he was already exhausted. The Heaven-Men's stone that Jianghu gave him had already been used up. He was constantly injured, constantly recovering, constantly receiving heavy blows, and being injured again and again. The demon powerhouses were hiding in the army and constantly launching sneak attacks. Taoist Yun was very unwilling. He knew that his life had already come to an end. His only remaining wish was to find a demon king and perish together with him. He didn't want to leave like this. It didn't match his status as the peak of the current era. However, this wish was obviously a delusion at this time. At this time, after experiencing too many self-detonations from the Tao League, the demons were more and more familiar with the timing of self-detonation. At this time, there wasn't a single demon king who was stupid enough to fight head-on to fulfill his opponent's final wish. In fact, even a demon god wouldn't come close to it. In a faraway place. Brother. So it's me who went first. A heroic laugh shook the heavens. An earth-shattering explosion shook the earth. Even the heroic soul pass, which hadn't been damaged much until now, was blown apart by the earth-shattering power. Countless crisscrossing ravines appeared on the ground. Taoist Hua had self-detonated. Taoist Yun waved his sword crazily. The demons around him fell one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down his face. He laughed loudly. Old bastard, we agreed that I would go first. You didn't keep your word. You didn't keep your word. Don't go too far. Wait for me, wait for me. Priest Yun boosted up the last bit of his life force and let it erupt. He rushed towards the place where the devil army was densest, forgetting about everything else. Boss, I'm sorry. I can't hold on for another month. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.